Eric Shwabbington by T.S. Shea. Narrated by Wirm. Chapter 1. I don't read the terms and conditions. Alright, here's the deal. If anyone asks you if you know Eric Shwabbington, the answer is no. Absolutely not. Actually, that might be a little too obvious. Maybe try one of the following. Who? What kind of name is that? Or my personal favorite. Are you threatening me with a stick? I know. Hard name to remember, even harder name to forget. Really doesn't roll off the tongue. That's the blessing and the curse of who I am, though. And this might sound a little selfish, but I promise it's true. The future of the universe depends on keeping that a secret. At least for now. So let's back up a bit. Back before Ganderstorm. Back before Logeeds. Back before Shwabbington. To where this story really begins. Portland, Maine. July 27th, 2110. The day my life and the fate of the universe changed forever. Back then I was just Eric Shwabbington. A 12-year-old kid with a habit of finding myself in, let's just say, unfortunate circumstances. I didn't have any parents. I'd always assumed the worst, that they were either dead, didn't care about their long-lost son, or both. Instead, I found myself a ward of the state, spending most of my life hopping around the Northeast from one orphanage to the next until I was sent away again because they couldn't handle me anymore. It was never my fault. In Worcester, the boys' room flooded after David Harborough broke open a pipe to get back at Braden Williams. Just because I caught the wrench from hitting Braden right before, Mr. Reed walked in. And obviously he got the wrong idea. It didn't help that I somehow managed to be the only dry kid in the room. Then there was Augusta, where my bunk was stuck between a pyromaniac and an entomologist. Fancy words for guy who likes fire and guy who likes bugs a bit too much. It's usually the accent that rubs people the wrong way. I don't really have one, at least not the way other people in the Northeast do. And for whatever reason, Bug Boy decided that day was the perfect day to slip a few cockroaches under my pillow. I don't know if he just lost his sense of direction or what, but the cockroaches ended up 2 beds down instead of mine. And when the lighter fluid found his space crawling with the creepers, he went berserk and blamed me. Another long story short, the boys' ranch burned to the ground. And thanks to my loving neighbors, I somehow ended up with the blame. When they sent me to Burlington, I thought I was done for. The people of Vermont were always a little too nice for my liking. Apparently my sarcasm didn't really rub off the right way. And once a book went missing from my dorm there, a family photo album no less, it was yet again Eric who took the fingers. As if stealing someone's precious memories had ever even crossed my mind. In fact, I don't think I ever stole anything until I met Chauncey. See, after they finally sent me to Portland, I knew it was only a matter of time before something else happened. And given my new roommate selection, I decided it was time to take a chance on myself. Thankfully, one of the other kids had the same idea. Chauncey was a few years older than me, with a, let's just say, less defined backstory. He was never one to talk much, but from what I had gathered at the orphanage, and the way he knew his way around the law, he'd been in and out of the system several times, with at least one stint in the slammer. But thanks to him and everything he knew, we carved out a decent gig for ourselves right in the heart of town. We were going on 2 years together, nested out in a self-made man cave buried below one of the hotels near the harbor. It was a tight fit, but the old service closet hadn't been used in years, maybe decades, and so long as we had enough space between ourselves, we could fit everything we needed in our little room. Well, except the bathroom down the street at the old seafood joint. Whatever we needed, we took. Looking back, I suppose it was stealing, but Chauncey always labeled it necessary provisioning. In other words, if we needed something more than someone else, there was always a good reason to get it. Electronics were the easiest. You'd be shocked how many people don't notice when they leave things behind in restaurants or bathrooms. Then there were clothes, which we usually took right from the source. It's amazing how many different souvenir stands can sell the exact same tourist merchandise. Anyways, my story really starts on that calm July night. Chauncey was out for the night. I never knew exactly what it meant, but given the time of year and a smudge of pink I noticed on one of his shirts the week before, he had a date. As happy as I was for the guy, the idea of him abandoning me to see someone new did make me a little uneasy, like I was starting to lose the only permanent thing I'd ever really had in my life. That sentence isn't going to age well. It all started when my charger decided to fry itself. I've been sitting for hours playing this really old video game you've probably never heard of. Minecraft. Just trying to kill time until I was too tired to continue. When my phone finally knocked itself out and nothing was working to revive it, I decided to take my talents to the nearest convenience stand and merge paths with a new one. Now, I'm not going to explain how Chauncey and I managed to get away with taking what we want. That would be irresponsible. And the last thing I would want is for you to copy me and then get yourself caught and have you blame Eric Shwabbington for all your trouble. We're both better than that. But I will say that back in those days, I was really good at it. Being small helps. Being quick helps even more. Combine the two, and you have the perfect recipe for a grade A petty thief. And trust me, I put those skills to good use. Problem is, the harbor was packed that day. I don't know if I've ever seen that many people in Portland, except maybe holidays. Finding my way through the crowd to reach my prize wasn't exactly easy, but it was a lot less complicated than finding a decent escape route. See, Chauncey had this rule that I agreed with completely. If anyone's ever chasing you, make sure they never find the hideout. With so many people around, I would have had plenty of witnesses. A blessing and a curse of living in prime real estate. But just as I had 100 times before, I took a deep breath, turned my head away from the display, and grabbed what I needed in one fell swoop. I regretted it immediately. "Hey!" the stand owner yelled, so loud that everyone around him stopped to stare. "You gonna pay for that this time?" I froze. Leave it to me to rob the same place twice. "Don't make me call the bots," he said firmly. I decided to chance it. Before he had a second to breathe in another command, I booked it west, the direction I always took to avoid any followers back to the hideout. Unfortunately, all the extra traffic on the pier also meant added security. I ran straight into the back of one of the police bots, his lights flashing red even without the knowledge of my crime. "Assault of a police representative is a serious offense," it raised, using the voice it always did, like someone with too much caffeine unable to stop smiling with every single one of their teeth. "Officers! That boy's a thief!" cried the stand owner, who had caught up from his place 50 yards away. Two of the bots leaned over me with their blank, faceless frames. The other one turned red too and spoke with the same chipper voice. "You've been accused of a crime by a fellow citizen. Please remain calm and do not stray from your current position, as the state of Maine places you under arrest." The way I saw it, I had two options. The easiest option was to make another break for it through the crowd. Even with their facial scanners, there were too many people to easily spot me and track me down. But I'd heard what happened in Boston with a few of the newer models, and if these bots decided I was worth the weapons, there were almost 1,000 people within accidental range. That wasn't a risk I was willing to take. That left the other way. I should mention I'm a pretty good swimmer. Very good, in fact, as I found out the hard way 2 summers earlier on a trip to Cape Cod. But that's another story. The only reason I didn't immediately take the jump was a selfish one. Wet clothes don't dry very easily when you live in a closet. Even with my hesitation, I knew having to ditch these clothes on the way was a better option than putting hundreds of people in danger. I decided to take the jump. I was right about the weapons. When I had swum upstream, far outside the range of fire, I pulled myself ashore at Spragg Point, miles from where I needed to be. So far as I could tell, the bots were far behind me, and so long as I worked my way around the city on the right path, they were never going to find me. After paying my respects to the nearby cemetery, I continued north, hoping to make it all the way to Park Avenue without detection before turning east. I think I underestimated how far of a walk it was, though, and how far I had managed to hold my breath underwater. By the time I reached my cross street, my legs felt like jelly. And I was wet, which meant that pretty soon I was freezing. Luckily, my worry didn't last long. I was a bit distracted by the giant glowing words floating 3 feet above the sidewalk when I turned, blocking my way. Now, I don't know about you, but usually that's not something I see every day. Straight in front of me, each one the size of a textbook, were 13 letters. DEWIN X RYFELWR. I know I'd been out of practice, what with the running away from home when I was 10 and skipping school for the last 2 years, but I was pretty sure those weren't real words. At least not in any language I knew. Then the strangest thing happened. It took a second, but the letters started to change. I can't exactly explain how, but it was like the language came to me, and I knew exactly what the strange words said. Wizard X Warrior. You're probably wondering why I didn't just turn around or walk around them. But ask yourself this. If you were in my shoes, what would you have done? I had enough experience to know that when your game gets interrupted by an ad, you just have to wait for the little X button to pop up before you can click it and be on your way. Luckily, there was one right in the middle. Don't ask me why I thought it worked like that, but believe me, for like 2 minutes, it absolutely did. With one finger, I clicked the center of the X, and the message disappeared. When the giant glowing letters vanished into thin air, I began to wonder if I was going crazy. Sometimes stress did some crazy things to your brain, but this was the first time anything had popped out of thin air for me. Without any evidence, I started to convince myself the whole thing had been a hallucination. But that was exactly when I heard the sirens again, and a squadron of 5 zipped around the corner. I bolted north. There's a few common sense rules when you're trying to evade capture. One of them is never back yourself into a corner. So naturally, that's what I did. I ran directly into a dead end, walls of the surrounding buildings on every side. The bots were on me before I could even think of a new plan. "Freeze!" the front man yelled, his voice having switched from polite mode to means business. "Surrender yourself to the authority of the local police." My tongue was faster than my brain. "No thank you," I replied. "I had other plans." 4 other bots joined the first one at the exit from the alley. In unison, they repeated the command even louder than before. "Think, Eric, think." "You guys into, sports?" I asked. "What do you guys—" "Surrender yourself to the authority of the local police." Then about halfway down the alley, the air began to shimmer. Feeling my jaw drop, I watched as a white shape started to materialize out of nothingness. It wasn't like the letters, which had just come and gone in the blink of an eye. This time it took a few seconds. But when the light vanished, there was a boy standing on the concrete who hadn't been there before. "What?" my voice squeaked. "Surrender yourself to—" The boy spun around and whipped his arms in the direction of the bots. He shouted something that sounded like, "fruity draw." I didn't need to wait for the words to translate the way the letters had. There was enough evidence to show for his command. Explode. A flash of light shot from the end of his arm and hit the ground right in front of the lead police bot. The pavement erupted in a mushroom cloud of force, the sound loud enough to wake the neighborhood. When the gray smoke cleared, all 5 bots were melted into piles of scrap metal along the sides of the building. The boy turned to me, whispering another word into his hand, and suddenly the alley lit up with another bright light from the tips of his fingers. "Dude!" I raised, blinded by the light. I still wasn't over the floating billboard, or the fact that he had just appeared out of nowhere, or the fact that he had just blown up the sidewalk. He walked toward me, but just like before, I had nowhere to go. When he was 3 feet away, he lowered his hand, and I could finally see his face. He was at most the same age as Chauncey, with the slightest hint of a mustache only showing on his chestnut skin because of the light. He was much taller than me, but held himself in a way that was hardly threatening, even after what he just accomplished. His curly brown hair was neatly trimmed into a flat top. "Dude," he mimicked, his voice surprisingly low. "You just—" I started, but the look in his golden brown eyes read, "I know." I turned my attention to the blinding light at his chest. My eyes had adjusted somewhat, and I could finally see past it to the device in his hand. "Is that a stick?" "Pardon," he whispered, and the light turned a soft yellow, making everything way easier to see. "Actually, it's a wand." "You—" I started. "You have a magic wand?" "Of course I have a magic wand," he replied casually. "You think I could do that without one?" I tried, suddenly frightened again. "What do you want with me?" The boy shrugged. "I'm here to take you." I'd been afraid of that. "What?" I questioned. "Where?" He continued shrugging, like his answer was obvious. "Logeets." I didn't know which question to ask first, even if he gave me time for any of them. "Why?" I managed. The question caught him off guard. "What do you mean, why?" he asked. "You're 12, right?" Even without parents, I'd been taught that it was a bad idea to tell strangers too much information. "Yes?" I failed. "Eric Shwabbington?" He gestured. "Yes?" I failed again. "Perfect," he smiled. "Then I came to the right place. I'm Jordan Vanson. I'm part of the recovery team." I backed into the wall as far as I could. "Recovery team for what?" If I was a character in a sitcom, Jordan would have turned directly to the camera. Logies, he repeated. Obviously. Obviously, I agreed, scared and confused. What's Logies? His eyebrows shot together, perplexed by my question. What do you mean, what's Logies? It's a school. I shook my head. I don't want to go to school. Well, then why'd you sign the thing? What thing? At this point, I think both of us were so confused we forgot to pay any attention to anything else. Clearly, the explosion had raised some alarms. Sirens were closing in from the distance. Jordan backed off, trying to look as unthreatening as possible. The consent form, he hollered. The invitation. Dude, what are you talking about? Then the kid with the magic wand did the absolute last thing I could have expected. He pulled out his phone. I have it right here, he read. A few minutes ago, you were given the traditional question, wizard or warrior. You chose and. I chose... What do you mean I chose and? That wasn't even... I started piecing together the floating letters. How can you choose and? Jordan raised his hands. Well, you press the X, he explained. X means or, and, depending on the context. I was so confused I tried not to think about it. I thought it meant exit, I reasoned. As in, I wanted it to go away so I could keep walking. Jordan's face turned white. Oh, he said softly. Yeah, that's not what the X does. I'm getting that now! He pressed his wand up to his temple and started scratching his head. Well, it's a magically binding contract, Jordan sighed. Whether you meant to or not, you agreed to the terms and conditions. Maybe Jones can help us sort this out. The sirens were on our street now. Who's Jones? It doesn't matter who Jones is. Are you coming with me or not? Am I... My brain was still trailing way too far behind. Where? Up there. Jordan pointed to nothing in particular, only the darkening sky. What? I questioned. How? Jordan held up his phone. Same way I got down. That... I did it again. Why would I do that? He shoved his wand into a holster on his waist. Because your other option is that. Sure enough, an entire fleet of police spots had rounded the corner. Even without faces, they looked a lot angrier than the last group. Jordan was right. I was out of options. I had nothing to lose. I turned to him and nodded. I've never personally stood on a stage before, but I was familiar with the term lost in the lights. Whatever Jordan did to get us out of the alley felt a lot like that. A spotlight shone down on us with the intensity of thousands, and for a few seconds I thought I was burning alive. Then the light cleared, and coldness overwhelmed my skin. We were standing on a black floor, surrounded by walls of gray and white. Everything was either metal or glass. It took a few more seconds for my breathing to catch up with my body. I turned around in a circle, desperate to find a view of Portland. For a moment I thought I was dead. Come on, Jordan instructed, pulling me with him to the chamber door. It split in half diagonally, shooting apart like scissors and leading to a metal hallway. Wait, I gasped, trying to keep up. Where are we? Jordan was already 20 feet ahead of me. Come on, he repeated. I'll show you. 30 feet more and he stopped. We're about 500 miles above where we just were. 500 miles, my brain echoed. Above. But that... Oh yeah, he grinned, swiping his hand down the wall to my left. We're in space. The wall pulled back like a garage door, revealing an enormous window looking out into nothing but blackness and stars. Welcome to the IS Carnarvon. Chapter 2. I don't understand a single thing happening around me. Have you ever been so shocked by something you end up wetting yourself? Me neither, but I came pretty darn close. What do you mean we're in space? I cried. Jordan just shrugged and pointed out the window. That means we're not on your planet anymore. I know what space is, I yelled. My voice echoed down the hallway with a metal buzz. Then I jerked to attention. Hold on. My planet? You mean you're from somewhere else? He was looking at me like I'd lost it. Of course I'm from somewhere else, he laughed. What planet was that anyway? The question was so surreal it took me a few seconds to gather my answer. Earth. Oh, Planet H, he grinned. You guys are the ones with the big fat long nose synopsids, right? I had no idea what a knapsack was, but he made a familiar noise to accompany it. You mean elephants? Elephants, he declared. That's it, I love those things. And what? I started, worried his answer might make me even more confused. What planet are you from? Greel, he stated. Greel, I repeated. And that's nearby? Of course not, he laughed again. You don't know where Greel is? I stared at him like he was speaking another language. For all I knew, he might be. Umberland Fitness Base is there, he went on. It's the largest training center for the Scorch Guard. You've definitely heard of it. I shook my head. What's the Scorch Guard? His jaw dropped further than mine. Are you being serious? My expression must have given him his answer. All right, he sighed nervously. We really do need to talk to Jones. Jordan started speedwalking down the hallway. I did my best to keep up. Sometimes he would jerk right, then left, then up or down a flight of stairs, and sometimes even a U-turn down a different corridor. It must have taken 10 minutes before I even felt like we were somewhere we hadn't been before. The hallways all looked the same, the only difference coming from the number of doorways in each segment, which ways the hallways branched, and sometimes lights or wall panels would be open like someone was in the middle of fixing something. I understood us to be on a spaceship, but how big I had no idea. The concept of being in space was still taking up too much of my brain's processing power. Eventually, one of the staircases spilled into a large room, and I realized pretty quickly this was some kind of cafeteria. Dozens of tables were dotted neatly around the floor, surrounded by people dressed in a bizarre mix of clothes and styles. At one table, every single person had purple skin. At that point, my brain stopped working entirely. I felt like passing out. Somehow, my feet carried me behind Jordan to the far corner of the room, where he stopped behind a large woman with short, cropped blonde hair. She turned to stand as soon as we approached. Ah, Vanson, she greeted with a bizarre accent, holding her left hand flat in front of her. I take it everything went all right. He pulled out what I thought was his phone and placed it in her palm. You ask him, he nudged, exposing me to everyone at the table. He doesn't know a thing. A few chuckles circled Jones's table. I turned to stare at each of them, finding myself caught on one who was obviously not human. What? Jones continued. Like, anything. You're a cat, I said to the creature at the table, unable to stop myself. Like the others, he was wearing a darkly colored uniform, his green, but beyond his otherwise human demeanor, he was covered in yellow fur dazzled with black spots and stripes. Oh, great, he huffed in the same thick accent. You rescued a racist. That's Brigadier Seeley, Imperial Power Guard, Jones pronounced. He's done more for humanity in the last year than you will in your entire life. Give him the respect he deserves. I could tell my outburst had turned everyone at the table against me. I shrank in my skin. Another woman in blue stared at me with huge brown eyes. You've never met a Pardic before? He doesn't know anything, Jordan interrupted before I had a chance to speak. Logeets? Greel? Heck, I doubt he even knows how many shillings are in a florin. I didn't think it was possible, but the table grew even quieter. And you're sure this is Eric Shwabbington? Jones asked. This is exactly who Cineas sent us to find, Jordan announced. Trust me, I scanned him. Whoa, I said, finally finding my words. You scanned me? Not cool. Standard protocol, Jones said. We don't just nab any random person off the streets. You nabbed me, I replied. And now Jordan's trying to tell me I have to go to this school. Well, yeah, another man at the table replied, his accent fancier than the others. You clicked and. I know what I clicked! The Catman rolled his eyes. Realizing my emotions were getting the better of me, I took a deep breath. Look, I said. I understand what I pressed was magically binding or whatever, but there has to be some way out of it. Everyone looked at each other. I knew my hopes were doomed. Okay, I breathed. What does and even mean? The man with the fancy accent rose calmly to his feet. Instead of suits like the others, he was dressed in a thick brown robe, tied around the waist by a rainbow of rope that shimmered and changed colors the longer I stared. It means you chose wizard and warrior, he explained. Magic always points us in the right direction, but it always follows us to choose our own path. You chose yours. His answer made me more confused, and more afraid. Which means? Which means you'll learn the basics at Logeets, same as everyone else, he said. Refine your skills in 4 years rather than 6, and then come to train with me on Sanctite. I turned to Jordan and Jones, then back to the man in the robe. "What's Songtide?" I asked cautiously. "The home planet of the Trugaria," Jones clarified. "Father Bregast is one of the Grand Eagles." "And I'm the Grand Butterfly of planet Skibbity," I shouted, loud enough for some of the other tables to stop their conversations and turn. "Now you're just making up words." Jordan sighed. "Where am I?" I asked. "I told you," Jordan replied. "The IS Carnarvon. And this is a spaceship, right?" I'd pieced together. "Where are we going?" The woman with the brown eyes spoke up. "The ship is on its way back to Station Sanaloo. You and all the other initiates are hopping off at Selenia." However hot my skin had felt in the transport, it was nothing compared to how red it must have been now. I gripped the table, trying to keep myself from falling over. "And what's Selenia, another planet?" In the little vision I had left, I could see the suits staring at each other again, concerned by my question. The Catman spoke to me like a toddler. "It's the second moon of Arto." "Eric, what's the capital city of Arto?" Jordan asked, making my head spin again. When I couldn't answer, he continued asking, trying to prove a point. "What are the 3 primary forms of magic? What are the 4 states of magical matter?" Jones added her own question, realizing how little I must have known. "Eric, who is the current emperor?" I huffed. I don't know." Audible gasps circled around the table. "Is he joking?" gruffed a man in a white suit. "This is the kid who's..." Jones held up her hand, stopping him in his tracks. Whatever he was going to say, she shot him a look, and he seemed to understand something I didn't. "Will someone please give me some kind of clue as to what's going on?" I asked. Jones cleared her throat. "Vance and I think you should take Eric somewhere quiet to calm down. Make sure it's clear of any you-know-what. Give him the rundown when you think he's ready. I need to make a call to Selenia." Before I could think of anything to say, Jordan was tugging my hand out of the room, down a different hall than before. So many words were echoing through my head. Logit, Griel, Pardik, Trugaria. None of them made any sense to me. I felt like a kindergartner being taught the ABCs, and I was failing miserably. Before I knew it, I was in a new room, seated in a sack and staring up at a glowing ceiling. I don't know what I had expected, but if this new room was meant to relax me from all the nonsense I'd encountered so far, it was doing an excellent job. Unlike the plain metal of the rest of the ship, the walls of my little panic room were covered in sheets of black foam, absorbing most of the sound. Jordan and I were enveloped in giant black pillow chairs. I had kicked my shoes and socks off, letting my heels dig into a floor made of actual living moss. Only then did I remember I was still soaking wet from my swim at the harbor. "All right," I said. "I know this might be rude to ask, but do you have any spell that can dry me off?" Jordan hardly raised his head from the chair. He lifted his wand and muttered something that sounded like "sick" before a blast of hot air flew over me. Immediately my clothes were back to normal. "Thanks," was all I could think to say. "So, just walk me through something," he said. "Your parents never told you about Logit?" I kept staring at the ceiling, which flowed with different colors like the room had its own set of northern lights. "I don't have any parents." "What? None at all?" "I'm an orphan," I clarified. "I never knew my parents." This time he perked up. "Not at all? You don't know who they were?" I shook my head. "That's weird," he said. "Why?" "Well, it's just..." He hesitated. "You're from Planet H. Magic tends to avoid that place." "There you go again," I noticed. "Why do you keep calling it that?" "What, Planet H?" I nodded. "Because it's easier to memorize the letters than the full names," he explained. "Earth, Urta, Urti, Ertz. None of them roll off the tongue now, do they?" One of the names from earlier finally clicked back to the front of my brain. "But you still call it Urto." "Oh, yeah," he grinned. "Urto's the original." "The original," I repeated. "And Earth is what?" "A clone planet," he said, like he was being quizzed on state capitals. "One of the earlier magical colonies. It looks a little different, of course, but the general idea is still there." "A clone planet," I repeated again. "A magical colony." "Yeah," Jordan said. "About 7,000 years ago or so, the Senate voted to expand the Empire by magical means, so they created a whole bunch of clone galaxies." Suddenly, the panic room wasn't doing its job. You can clone galaxies with magic? Well, you can do anything with magic, he said. Takes a lot of power and people, though. The cloning project took centuries. I raised an eyebrow. Hold on. You said thousands of years ago, I realized. The Earth is like billions of years old. No, Erto is billions of years old, he said. Earth is just a copy. But what about... An archaeologist can tell you 2 + 2 = ton if he wants to. It doesn't make it true. If you find anything older, it's just a remnant from the cloning process. Trust me. If you don't believe me, just look at the history books. How far back do yours go? That was probably a question I could answer if I'd stayed in school. What about your planet? He looked at me with a new look in his eyes. Grill? Grill's coming up on 16 million. That's when Chatter on the Great... He stopped himself, seeing my face whiten again. I wanted to sit down, but I was already sitting. I'm sorry, he apologized. I'm sure this is a lot. I've never met anyone who knew nothing about anything beyond their own planet. I took a deep breath. I didn't know there was anything beyond my own planet. Yeah, you guys do tend to keep to yourselves, he said with a hint of sarcasm. Then what do I have to do with any of this? I asked. How could I possibly get wrapped up in wizards from space? I'm just a kid from Maine. I doubt it, he said. Like I said, magic doesn't really go to Planet H anymore. You people have a long history of doubting things you can't explain instead of trusting and studying them. If a place is hostile for too long, magic tends to abandon it. So what does that have to do with me? Your parents, he continued. Do you have any idea where they came from? It dawned on me what he was trying to say. Are you telling me I'm an alien? You're still human. We're all... He hesitated in a way that made me uncomfortable. We're all still human. I'm not saying you're not, it's just... Someone with the connection wouldn't have just appeared on Earth. Your magic has to come from somewhere. I don't have magic, I said. All of this is some huge mistake. I don't belong here. A blast of air shot out of his nostrils. Well, I know that's not true. Why? I demanded. How can you possibly know that? He stood up from the chair, letting his gigantic brown feet dig into the moss. Because the question doesn't appear to just anybody, he said. It only asks people with enough promise to answer. Not everyone can be a wizard, and not everyone can be a warrior. I felt my stomach sink further into the chair. Then how can I possibly do both? I've never been either. Haven't you? He questioned. You were surrounded by cops when I grabbed you. Not saying that means you're right, but at least you know bravery is part of the equation. That was just... And magic, he interrupted. Haven't you ever noticed anything you couldn't explain? Things around you that didn't feel normal? I mean, you're from planet H, for God's sake. You had to notice yourself stand out at least once. Thoughts of my previous orphanage home swam through my head. There were so many times I couldn't explain why things happened the way they did, and that was usually what got me into trouble. Magic seemed like a stretch, but it could fit. Still, I wasn't ready to share everything with Jordan. I'd only just met the guy. Instead, my thoughts wandered to my shoes, which were still standing alone on the mossy floor. I can hold my breath longer than most people, I said. Is that anything? That got his attention. Can you? He asked, an eyebrow raised. That's weird. You never struck me as a... I had no idea what he called me. The closest words I could get to match were door sitter, but even that made no sense. A what? I asked. A doorsibird, he repeated. A water talker. Seeing the look on my face, he added, Never mind. You're already confused enough. Water talker, I echoed. That's a thing? Of course, he shrugged. The 4 states of magical matter. Tan, Ther, Dur, and Ir. Fire, earth, water, and air. And people can talk to them? Jordan nodded. More or less, he said. You'd know if you could do it. I don't even know if I can do... I pointed at his wand. That magic. Well, spells are different, he said. Anyone can learn spells. Talking's inherited. It's a cultural thing. You'll see when we get to Selenia. I sighed. As soon as I was starting to understand something, Jordan would introduce 2 more just to push me backwards. So let me get this straight, I said. There are space wizards, warrior priests, and people who can talk to nature. That's an extremely simplified version of what I'm telling you, I guess, but yeah. Right, I breathed slowly. Anything else I should know about? Jordan sighed. I mean, nothing you can't wait till Logates to learn, he said. Right, I frowned. Have to go to school. Jordan held up his hands, apologizing. Look, dude, I told you, the contract is magically binding. When you signed it, you linked your life with one of the paths. It's in the terms and conditions of the question. If there was anything I could do about it to keep you from... Are you kidding me? I interrupted, the anxiety in my body finally turning to excitement. Jordan paused, confused by my change in attitude. What? You're inviting me to become a space wizard and you're apologizing? Dude, this is like the coolest day of my life. His face changed from concern to curious. He reached his free hand to scratch his head. I expected you to have a harder time with this, he admitted. Hey, you just met me, I said. I can handle it, I promise. I rubbed my hand against the walls just to confirm I wasn't dreaming. I've got my little panic room, I continued. If anything, I'll just do what I normally do and scream it out when I'm alone in the shower. Jordan stood there with his mouth half open. I could tell he had no idea how to respond, which was a good sign. Maybe space wizards weren't so different from the people I was already used to. Right, he nodded. When do I get a wand? I asked. The question snapped Jordan back to attention. A wand? He said. You'll build one at the end of your first week. It's part of your initiation. Initiation, I repeated. Does that mean I have to prove something? I'm already going to be out of play. You'll be fine, he insisted. Like I said, the question doesn't appear to just anybody. You belong at Logates. A lot more than some people. He swallowed hard like he wanted to say more, but took his thoughts in a different direction. Besides, we have a day or two before we get to Selenia, he added. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. All right, I went on. You said anything is possible with magic. Is that really true? Jordan looked down at his wand again, as if the stick was talking to him and giving him answers. More or less, he admitted. With enough power and intent, anything's possible. Doesn't mean you should do it. What, like magical laws? Not just laws, he said. Magic, especially dark magic, it can take its toll in ways you don't expect. That's why Logates is essential. If you want to be a wizard, you have to learn the rules first. I put my fist against my cheek and sighed. I've never been very good at following the rules. I can tell, he said. We'll need to fix that. Sinius isn't the type of guy you want to be on the wrong side of. I swallowed, feeling my throat harden. Sinius, I followed. He's like the principal? If that's your word for head of the school, then yeah, Jordan said. Good dude, but like I said, I wouldn't want to rub him the wrong way. I nodded, promising that I would do my best. Although trying my best was typically when things had a habit of going wrong. Is there anything you can't do? I asked. I hoped the question didn't come off as rude. He tilted his head to the side, sizing me up again. After a moment's pause, he said, I can't cut hair with magic very well. It's a shame, I could save a lot at the barber's. You look like you could use a trim. My hand shot up to my ears, feeling self-conscious. This one's on me, he offered, holding up a silver coin the size of a golf ball. Maybe a new set of clothes while we're at it. The market's still open if we hurry. You're on galactic time now. I looked down at my shirt, which I was confident had dried thanks to Jordan's spell. What's wrong with these? Nothing, he shrugged. If you're going for homeless planet H-tween, that is. I thought you were worried about not fitting in. Well, I am, but... I paused, trying to take notice of the ways his clothes were different from mine. Maybe I was too fashion-blind to see it, but the only difference I could find were a zigzag fringe on the bottom of his plain black shirt, and a second set of pockets on his pants just below the first. My attention turned back to his hair. Does your barber know how to... I hesitated. What? He laughed. I lifted a strand of mine and let it fall back to my head. You know, I said. Hair like mine. Jordan laughed, flashing a wide white smile for the first time. Really? He grinned. You're on a spaceship filled with talking cat generals, and you're asking if my barber knows how to do your hair? He shook his head. Man, your world's about to get a whole lot bigger. Come on, let's go meet Emery. Chapter 3. The spaceship has a shopping mall. I was pleasantly surprised to find out Emery was human too. In fact, he was the most normal thing about this whole wizards in space adventure so far. Beyond his gigantic afro, the largest one I'd ever seen, he shrugged off the fact that I didn't know anything, and treated me just like another customer. The only time I felt out of place was when he and Jordan began discussing taiko, which I gathered was some sort of sport that was really popular wherever we were going. I couldn't remember the last time I had a haircut. Probably the time Chauncey lifted a salon for a set of shears before one of his dates. I hadn't done a very good job doing it on my own, but it got the job done well enough. My hair had grown back to cover up my mess. Before that, I had no idea. Maybe when I was living in Worcester. Emery was quick with the cut, trimming it shorter than I'd seen it in years, but not too short that I didn't recognize myself. I was still Eric, just a newer, fresher version of Eric, and that made me feel good. Certainly less nervous about fitting in once we got to Logates. Jordan covered the cost with the weird money he'd shown me before. Then we walked out into the wide hallway filled with shops that made this part of the ship feel different than the rest. "So," he said, "where to next?" I was busy staring at a restaurant across the way. "What's chungi?" I asked. He looked like I was speaking another language. "You're telling me you've never had chungi?" I rolled my eyes, realizing this was going to become a trend. "Can we just assume I know nothing about anything?" I said. "Pretend I'm 5. Jordan laughed. "A 5-year-old knows what chungi is." I took as deep of a breath as I could, trying not to let my frustration show. Was it still the coolest day of my life? Absolutely. Was it also incredibly frustrating to have zero clue what was going on? Same answer. Jordan took me to the chungi shop, which even at this hour was full of people. Whatever worries I had about the food, even when I saw it in person, were gone the moment I took my first bite. It turns out chungi was a sort of sandwich, but instead of bread, all the ingredients were stuffed into a spongy shell that the cook blew up like a balloon. Somehow, even after biting into it, the shell kept its shape, like I was eating a giant Twinkie filled with foods I couldn't pronounce. I had no idea what any of the ingredients in the line were, which ones were meats or vegetables, what they tasted like. Even their names were confusing. I just copied Jordan and had him order a second of whatever he bought, which turned out to be the right choice. Even with the green slime oozing out of the middle, the chunky tasted like the most savory Subway sandwich I could imagine. I've no idea how much he paid for it, but I would have paid for 10 more. After that, we walked further down the hall, me trying my best not to open my mouth and ask too many questions that would lead to weird looks from my new friend. Eventually, the hallway spilled out into a huge open area, with walkways zigzagging over our heads for dozens of floors. I knew the spaceship couldn't be tiny, but this was the first time I realized how big it really was. Is this? I started to notice the logos and signs circling around the massive room. Is this a mall? Jordan gave his usual response. Of course it's a mall. A mall on a spaceship, I said out loud, realizing how ridiculous it sounded. Sure, why not? Scattered around the bottom floor were 8 circles, which at first I thought were just part of the floor. As the advertisements around the mall flashed different colors, the lights illuminating the rings glowed to match. It wasn't until we walked to the center of one that a glowing panel appeared in midair, not too different from the consent form that had pulled me into this mess, and gave Jordan a number of symbols to choose from. When he pressed a long brown finger against one, I realized it was an elevator button. The floor rose up from the ground like a flat disc, leaving a dark circle of gray stone beneath it. Like an escalator, it rose diagonally toward the railing of the 3rd floor, which retracted to the side to let us through. As soon as we walked off the disc, the railing returned to normal, and the elevator fell lazily back to its spot on the floor. I stood there with my mouth open. What happens if you fall off? I asked. So far as I could tell, nothing had kept us on the disc except our balance. Don't, Jordan said, shrugging, then walked away. Fair enough, I thought, though my worry didn't exactly go away. He walked halfway toward one corner before stopping in front of a shining silver shopfront. A glowing sign hung down over the tinted glass windows, with letters spelling out the word Fresh, with a capital PH in graffiti-style letters. I turned to him, curious. What's this one? His eyebrows twisted again. You've never... No, Jordan, I interrupted, exhausted at this point. I've never heard of Fresh either. He gave a long sigh before simply saying, Oh boy, then walking through the front doors. For a moment I thought I'd walked into a candy factory. A rainbow wall circled around us on nearly every side. Closest to the entrance, it was the brightest yellow I'd ever seen. When I put my hand against the wall, I realized every inch was nothing but shirts. The same shirt, in fact. Only in every color imaginable. The shirts were all plain, with the black outline of the store's logo printed across the front. I put the first yellow shirt back and pulled out the one next to it. If I hadn't been looking for it, I never would have noticed the two were just slightly different shades. Pick like 6 colors, Jordan instructed. Trust me, fresh is super popular right now. You'll fit right in. I pointed at his plain black shirt. You're not wearing it, I said. I'm working, was his response. Hey, speaking of that, I added, how old are you anyways? He looked at me like the question was offensive. 15, he said after a pause. Why? And you work? I asked. Like, for the military? Of course not, he laughed. I'm doing a summer internship at the school. Cindy has sent me to found you. It's pretty common. A lot easier for students to be picked up by other students instead of one of the actual military folks. None of us realized you were so, blind, I wondered. But you still go to the school, right? I asked. Like, I'm not going to get there and know absolutely no one, will I? He nodded. Yeah, I'll be a 4th year this year, he said. I promise by the end of the first week you'll have plenty of other people to hang around, though. You won't want an upperclassman walking you everywhere. I'm not so sure, I thought, but I kept my worries to myself as he pointed again at the shirts. There were thousands of options, so I made it as simple as possible and picked out the closest I could get to the basic red, green, blue, and the like. Fresh was easily the most expensive store we stopped at, but there were at least a handful more, where we picked up some new pants, shoes, and whatever else I would need ahead of my first week. Then Jordan dropped the bombshell that I would only need clothes like this for my first week and on holidays. Once we got to Logates, they would provide me with a uniform and class supplies. What's a florin? I asked after we left the final shop. We sat down on a bench on the bottom floor of the mall while he double-checked our bags to make sure we had everything I needed. He perked up at the question. You mentioned earlier, what's the deal with the different letters for prices? He looked at me the same as always. And before you ask me, no, we don't have florins where I'm from, we use dollars. This time it was Jordan's turn to ask the question. What's a dollar? I smiled. As annoying as this game was, I was getting used to it. It's a little piece of paper that we use as money, I said. I think this threw him off more than anything I'd said to him so far. You buy things with paper? He asked, very confused. How does paper have any value? I don't know, I said. It just does. He blew a long breath of air through his nose. That's ridiculous, he said, before pulling out a large disc of golden metal. This is a pound of gold. It's not always the easiest to get, but you can find it anywhere. Always stays the same, basic economics. Whenever something gets harder or easier to make, its value goes up or down. Make sense? As someone who had spent most of my life just taking what I wanted, the concept of money had never really crossed my mind. You know basic math? He continued. Sure, I said. He pulled out 4 silver coins, each one the same size, but smaller than the gold. You got 4 crowns to every pound, 5 shillings to a crown, and 2 shillings to a florin. That's 20 shillings a pound, 10 florins to a pound, and don't even try to mix florins with crowns. It's like oil and water, those two. He pulled out 2 more coins, one brown, the other a coppery red. It's easy enough once you get the hang of it. I sighed, trying to remember which coin was which. Dollars sounded a lot easier to me. Right, I said. Prices are pretty standard on Urto and its moons, he said. Ships and transports are a little higher around the board, but things will go up and down depending on where you travel around the universe. That last bit caught my attention. And the universe, I said. How close are we to Selenia? I slowed the word in my mouth to make sure I got it right. From Planet H? He asked. Maybe 200 light years. 200? I shrieked, louder than expected. How long are we going to be on this ship? Jordan started laughing. Relax, he said. You're still thinking without magic. We'll be there tomorrow morning. Tomorrow? I froze. How is that even... 200 is nothing when it comes to space, he said. Greel is a lot further than that. Keep in mind the Hershey Galaxy is basically the center of the universe. I started laughing too. The Hershey Galaxy? I asked. Really? It was Jordan's turn to look confused. Is that funny or something? I bit my tongue. Nothing, it's just... My attention was caught by a bright red advertisement flashing across the screens in the mall. It had played a few times already. A man with smooth white skin and jet black hair staring at us with a half smile. Around him the words, "United We Reign," circled around the room in flashing black and white letters. Hey, who is this guy? I wondered. Is he like a celebrity or something? I've seen his face like 3 times now. Jordan turned his eyes quickly to the advertisement, then back again. That's the Emperor. I looked at the man again. He looked so unlike royalty, I almost thought Jordan was kidding, until I looked back to Jordan and realized how serious he was. His face had gone dark. Why does the Emperor need an advertisement? I asked. I thought I was the only person who didn't know about him. Doesn't that kind of seem like Before I could finish, I saw Jordan's hand shoot to his hip, and his wand flashed a bright purple. "Autobot he hissed, and I felt both my lips tighten together. I started freaking out. I couldn't open my mouth. I couldn't even make noise out of the back of my throat, and for a second I struggled just to breathe. Jordan held his hand up and leaned in towards me, calmer than I expected. "Don't say another word until I tell you to. Do you understand me?" My breath was still trapped inside my mouth, but I had no other choice. He was clearly trying to warn me. I nodded. As soon as I did, my lips unlocked, and I let out a quiet gasp. "Not a word," he said, and led me out of the mall, holding half the bags and shivering with worry. 10 minutes later, we were back in my panic room. Jordan flashed another spell that shot a white X-ray through the walls. When it faded, he turned to me, probably expecting me to sit back down on my comfy chair. I was too on edge to leave my feet. "All right," he said. "We're safe in here. Sorry about the lip locker curse, but you have to be careful what you say. Even here. He has ears everywhere." "Who?" I asked. "The Emperor," Jordan explained. "You're right. It is propaganda, but you can't just say that out loud." There was a panic in his voice that was making me panic too. My heartbeat had returned to where it was when we first boarded the ship. I struggled to think of anything to say. Only one thing came out of my mouth. "Why?" "Why?" he repeated, like the question was ridiculous. "Because you never know who might be on which side." I took a deep breath, worried about my next question. "Which side of what?" I could tell from the look in his eyes Jordan was nervous to even talk about it. "I thought we could wait until Logi's, but I think you not knowing is going to put us in even more danger than we already are." "What are you talking about?" I asked. "Who's in danger?" Jordan shook his head. "All of us," he said. "Me? Jones? Half the generals at the table? Heck, if you're serious about being a water talker, then you're in just as much danger as the rest of us, especially if you don't know what you're allowed to say." Again, I was nervous to even ask. "Say about what?" I stuttered. "The war." He sounded so firm the room lost any other sound. "The war that doesn't exist," he continued. "The war that keeps all of us from saying exactly what you were about to say back at the mall." My face must have told him I was afraid. I'd gotten over my nerves about leaving home. I'd been excited about magic school, about being a space monk, but this? This was bringing all those nerves back 10 times worse than before. "I suppose you don't know anything about our history either," he said. Without waiting for me to respond, he started pacing back and forth, speaking like he was a teacher, and I was a room full of students. "Space is a big place, and each planet has its own peoples and gifts to offer the universe. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Lael, that's the leaders on Urto, they decided to try to make alliances with the other planets in the Hershey Galaxy. Dozens of other galaxies decided to join in, but after a few hundred years, the planet Hades decided they weren't getting their fair share of representation in the Senate, so they left the alliance. This would have been fine, but they inspired a whole bunch of other galaxies to leave in a, well, let's just say, not very friendly way. And the rest of the alliance found themselves in a massive intergalactic civil war." I nodded. "Space war. Got it," I muttered. That doesn't sound too bad." Apparently that wasn't the same idea Jordan had. "You've clearly never lived through one," he warned. "Urto's always been as powerful as any planet we've ever known about, except maybe Heidenbrod, which meant that the best solution to the conflict was to enforce the alliance with power. The man who was the Thirpen on Urto became the king of our universe. The alliance became the empire, and the royal family on Urto have ruled as emperors ever since." He sighed. You've had the same family in power for hundreds of thousands of years? I asked, amazed. Isn't that a bit... I didn't want to be rude, so I never finished the sentence. The words medieval and tyrannical popped in my mind. You might think so, until you learn what the alternative would be, he offered, his face turning dark. That's why Jones asked if you knew. She wasn't just testing you, she was trying to keep you safe. There are people on this ship that are on his side too, and if you would have answered a certain way, it would have exposed you as a traitor. The air felt cold again. The hairs on my arms were standing up. Whose side? I wondered out loud. The Emperor's? Jordan bit his cheek before answering. Ganderstorm. It didn't feel like anything more than a name, but the word seemed to change the atmosphere of the room, like Jordan had uttered another spell. Ganderstorm, I repeated, like it was the first time I'd ever said a bad word. Even the name made my stomach turn. What's he? What isn't he? Jordan asked. As evil as they come, according to some people, but you can never repeat that, or they might disappear you like they've done millions of others, especially this close to the heart of the Empire. 9 years ago, he assassinated the Emperor and kidnapped the rest of the royal family. No one's even sure if they're still alive anymore. All we know is it sent Urto into chaos, and his word is law. But what about the rest of the universe? I asked. I mean, he can't get away with that, can he? What about the military? What about the Grand Eagles or whatever? Jordan shook his head. He didn't just kill the Emperor out of nowhere, he explained. He's been working in the shadows for nearly 2 centuries, gathering as many of the downtrodden and weak-willed as he could. That's why we call it a war that doesn't exist. If it did, I'm not entirely sure the good guys would win. Hold on. 2 centuries? You mean he's... Well, magic does a lot of really great things, Jordan said. Wizards can typically live longer than their non-magical brothers, but... Ganderstorm. Again, the name sent a shiver down my back. What he uses magic for... Jordan shook his head. I can't even imagine. I sat there, letting his words sit in my head. I thought that face on the screen looked odd. Nothing bad necessarily, but there was definitely something not natural about the way he smiled toward us. Jordan was telling me that man was evil, and the more I thought about it, remember those cold brown eyes, I believed him. And there's really no way home, I said, more to myself than Jordan. Sure, anything beat returning to Earth to live homeless on the streets, but to find myself surrounded by this? An evil emperor with an army at his back? Forcing everyone else to keep their mouths shut. Was being a space wizard really worth all that? Honestly, Jordan wondered. If I were in your shoes, I'd almost rather be on Selenia. But I thought you said Urta was the center of the universe, I said. Well, it is, Jordan agreed. But it's only a matter of time before he brings his crusade to Planet H. At least this way, Sinius is standing in the way of him coming to us. Well, why do you say that? I asked. I thought Sinius was just the principal. Jordan smiled. He's a lot more than that, he said. Trust me, you'll love him when you meet him. The way he spoke about him made me a little less worried. All right, I said. So, how do I keep myself safe? I'm not always the best at holding my tongue. Well, so long as you don't insult the Emperor, Logeats is the safest place you can possibly be. Ganderstorm's been trying to get ears inside the school for decades, but he's never gotten past Sinius. It's a good practice not to say anything too... Incendiary? I asked. I'd been in plenty of orphanages that had rules about insulting the teachers. Did I always listen? Of course not. But this sounded a bit more like life or death. Jordan had said that people were disappearing. Good word, he said. But what about me maybe being a water talker? He held up a hand again, a sign that, so far, was working to keep me calm. Relax, he said. I told you, you'd know if you are. Besides, Urto is the heart of the Empire. Ganderstorm might hold power over the throne, but he hardly ever comes to visit. There are dozens of other talkers at Logeats alone, not to mention how many live down in the homeworld. Trust me, you'll be safe. He was doing a good job of settling me down. Sorry if I scared you with the spells, he apologized. It's just one wrong word at the wrong time. You never know who's listening. His face turned dark again. I've had some good friends taken from me because of something their family said. It's I'm just trying to keep all of us safe. I nodded. I get it, I said, thinking of all the times Chauncey and I had done the same to protect each other. Thanks, Jordan. Hey, tomorrow's a new day, he said, smiling. Once we're at Logates, you'll hardly remember the Empire even exists. You'll have enough going on. I sighed. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Oh, definitely a good one, he said. There's no place in the universe I'd rather be right now. Right as he finished saying those words, a loud series of bells dinged through the ship, even in our soundproof room. Jordan's smile grew even wider. Hey, speaking of, he said, opening the door and walking out into the hallway. Both excited and nervous, I followed him. Down the first hallways he'd taken me after we boarded the ship, we reached one of those retractable windows, this one already open and surrounded by a dozen other people. Outside, surrounded by the blackness of space, was a green sphere dotted with circles of dark blue. Above it, an atmosphere of wispy clouds turned the moon into a mint-colored marble. I'd felt it as soon as we landed aboard the ship, but the fact that I was looking at my first alien planet hit me like a ton of bricks. Exciting bricks, but still bricks. I stumbled backwards, catching my balance against the back wall. Jordan was laughing at me. Eric, welcome to Selenia. Chapter 4. A girl in my class is really hot. I'll be honest, when Jordan said school, I was thinking the American kind. You know, the doesn't have that many windows, kind of looks like a prison, why would you ever send your kids here kind of school I was used to. Logates was beyond anything I could have ever imagined. I know that sounds ridiculous given that I was flying to the original version of the moon on a starship escorted by a space wizard, but seriously, it was that cool. We boarded a landing craft with a dozen other kids and adults, landing on their version of a helipad beside one of the large lakes. If their blue sun worked anything like Earth's, the lake was to the west, and to the east, the huge grassy area which had looked so flat from the sky circled around a big mound in the middle, with giant carved stones at the top. When do we get to England? I asked, thinking it looked like that Stonehenge place I'd read about in a book one time. Huh? Jordan perked. What's England? The stones, I pointed. Oh, those are the ruins of man, he said casually, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Which are... I don't know, he shrugged. They've been here for like 1 billion years. Sometimes we have campfires in the middle. You have... I paused. Hold on, how old is this place? Logates? He shrugged. I think they had like the 11th or 12,000th year reunion last century. I could hardly believe it. Not even the pyramids were that old. Hold on, I said again. If the school is 12,000, how do you know the stones are 1 billion? Carbon dating? What the heck is carbon dating? He asked. No, Wise Wyvern Davies asked them in the early days of Logates. They told him. I started laughing. I could hardly believe I wasn't dreaming. I shouldn't have thought of sleep. As soon as I did, the largest yawn of my entire life boomed out of my mouth, and I became so lightheaded I stumbled backward toward the ground. Whoa there! Jordan caught me. Can I? I huffed. Any chance I can get some sleep? I doubted we were anywhere close to the same time zone as Portland, but if we were, I'd been awake for well over 24 hours. I was exhausted. Jordan smiled. Look, he said, you really shouldn't get in the habit of this, but... He pulled out his wand and shoved it point blank to my forehead. Defro. Almost immediately, a jolt of energy rushed through my body, like I had just eaten a decent breakfast after a good night's sleep. My jaw must have fallen again. There you go, he laughed. Like I said, don't make a habit of that. I know too many people who try that to stay up late and end up crashing pretty hard. And I mean hard. A buddy of mine tried it before finals last year and ended up asleep for the next week. I'll keep that in mind, I replied, taking a deep breath of the freshest air I'd ever tasted. I took a look around. In every direction, low hills rolled with the greenest grass I could imagine. Every which way, the grass was interrupted by giant round ponds, almost like little lakes. Little waves bubbled toward the shore from the middles. I remembered what Jordan had said about Urto and its clones, and realized this would probably be what the moon next to Earth would look like, with water in every crater. As we walked past the ruins of man, a bright light hit me in the face, like I was suddenly transported to a snowy mountain, which honestly wouldn't have surprised me at this point. My eyes adjusted, and I realized we were staring at the brightest building I had ever seen. I didn't need an answer to my question, but it slipped out of my mouth anyway. That's the school, isn't it? Logeet's was the whitest white you could imagine, with a spiderweb of black veins crisscrossing all around the outside like cracks in stone. If I hadn't been looking for it, I would have never even thought it was a building. It was a huge, shapeless glob of crystal, extending awkwardly in some places like whoever had built it was slapping more material on the side of it to make it bigger. When I looked closer, the strangest idea popped into my head. That the building itself was growing. If that was true, it had chosen 3 spots on its roof to grow faster than anywhere else, giving the building a few bulbs that kind of looked like towers if you squinted and used a little imagination. Unlike the windows on Earth, or even on the ship, the windows on the school were uneven, all different shapes, sizes, and levels, that it made it hard to even tell how big the building was. It was so disorienting, I thought about asking Jordan for another wake-up spell. At least I could tell where the doors were, even if they were all triangles. In front of what I guessed was the main entrance, a white bridge made of the same material jutted toward us over another one of the lakes. No, not a lake. This one was moving in one direction. Somewhere around the left side of the school, a small river was flowing counterclockwise from one of the lakes hidden behind it. It flowed flat until it hit the right corner of the building, then disappeared into a giant brown canyon that continued to circle around the back side. It wasn't until we were crossing the bridge that I realized what the river was. A moat. I touched the side of the bridge as we walked. It was hard like I had expected, but instead of being crystal, the stone was more chalky, even if none of it came off in my hand. It was bumpy, too, with sharp little ridges that scraped against my hand like concrete. The closest thing I could think to compare were pictures of coral reefs I'd seen after the oceans get too warm. They lose all their color and turn white just like this. At that thought, I put my hand away, remembering my other thought about the building growing. I'd really wanted a real door, but instead the big open triangle shimmered with a light blue wave of something. And as we followed the crowd through it, Jordan and I were hit with a quick blast of wind before the sound and atmosphere changed. I felt my jaw drop again. The inside of the school was somehow bigger than the outside of it. Not by much, but I could tell whatever was in this place couldn't possibly fit in the shape I'd seen beyond the door. As we walked in, the hallway split left and right, with a little courtyard ahead of us, like there wasn't enough grass around the school that the students needed more. Just to the side of the courtyard, a pair of staircases split up and down, leading who knew where. A couple of the groups went right, but Jordan pulled me left, leading down a corridor that looked like it was shrinking with every step. I thought it might be like one of those optical illusion tunnels, but the closer we got to the door at the end, the more the white walls and ceiling actually did start to shrink in on us. Trust me, I measured. Luckily, another tunnel zipped off to the right and grew back into a regular hallway, leaving me wondering how big that door really was. The new hallway squiggled like a really bendy S, with a few more triangle doors passing by us on our walk. At one point, we turned so far to the right that I couldn't believe we weren't walking in a circle, but the appearance of a bigger, open triangle leading into a big auditorium proved that we were somehow moving in a new direction. Even then, we just kept walking. My head was starting to ache from the brightness of the white walls. "Is this place supposed to be confusing?" I asked, not really expecting an answer. "Of course it is," Jordan said, still walking. "If you really need something, you'll know where to go." That shut me up again. After another few minutes of walking, which felt oddly similar to our journey on the ship, we finally stopped at a door. And when I say door, I'm not talking about the weird triangle portal things, or even the metal ones they had on the Carnarvon. I mean like a real, proper wooden earth door. "That's a door," I said. Jordan turned around like I had just asked the dumbest question he'd ever heard. Instead of answering, he looked at me for a few more seconds before turning back to the door and twisting the brass handle. Inside was a square room I immediately recognized as a classroom. A semicircle of circular desks surrounded a big rectangular one, behind which, writing on a big blackboard with what looked like glowing orange chalk, was a man so far out of his years I was expecting Jordan to introduce me to time travel. The man turned around, his eyes bright with wonder. "Mason!" he shouted, and I turned around expecting to see someone else in the room. It was just Jordan. "Mason memories. Is that anything?" "Who's he talking to?" I whispered. "Don't worry, he does that to everybody," Jordan answered before raising his voice to the other man to hear. "Athro! I gather this is the one Genie sent you to find," the man said, putting down what I realized was his wand, a little metal stick no bigger than a pen. Way different than Jordan's, which was more like the kind I imagined. His voice had the same accent as the soldiers on the ship. As he walked over to me, I realized how wrong I'd been about his outfit at first glance. It was way weirder. He was wearing brown shoes with giant rubber heels like a boot. Above that, blue jeans about 4 sizes too big in every direction were held up around his waist with a bedazzled belt. His pudgy, and if I'm being scary honest, hairy stomach was exposed by a white shirt that cut off below his ribcage. But thankfully for everyone that would be behind him today, he had another shirt over this. A long-sleeve green and blue plaid thing, all capped off by the most oversized, could you even call it a baseball cap? Hat that I'd ever seen. Beneath that, frosted tips. "Pleased to meet you," he said, sticking out his first and pinky fingers at me. I looked at them for a long time before deciding to try the gesture myself, trying not to be rude. Instead, he pulled his fingers into a fist and parked it against mine. "Shwabbington, right?" I was amazed he remembered. Like I said, it's not the easiest name to remember. The fact he knew it as easily as he did made my skin prickle. Eric, I said, pulling my hand back. "Eric," he repeated, turning to Jordan. "E-man. Is that anything?" Jordan shrugged. "It certainly could be. Say, could you walk him down to the arena for me? Our shuttle was behind schedule. Cygnus only has a few to catch up." "Sure thing, my boy." The man smiled. "Hold on," I said, starting to panic. "You're just going to leave me here?" Jordan nodded. "It's urgent business," he said. "Not every day you get to relay a mission from Planet H." The man's eyes lit up. "So that's where they found you," he said in a way that made me feel like a science experiment. My red flags about staying with this teacher only went higher. "Jordan," I said, but he held up a hand to stop me. "I'll be gone 20 minutes at most," he said. "And trust me, by then you'll be distracted by something else." "We'll get along swimmingly, my boy," the man said, slapping my shoulder harder than I liked. "Besides, it's only a minute or so down the hall." Before I could say anything, Jordan was leading the way out the wooden door and back down the shrinking hallway. "Athro Rafe Lloyd," he said, reaching his hand across awkwardly as we walked. To my pleasant surprise, this time he gave me a handshake. His name sounded so foreign to me, it took me a second to understand he was introducing himself. I only picked up the first word. "Athro," I said. "That's a cool name." Jordan started laughing. "Not a name, my boy," Lloyd corrected. "Athro's a title. It means a teacher of sorts in the old language. It's how you refer to all the adults here at Logi's." I nodded, trying to hide my embarrassment. I really was in way over my head. "Planet H, huh?" Lloyd asked me, distracting me. "You know, it's always been a dream of mine to visit. As you can tell, I'm a fan." He gestured toward his clothes. "I did my dispensation on it during my time at Brifinseth University. I'm currently working on a long-term lifestyle study of the 20th and 21st centuries." I started to understand his odd choice of clothes. "So that explains 2001, he nodded. "So far a great year. Tell me, have you heard of Britney Spears?" I almost started laughing. "Who?" "Her third album is about to hit shelves in October," he said, unfazed by my question. "I'm just about to start September." "That was over 100 years ago," I said. "For you it may certainly feel like ancient history," he said. "But to those of us who have studied it, there's more truth to be found in humanity's past experiences than we could possibly hope to achieve alone. Never forget that." Jordan stopped awkwardly, turning around with a smirk on his face before looking down at me. "Athro Lloyd teaches cultural studies," he said, winking. "And you'll have to pluck the job from my cold Gomelian hands," Lloyd said proudly. Jordan gestured to the staircase beside us. "I'm up this way," he said. "I'll see you guys later." Part of me wanted to protest, but the more optimistic part of me won out. I'd only known Jordan for a few hours, but I felt like my only friend in this new world was leaving me for good. Still, Athro Lloyd was starting to grow on me, quirks and all, so I decided to walk on with a good attitude. Thankfully for my nerves, the arena wasn't much further. The hallway turned blue for a few twists, owing to an infestation of Erloquist bugs in the wires, apparently, which I couldn't tell meant real bugs or electronic ones. Honestly, it was probably both. Before opening up into a massive atrium the size of a football field. All around us, 3 floors of hallways circled in odd shapes and sizes, leading off into new parts of the school. It felt like we were standing in the center of a hive. I hardly had time to think, though, as Lloyd continued on toward one corner of the mostly rectangular room. Just beyond this, the hallway came to a large triangle, so dark I couldn't see through. Chloe gestured me to walk through the portal, and with a deep breath I hoped he didn't see, I walked into the blackness. The word arena meant something a lot different on Earth, it seemed. For the first time in my space journey so far, I was kind of disappointed. It really wasn't much more than a high school gym. Rows of bleachers in different colors and patterns circled around what was more or less a basketball-sized gym floor. That was until I noticed the floor itself. We emerged onto it from center court. At the very heart of the room, the surface was divided in four. One corner was beige stone, much older and spookier looking than the white walls of the school. It was the only part of the floor lined with vents, which blew cold air up from the ground, scaring anyone who walked over them. Beside this was one I had to see for myself. I simply didn't believe the floor was actually ice. 6 or 7 grooves were cut at odd angles through the floor, letting warm water steam and cut through the ice, cracking it before leaving it behind and letting it freeze into new patterns. The third part of the floor was grass and moss, waving in little humps like a miniature version of the planet outside. In a few places you could see chips in the grass, showing the dirt and rocks underneath. Last was the scariest of all. Almost the opposite of the ice square, this section was black metal, so hot I could hear my footprints singe as I walked over it. In the center of the section, a word I couldn't read seemed to glow orange with the heat coming up from the floor. My fascination with the floor was taken away by the realization of how many other people were in the arena with me. At least 50 other kids, all 12 years old by my guess, were standing in a herd around the center of the room. Some of them seemed to know each other, and were talking with other kids around them. Others looked like they were trying to know each other, introducing themselves in that awkward middle school way. The last group, like me, looked terrified, unsure where they were, or even how to make sense of the world around them. With a sense of fear, I realized Athro Chloe had disappeared. Not abandoning me necessarily, but stepping aside to speak to another adult. This was where I was supposed to be making new friends. If my track record was anything to go by, things weren't looking promising. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something. Maybe a speech to get everybody situated and ready for their first day here on Selenia. Or were these other kids already from Selenia? That thought made me feel even lonelier. How many of them already knew magic? Was it possible at all that I would find someone else from Planet H? I mean, Earth? Wow, I was really starting to accept my new life that quickly. I looked down at my fresh t-shirt, realizing that, thankfully, I wasn't the only one in the room wearing one. That was a start, at least. And there was another kid off to the side in the grass section who was walked in by an adult. Okay, maybe I wasn't as alone as I thought. My view turned around the room, taking in faces as much as I could, trying to study who looked friendly enough for me to try. The pair of twins who had laughed at me outside were standing off to the side in the stone section, alone by themselves. A girl with straight brown hair was rocking nervously back and forth on her heels, twirling a piece of hair between her fingers before putting it in her mouth to chew on. Okay, I thought, taking a deep breath. At least I'm not that nervous. Then my eyes stopped, and I stood frozen with my mouth half open. Standing on the metal section, deep in conversation with 2 other boys, was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen. I don't know what it was about her exactly, but something hit me as soon as I noticed her. She had dark brown eyes and stood as tall as the boys around her. Her curly brown hair pulled over one shoulder like a strap. You know that gag in cartoons where someone sees someone attractive and little cupids fly around their head? Maybe a few angels sing in the background while the air gets a little bit brighter? Yeah, it felt like that. I knew immediately the first person I wanted to talk to. That was until she noticed me staring. However red my face was, hers turned an equal shade of green with disgust. Her chin tucked back against her neck, recoiling. That didn't make me feel very good. "What are you staring at?" she asked. Her voice not really one I would describe as welcoming. Half the room heard her say it, and they all turned to stare at her, then at me. I was still frozen with my mouth open, my face turning redder by the second. It was quite possibly the worst start I could have had to meeting my new classmates. I didn't think it could get any worse. Then she shot a wall of flame at my face. Chapter 5. There's a frog in my pocket, and if I look at it, I might die. I hardly had time to react before a blast of blue came from somewhere on my right, shooting straight through the flames and fizzling them out in a shower of blue sparkles. "There'll be none of that, miss!" Every eye in the arena turned to face a new voice, the source of the blue light. Standing against the right wall was the strangest-looking human I'd ever seen. And trust me, I was including Athro Llwyd on that list. Dressed in an emerald green dress was a very tall, very pale woman who looked like she was in her early 40s. Though with what Jordan had said about magic and aging, she could have been a lot older. Attached to one shoulder and the opposite wrist were a pair of blackbirds I quickly realized weren't real, just stuffed additions to her already bright outfit. Her hair was, well, I can't really call it rainbow-colored, because rainbows actually have order to them. This woman's hair had every color you could imagine somewhere along her messy scalp, dyed in a way that made me think she had never touched hair dye before, and probably never should again. Thankfully, I think, her hair was partially covered by a hat to match her dress. A stereotypical witch's hat that was larger than any hat had the right to be, and which would have looked a lot more comfortable on an oversized pumpkin. She stormed into the crowd with an angry look on her face. A few kids jumped out of the way to avoid decapitation by hat. "Attacking a fellow student with saber magic," she said. "A poor first impression indeed." The cute girl who was no longer that cute to me reddened, saying, "Sorry, Athri." The crazy lady shook her head, sending a number of other kids stumbling back in terror. "Athro is not a gendered word," she said. "Who taught you the old language?" A boy behind her with long yellow hair started laughing. The girl only reddened more. "My father," the girl replied, looking at the crowd gathered around her. "And what is your name?" the teacher asked. "I should like to know how someone as careless as you ended up at a school as prestigious as Logiet's." The girl stopped looking around, instead turning her attention back to the woman with the crazy hat. There was no embarrassment on her face anymore. If anything, she looked like she wanted to hear that question. "May," she said proudly, pausing to make sure everyone heard it. "May Whitewren." A wave of murmurs circled around the crowd, and I could tell from the little smirk coming from the side of May's mouth that her name meant something to people. The crazy lady straightened. "Well," she said, "I'm sure the Whitewren family is thrilled to have a student here at Selenia, but here at Logiet's we have standards, miss, and not attacking your fellow students is one of them." She barely paid me any attention. "Is that clear?" May hung her head again. "Aye, Athro." "And we speak the new tongue here, Miss Whitewren," the lady added. "There's a place for modernity among our tradition." She seemed to notice that everyone had gone quiet around her, but she still cleared her throat to take the attention of the room. "My name is Athro Tipperary, and I'm the Dean of Students here at Logiet's," she said, spinning like a top to face the kids behind her. "First things first, I expect you all to learn a lesson from Miss Whitewren here. At Logiet's, you're among the best this universe has to offer. Much like you chose to be here, the gal who chose you to be here too. Do not take that for granted. This place does not care who your family is, how many planets your name controls. It does not care if you're a talker, a warrior, or nobody of that sort. Starting today, everyone in this room begins life on the same level ground. Is that understood?" The boy who had laughed at May was rolling his eyes behind Tipperary's back. "Excellent," she continued, not waiting for a response. "Now, a few things before we get started with Welcome Week. There will be no magic inside the walls of Logiet's or within your lodgings during our evenings together. Is that understood?" Again, no answer. "That includes all 3 forms. Now, during this week, you will learn the basics of what it means to be a Duin in today's world. This week is all about learning about yourselves, your yearmates, your teachers, and your new home. And as such, all of these things will lead to your final assignment of a school team, and the construction of your very first wand." She pulled out her own wand, a long cracked thing covered in gnarls of wood, and swirled it as high as she could without smacking her hat. It took a few seconds, but through the triangle I'd entered with Llwyd flew 50 small glass jars, so fast I thought they were little birds at first. They zipped through the crowd and began stacking themselves in chest-high piles at Tipperary's feet. There was something in each one, but it was too small to see. "Athro Llwyd," she put away her wand. "If you would have the honor." My favorite teacher stepped forward, removing his own oversized hat and bowing so the class could see his frosted tips. There were as many murmurings about his outfit as there had been for Tipperary's. "My name is Athro Llwyd," he said. "That's Lloyd for those of you new to the ancient language." I could see one boy, a heavier-set kid with brown hair, trying to make sense of the hissing sound at the start of his name.
What you see in front of you are Nepagosi tadpole eggs from the planet Kombun, he said with a huge smile. Now, for those of you that aren't familiar with the beautiful swamp world of Kombun, everything there can and will try to kill you. These eggs will hatch within the day, and if you set your eyes on these creatures at any point during their few days as tadpoles, you will, in fact, die. He said the last words slowly, making sure we all understood. The crowd was even quieter than before. Any human shy of adulthood who views a Nepagosi frog in the same stage of adolescence will find themselves slowly and painfully succumbing to paralysis, until you eventually die. So my advice to you is this. Do not look at these jars until the end of the week. You feel me? These last words felt extremely out of place given the rest of what he was saying, but he looked over at me when he said it, and I realized he might have been trying to speak like an old-timey Earth person. Now, what these tadpoles do is capture everything about their surroundings and manifest them into a readable skin. In other words, you are to stick them in your pocket, carry them with you all week, and let the tadpoles feel your moods, attitudes, motivations, drives, choices, and everything in between. By the time they turn into adults, your input will have imprinted itself into the skin of the frogs, and the color of your frog will determine your team for the rest of your stay at Logies. I know some of you might be wondering, how can I keep them in my pocket when I change my clothes at night? But don't worry. These jars are charmed to remain on your person no matter the outfit. Though I'd encourage you to keep a set of pockets on you, so you don't find jars in places you wouldn't expect. And be very aware of your actions this week. Once the frog turns, there's no trading or transferring between teams. That will become your new family. I want to stress that, like Athro Tipperary said, Logies is a new start for many, if not all of you. Just because you're in Ersibber doesn't mean you're in a shoe-in for Spia. Just because your family goes back through generations of fear doesn't mean your frog will turn bright green by the end of the week. You feel me? There's a wave of murmuring around the arena. Now, I want you all to grab a jar and shove it firmly in your pocket, he said. And remember, once it's there, don't look at it. Otherwise, what will happen? We'll die, I thought, echoing the words of the other students. With that horrifying start to my week, I joined the queue and grabbed a jar, praying that the little egg inside hadn't already hatched before I shoved it into my pocket. After everyone had received their tadpole, we followed Athros, Tipperary, and Floyd out of the school and back toward the ruins of Man. Just to the north of this was a large wooden building that, from a distance, looked kind of like a wooden shed. That wasn't until we got closer, and I realized that just like the school, my idea of size was out of whack on this new planet. Welcome to the Croso House, Athro said as we approached the front triangle. Until you're sorted into your teams, this is where you'll stay each night with the rest of your fellow initiates. Tipperary took the girls off to the left to a separate door, while we followed Floyd through the door. I had no idea what I'd been expecting, but the inside was about as far from matching the outside as possible. It was like someone had shoved a luxury medieval castle inside a giant outhouse. I tried not to let my dropped jaw show too much as we marched up a set of stone steps covered in a carpet of red velvet. This place is nuts, I heard the boy twin whisper. He was fidgeting with his hands, obviously as uncomfortable as I was without his sister by his side. Our bedroom wasn't nearly as cool. I'd lived in enough community rooms to expect the worst when it came to sleeping. And thankfully this place wasn't quite that, but I was still underwhelmed at the sight of 20-some bunks lying down the length of a room. A few others were quick to claim their spots, and I was stuck underneath a tan boy missing one of his front teeth. He was friendly enough about it, introducing himself to me with the name Harbo Pellister. I decided to stick by Harbo for the rest of the morning, which quickly turned to evening before I even knew what happened. They didn't dismiss us for dinner, instead leaving us behind at our dorm to watch the sunset over the lake by the landing pad. They're not going to feed us dinner first? I asked Harbo as we made our way back to the beds. Why would they? He said. It's hardly the afternoon. It's hardly... I started, feeling like I was talking to Jordan again. The sun is setting. He started laughing, hopefully not loud enough for the more judgmental boys to overhear. Didn't you know that before coming here? He said. Selene is a doubleday planet. I nodded with a smile, hopefully telling him I had no idea what that meant. Right, I said. And that means 12-hour days, he said, realizing how clueless I was. Sun sets twice per 24 hours. I frowned. How do we get anything done? Well, same as you would on Urto, he said, flopping down on the top bunk. I've been looking forward to mandatory nap time. I hardly slept. Between my nerves from the day I'd already had, The discomfort of a new room, and the spell Jordan had used to keep me awake so far. I probably only closed my eyes for half an hour. My dreamless nap was interrupted by some chuckling in the dark, followed by a flow of water, more chuckling, and a series of whispers as the boys rushed back to their beds before they could get caught. I'd been in enough boys' dorms to know what was going on, and I had a pretty good idea of who was behind it. When the sun rose an hour later, the unlucky victim was Nelson Zuccaretti, the chubby boy who couldn't pronounce Athrochloid's name, who had to introduce himself to the teacher with a stain down the front of his pants, nervously asking if the school had another pair. After he had changed, Cloyd led us back to the school for whatever meal came after nap time. Mega dinner? Second breakfast? I hadn't been planning on saying anything, but the boy with the long yellow hair came up to me first. "Heard through the Fleurvine you're a water talker," he said over my shoulder. The words caught me so off guard I froze, and the boy bumped into me. "Who told you that?" I said, nervous that Jordan had betrayed me to everyone on Selenia. The boy cracked his neck, standing up straighter. Despite my tone, I'm not sure he realized how much I didn't want to talk to him. "Insider information," he said. "Never give away a good source. My point is, I like the way you stood up to that hot-headed brat." He turned and gestured toward May, who had joined the group of boys along with Tipperary and the other girls. I didn't say anything, but the boy continued. "I don't think burners should even be allowed at this school, especially ones that can't control their tempers. All they do is destroy things anyway." I was starting to piece together what he was implying about himself. "As opposed to you?" I said. "Using your magic to bully Nelson?" The boy smirked, then started whispering like he was impersonating the sound of a waterfall. It was like all the water from under the ground rose up by his feet, swirling into a little rope, then zooming over the grass to Nelson, who tripped and fell into a puddle of mud. The boy shrugged. I could feel my face burning even worse than when May tried to do it herself. "You gonna tell on me?" he challenged. "The only thing this place needs less than a burner is a cave dweller. No wonder they put all the rejects in the dungeon." I kept my mouth shut, desperate not to start a fight and get kicked out the way I always did. "You don't have to worry much about them when you're in Koro," he said. "So long as you stay out of my way, you can tag along with my brother and me. He practically runs the place." I decided then and there I didn't care which team I ended up on, even if I really was a water talker. If it meant I had to spend more time with this kid, I'd do whatever it took not to be a part of Koro. "Venner Jones," he said, reaching out a hand that I would never touch. I laughed. "You know, you're the second Jones I've met today. And I didn't like the first one much either. Any relation?" His face turned sour. "The only Joneses that matter are on complacency," he said. "You'd be smart to figure that out." "Oh, are you one of them?" I asked. "I couldn't tell. Troyd said we're all on the same starting line." Venner laughed, pulling his hand back. "And you believed him? Maybe you are stupid enough to be in Kava. You really think it doesn't matter where you come from? After you leave this place, that's all that matters. What's your name, anyway?" "Eric Shwabbington," I said proudly. I'd never felt so much power in my name. Again, Venner laughed. "Is that supposed to mean something?" he said. "Shwabbington. What kind of ridiculous name is that? No way you're a local." I clenched my jaw so tight I thought my teeth might break. "Earth," I said. "Planet H." Whatever reaction I'd been expecting, Venner gave me something very different. It was like I told him I had some kind of contagious disease. His face turned from challenging to awkward, and he just looked at me, unsure what to say. When he finally spoke again, it was in a nervous, hushed voice. "How in Doy's name did you end up here?" Before I could reply, Tipperary's thick accent whipped across the grass. I realized we were the last ones in the herd. "Oi! Boys!" she shouted. "Any day now!" Venner looked at me one last time, a sickening, nervous swallow rippling down his body. He called me a freak, then jogged off to join the rest of the class. I was slower to follow. It put me in a better mood to see Chungi on the menu for the meal. Though without Jordan there to guide me, my attempt at pointing to what I wanted meant that it didn't taste nearly as good as the first time. I ended up sitting by Harbo and the twins, who introduced themselves as Riser and Nita, though they didn't say much after that. I felt bad for Nelson, who ended up by himself at the far end of the empty cafeteria, with only Athrochloid to keep him company. May was off on her own too, but at this point I didn't care as much about her as I did Nelson, whose shirt was still covered in mud. After we ate, Cloyd and Tipperary escorted us to our first initiation class. They told us that once we were sorted into our teams, and the other students showed up, our class schedules would change. But for initiation week, we would spend each half day learning about the school, our place in it, and the basics of each class and teacher. Our first class of note was Chronicles, which was basically a fancy way of saying history, taught by a gigantic walrus of a man named Athro Poterman, whose mustache was so thick I could hardly understand a single word trying to make its way through. The Chronicles classroom was on the back side of the school, with a huge plate glass window overlooking the eastern lake. Over in the canyon part of the moat, another bridge stretched from one of the lower floors into a little gap in the cliff, and one of the other students told me that was where the Kava team had their dormitories. I started to understand what Venner had meant about sleeping in the dungeon, and I realized I didn't really want to be in Kava either. Hopefully the other 3 teams had more welcoming lounges, otherwise I might end up biting my words about Koro. The other 3 were called Anda, Spia, and Blazo, which correlated with the nations of Earth, Wind, and Fire. Again, I hoped Floyd was right about what he'd said earlier, the part about not being guaranteed a spot on a matching team. If he was wrong, I was either stuck with Venner Jones for the next 4 years or sleeping in a cave. The half-day ended back down the swirly corridor, with an introductory lecture on cultures from Athro Cloyd, who took up most of the time going through all 50 students in turn and changing their names with obscure references only he seemed to know. Having already met me, my name now became E-Man Choi, which he followed with his usual, "Is that anything?" When it came to tell the class where I was from, I said it confidently, waiting for the class to respond the same way Venner had. About half did, but the other half either didn't have a clue what Planet H was, or why it mattered. A question I was too shy to ask myself. Everyone rolled their eyes when May went on a long tangent near the end of the list, telling the class a detailed history of the White Wren family, like she had memorized it from a book that afternoon. When she was finally finished, Floyd reiterated his point to the class that here at Logates, families didn't matter. Before I knew it, the sun was setting again, and this time I really was feeling the time change. Thankfully, almost every room of the school had 2 clocks. One with the standard galactic time clock, which thankfully stayed 24 hours, unlike the ones on Earth, and one with a local timer between sunup and sundown. Again, I dreamt without issue, but part of me wished I hadn't been such a solid sleeper. I had no doubt it was Venner Jones pulling more pranks on Nelson Zuccoretti. Over the next few nights, he found every possible way to torture the boy, to the point Cloyd had to step in and ban water from the dorm for the rest of our time in the Croso house. Venner only took this as another challenge, and the next morning Nelson had his shoelaces tied together as permanently as they could be. It took the combined efforts of Cloyd and Tipperary to pry the laces apart, at which point the shoes had virtually been destroyed in a magical crossfire. Luckily, the school had an extra pair to spare. So much for no magic. If anyone was as frustrated by Venner as I was, they didn't show it. But maybe they were like me that way too, afraid to step in and help, just to get kicked out for standing up. I tried not to let it bother me too much. If Nelson was bothered, he did a great job of keeping a positive attitude. I couldn't say the same for myself. Thankfully, the daylight hours put me in a much better mood, as most of the time we were too busy for Venner to pull any more pranks. On day 2, our morning day, which the others were referring to as an A day, was filled with apothecary and arms, 2 classes which were more fancy names for chemistry and gym. Apothecary was basically what you'd expect out of a magic school, with the goal of teaching us different potions and concoctions and mixing them with magic to take medicine and other fun drinks to the next level. It actually sounded like a lot of fun, or at least it would have, if our teacher wasn't a big mobile screen with an AI-generated computer voice coming out of it. I got the opinion other students weren't big fans either, especially when Athro Remelium had us recite the Confederation Anthem, which pledged our undying loyalty to Ganderstorm and his cause. It also took several seconds to come up with a response to any of our questions or answers, meaning the class took 3 times as long as it should have. For a world full of technology and mixing magic together, I sure wish there was a way to make that thing more efficient. I half expected Venner Jones to play a prank on it, but after our pledge allegiance to the Emperor, I think most of us would have preferred death by tadpole. Arms class wasn't much better. The teacher was a real dude, but he was a 30-something bachelor named Athro Hark, and as soon as he said my name for attendance, I could tell the guy did not like me. It was the first time anyone had reacted to my last name, which I found kind of weird, but as soon as he did, his expression changed from mildly annoyed to, "I will kill this kid if he ever turns his back on me." I'd had a few adults in my life like that. It wasn't fun, but I wasn't going to let it ruin the rest of my time here at Logates. The B day was a lot better. After finally figuring out a handful of foods I liked, that evening's dinner consisted of Arokiide as the main course, which turned out to be the thickest, most succulent piece of steak I'd ever tasted. Granted, steak wasn't usually in my menu budget, but I'd never eaten beef cooked in a foot-wide cube before, so that was fun. Harbo became my sort of replacement Jordan when I couldn't find the original. He finally showed up in the hallway after the meal along with a few older dudes, who had started perking back to the school for the new semester. I was quick to accuse him of the question that had been on my mind for days. "Why'd you tell Jones I was a water talker?" I asked, out of range of anyone else to hear. "I didn't," he said, frowning. "You told me after we left her, remember? I'm talking about Venner Jones," I said, pointing. "That kid with the yellow hair." "Oh, that must be Jameson's brother," he said. "Stay away from that family. They're bad news." "I got that much, thanks," I said. "How did he know?" "Why would he know?" Jordan asked. "I thought we agreed you weren't certain about it either. At least that's what I told Cineas." "You told Cineas?" I hissed. "Who else did you tell?" Jordan laughed, trying to calm me down. "Just him, I promise," he said. "Trust me, he'd never tell anyone." "Best guess? Jones was just messing with you. I'm assuming he's a pretty talented one himself, if he's anything like his brother. I'd guess he was trying to intimidate you, and ended up stumbling over something he didn't realize might be true." The answer didn't exactly reassure me, but I decided to drop the subject, instead asking Jordan about the teachers I'd already met. He seemed surprised by my read on Athro Hark. "Well, sure he hates teaching," Jordan said. "Everyone knows that. But I don't think he hates you more than anyone else." You didn't see the look he gave me, I thought, but I kept it to myself. The final set of teachers we met were Omagretin, Pharamond, Taish, and Blumberbach McGillicuddy, whose name was so long he insisted we just call him Ted. He was the most normal of our set of teachers, with what I thought was the most boring of the classes. Arithmancy. Magic math. There wasn't much different from my experiences with regular math, but Ted kept stressing the fact that numbers had magical powers. A few people, like the twins, seemed kind of interested, but I was looking forward to that night's sleep way more than coming back to math class. Athro Taish had a classroom near the courtyard where she taught Swulig, which was almost the exact same thing as cultural studies, except instead of people, we were learning about animals. The first and only thing we got to meet during our initiation class was a little white monkey thing called a frolp, which had 10 legs and moved like a really big, really hairy spider. Athro Pharamund taught magical machines, which I thought was a pretty boring name for a class at Logates, especially when I realized how cool things were going to be. Next to the auditorium, a big machine shop was whirring with living tools, all doing things I'd never seen tools do. There was a drill dancing across the floor on a stack of wood, painting a carving of Pharamund's daughter Luciette, because he had charmed it to do so, which I found both fascinating and really sweet. I was definitely looking forward to coming back to that class. Craziest of all was ancient language with Athro Omagretin, the only non-human teacher I'd seen so far, if you didn't count our robot friend downstairs. "He's an octopus," I whispered to Harbo when I saw the teacher writing on his blackboard. "A mantown," he replied quietly, confirming my thoughts. Whatever a mantown was, Athro Omagretin looked like any other teacher, dressed today in thick velvet robes of maroon and gold. It was like someone had chopped off a human head and replaced it with a purple octopus, with thick tendrils resting on his shoulders where a hair and beard should be. His hands were like human hands, but instead of fingers, each had 5 little tentacled arms gripping his wand with extra flexibility. When he moved, a bed of tails hissed in and out of the bottom of his robe, like little snakes hovering him on a cloud. "I didn't realize we had animals teaching here," Venner said loudly when he walked into the room. "Shouldn't you be back in one of Taish's cages?" "I didn't realize we had bratty little children wandering the halls," Omagretin replied in the most sarcastic British accent I'd ever heard. His head spun around on his neck like an owl. "Shouldn't you be off getting a better haircut?" The class burst into laughter as Omagretin turned back around to continue writing runes on the blackboard. Venner's face turned the same color as the Athro's robes. I decided then and there that I had a new favorite teacher. The next morning, a lot more students had landed back on Selenia ahead of that night's B-Day dinner, which was also when we finally had permission to take our jars out of our pockets and meet our new teams. I overheard May bragging that she had snuck a peek at her tadpole, which had apparently already turned red for Blazo, but every time someone challenged her to do it again, she found some excuse to chicken out. She wasn't as mean as Venner Jones, but she was a lot more annoying. She answered almost every question she could during our orientation classes, even if she wasn't always right. But any time we were outside the school or the house, she was showing off her fire talking to anyone who would watch. I'll admit, it was really impressive. Not that I'd ever seen another fire talker before, but the things she was able to do with her spitting and crackling and moving her fingers was a lot cooler than what Venner had done with water. Even the other fire talkers seemed impressed, which just boosted May's ego and made her more insufferable to be around. I was just glad she wasn't directing it at me this time. On our last A day, while the older students were settling back into the school, Floyd and Tipperary took us first years on a long walk to the north of Logeets, way past the Croso house. We probably walked 5 miles over the rolling grass before the ground suddenly dropped off in front of us, and another huge sinkhole canyon thing broke away into the ground, much like it did with the moat around the school. I felt my eyes grow wide again when I saw what awaited us on the other side of a huge wooden bridge. Built into the other side of the cliff was an entire city of earthen buildings, each one glowing with multicolored lights in their windows. "Students, welcome to Clogintown," Floyd announced. "You're welcome beyond the bridge only on weekends," Tipperary said. "But if you need anything during the week, you're welcome to ask special permission from me or your team lieutenant." I was going to ask what kind of special permission we would need to go into town, but my question was answered almost immediately. The teachers passed out scrolls to each student, sending us on a scavenger hunt around town to both prepare us for life at Logeets and help us learn our way around town, which provided all our essentials from clothes to wands. I was desperate to find the second option. I partnered with Harbo, who was eager to pick up his first wand too. Unfortunately, no one warned us that the town had a habit of shifting like a Rubik's Cube, and about halfway there, the two of us were separated by a huge dirt wall that burst out of the ground, turning the high street into a dead-end alleyway. I kicked the ground, realizing how far my journey would be now, hoping the Wandsmith's new location stayed put until I could find it again. The closest thing on my list was the bookstore, so I stopped there on the way, gathering all my core textbooks and writing my name down on a bookmark in each one so they could find me in my new dorm. After this, I walked a few blocks to the tailor's, where I spent half an hour getting measured by a self-marking tape measure, while a lazy manager sat behind the counter asking about my personal style. I could tell he was disappointed by my answers. After this, I stumbled across an ice cream shop. After all the weird, unpronounceable foods I'd tried that week, somehow ice cream was the one food that stayed unchanged from Planet H. I was really excited until I remembered I didn't have any money. Though the kind old lady behind the counter told me not to worry, and gave me a scoop of Kelberry Drimble on the house. After nearly 2 hours of searching, I finally found the wand shop. But when I walked through the front triangle, I was suddenly transported to a different world. "Whoa," I whispered, looking around at the forest of trees which had suddenly sprouted up around me. Even the door was missing. I was entirely alone, standing in the woods, with green light streaming from every open space between the leaves. "Welcome, young one," a voice boomed from all around me. I cowered in fear, wondering if any of this was really supposed to be happening. "God?" I asked. The voice laughed, and out from one of the trees, literally out of it, with a little door and everything, popped the smallest human I'd ever seen. Standing maybe 2 feet tall, the little man was covered in a bright red gown and a flurry of frizzled white hair, like someone had taken Santa Claus and dropped the zoom to a much lower number. I was expecting a Wizard of Oz-style switch of his voice, but I shivered again when the same booming voice came out of the man's tiny little body. "I take it you come here like all the rest," he said. "Congratulations. You're the first of your classmates to find me." I smiled, trying to regain my confidence. "I just took a left at Cumberdown, just like the paper told me," I said. "Ah, but the paper doesn't lead a child to the forest," he said. "A boy worthy of the forest finds it simply because it is the will of Gahlu." "I don't know what that means," I said honestly. "One day you will," he said. "Your heart is an honest one, Eric Shwabbington. The heart of a warrior indeed." I smiled, still not sure whether I should trust this random tree dude. "Thanks," I said. "That's why I pressed the X." The man started laughing, so heartily it shook the forest around us. "That you did," he said. "That you did." He raised one hand above his head, and like a servant offering a gift to its master, the tree behind him lowered a branch into his hand. With barely any effort, he flicked his wrist and snapped the branch off the tree. "A wand from the forest is growing ever less common," he said, and there was sadness in his voice. "The factory grows ever larger, but the wheel remains the same." He held the branch out to me. "You are the last of a dying breed." I didn't know whether to take that as a compliment, but his tone was sincere. With my right hand, I reached down and took the branch. It was uncomfortable at first, nothing more than a twig fallen from a tree, but as I held it, the branch began to change, thickening itself, its ends shrinking inward to a more uniform shape, its color shifting to a brighter tan color, until finally a completely new instrument stood in my loose palm. The man held his hand out again for me to return it. Like our adolescent years, our wands change and bend to the will of the world around us, he said. As time presses on, we are molded by our experiences, and the old versions of ourselves are stripped away. As he said this, he began pulling strips of bark off the wand, wilting it down bit by bit, until all that remained was a hollow shell of a stick. That's where our power comes from, he said, handing me back the broken wand. The value of a wizard's wand is the value he places in himself. The soul of the tool is the very soul of the wielder himself. And that is why you must place inside its core nothing less than the very essence of yourself. I stared at him, confused. What does that mean? I asked. He smiled. Who is Eric Shwabbington? He asked. At your very core, who are you? What drives you at your very core? Who is the wizard, the warrior, you know yourself to be? His question sent a shiver down my spine. Who was I? The answer was obvious. I was nobody. I was an orphan from Planet H. That was probably all I'd ever be. And I was okay with that. How many orphans like me got to say they had the week that I did? What drives me was a much deeper question. What did I want to be? What did I want to become? I'd spent so long trying to survive each day better than the last. My entire life had been one excuse after another avoiding that question. There's a desire in your heart, he said as I thought. I can feel it. He was right. The answer to every one of those questions was wrapped up in a single answer. It was what I'd been dreaming of my entire life. Something I'd almost given up hope of finding. Something I'd almost thought was too far gone to see. Almost. Make a wish, he whispered. And like he was putting answers into my head, I knew exactly what to do. I pictured the answer as clear as I could and blew that wish straight across the heart of the wand. Like liquid metal, a silver strip poured itself into the core from out of nowhere. And as it glowed bright, the wood that had been torn away flew back to the wand, sealing itself back into the shape I had known only a minute before. I took the wand back from Little Santa and held it out over his head, feeling the new power of the tool rippling through my bones like a part of my own body. A voice in my head told me exactly what to do. Golau, I said proudly, a word I'd never heard or seen before. But I knew exactly what it meant. Light. The forest lost its green glow, and the only light came directly from the end of the stick in my hand. Its name whispered into my ears. 13 inches long, made from the strongest cedar I could find in the forest. Dumuno, it said. Wish. I took a deep breath, and when I breathed out, the light in the forest disappeared like I'd blown out a candle. It took a few seconds for me to blink my vision back, but when I did, the forest had completely disappeared. I was in an empty shop, with nothing but a little gas lantern to light up the empty shelves. I turned to walk through the front door and found myself exactly where I'd walked through to get to the forest. Thank God my wand was still in my hand. Magic is weird, I said to it, like it could hear me and agree. Everyone had their wands when we walked back to Logeets as the sun was setting for midday naps. Even Nelson, who ended up with a little tiny sliver of white that I thought was a piece of chalk. Of course, Venner Jones had a massive wand made of the darkest ebony you could imagine, while May Whiterun was showing off her super detailed metal rod with one hand and juggling magic fireballs with the other. The teachers led us back through to the front of the school, where a new teacher joined us, one I'd never met before. He was the plainest looking old man I'd ever seen, with a plain black and white suit, plain gray hair and beard, and a face that was so forgettable I couldn't remember what the guy looked like when Tipperary started speaking again. They didn't even bother to introduce him. I do hope you had a fun week getting to know your new home, she said. But the fun does not end here. For most of you, the next 4 or 6 years will be defined by another aspect of the school you first years have not yet seen. Your teams. Pride for Logeets is one thing, Floyd continued. Pride in your team is another. From here on out, you will study with your teams, live with your teams, dress like them, cheer with them, and live your lives according to their principles for the rest of your days as a Logeet student. Many of you with family who've studied here already know them. Like the nations below, our teams provide us with a universal sense of community and order, which is why the teams and nations are so intrinsically linked. The orange and grey of Spia is essential as the air we breathe. The blue and white of Koro, persistent as the water rushing around us. The green and brown of Anda, Tipperary added, solid as the ground beneath our feet. The red and yellow of Blazo, lively as the flames burning within every one of us. But one shouldn't forget the black and purple of Kava, Floyd said. The team with no nation is a team for those without a place, but within the unknown, there are hidden treasures the world has yet to see. Your potential here, as is any other, is as great as you make it. I saw May and Venner both roll their eyes, giving me even more reason to wish myself anywhere but the 5th team. If that meant ending up in Spia or Anda to avoid all 3, I was totally fine with it. So let's find out, Tipperary said, her expression as eager as if she were expecting a puppy for Christmas. Let's see those frogs. Show us where you're all going to go from here. I could feel the frog bouncing in my pocket just as the sun was starting to set behind us. I looked at Venner and May, praying I ended up as far away from them as possible. Harbo gave me a comforting nod, before reaching his hand into his own pocket. Come on, Floyd shouted. Don't keep us waiting any longer. I sighed. Well, I thought, here goes nothing. I pulled the jar out of my pocket, held it up to the light, and stared at the frog.
Chapter 6. Can you turn off the glowworms? I'm trying to sleep. Thanks. I died. Nah, I'm just kidding. It was purple, though. Before I even had time to react, a high-pitched shriek pierced my ears. Are you kidding me? May White-Wren had apparently lied about her frog. I turned along with a bunch of other people to see her actual color, and... oh, great. It was purple, too. Venner Jones and a few boys who'd been following him around were laughing again, holding out their blue frogs like gold medals. My heart was racing, thrilled to be away from him and his goons, but so mad about being in the same team as May, I almost smashed my jar against the ground. She was still screaming to Tipperary about her frog. This has to be a mistake, she screamed. I'm literally the best Tunstable here. How can I not be in Blazo? A couple of the other fire talkers I'd seen in our year were off to their side staring at her meltdown, all of their jars full of red. It's no mistake, miss, Athro Floyd said over Tipperary, who was struggling to hide a smile. The tadpoles saw what they saw out of you this week, and they saw a perfect candidate for Kava. That's... May stopped herself. Thankfully. Otherwise, I might have to reiterate some language that I don't typically use. The look on her face said a lot of things. Anger, for one, obviously. Frustration. Embarrassment. She looked at the other red frogs of the fire talkers and turned back to her own purple one, dejected and depressed. Athro Floyd had said there was no trading teams, and what the frogs said was final. May was so upset I wondered if she would quit the school altogether. Was that even an option? Then I remembered she had tried to burn my face off, and I stopped caring. Besides, I was in Kava too. And was I complaining? Okay. Maybe a little. After everything she and Jones had been saying about it, plus the fact that they were a leftover kind of team, plus the fact that their dormitory was across the canyon in a cave in the rock, yeah, I wasn't exactly looking forward to it. Especially since she was going to be there with me. I looked around at the other first years. The frogs were split pretty evenly between the 5 teams. Kava was a little smaller than the others. I only saw 9 purple frogs compared to the 12 red ones from Blazo. Maybe they were out of the room for May and she was kicked over to Kava to save space. But that didn't seem right. Floyd had said that tadpoles saw what they saw in her that week, which got me wondering, what had they seen in me? Besides May and me, the other purple frogs belonged to Nelson, Riser, 2 red-headed girls who looked similar enough that I figured they were cousins, a boy named Quark, yes, Quark, who I really hadn't talked to much beyond hearing him complain about the lack of vegetarian options in the cafeteria, Kelb Macri, a boy from the Thayer Nation down on Urto who had something like 30 siblings and was surprised not to be joining a couple of his sisters in Anda, and Tatent Wallace, a girl with skin that was as red as the Blazo frogs. Adding to my disappointment, I was crushed when I saw Harbo's frog looking normal. Solid green. Thankfully, he looked disappointed too, looking down at my frog and popping his eyes between me and May. Are we still allowed to talk to each other? I asked, realizing I didn't want to have to go through the process of making a new best friend for the 3rd time that week. He smiled,
though I got the feeling he was hiding some of the truth. "Of course we are," he said. "It's just, we might not have classes at the same time anymore." "Plus you need permission to enter each other's lounges," another kid jumped in. Another boy I hadn't learned the name of, holding an orange frog in his hand. "From whom?" I asked, trying to sound smart using the word whom, but the answer was cut off by Athro Tipperary. "All right, students," she said. "Now that you've all had time to process your placements, it's time to hand you over to your gorners. Come along." "Our what?" I asked, turning to find Harbo again, but he had already zoomed forward to catch up with the other Anda kids. "Our team leaders," a voice said over my shoulder. "Don't you know anything?" It was May. She bumped me hard as she walked by, joining the crowd on their way into the school. My jar fell out of my hand and shattered on the ground, letting the purple frog out to jump around in the grass. "Hey!" I yelled after her, but she was already at the bridge. Realizing I was the last one in the group, I leaned over to pick up my frog. "Leave it, my boy," came Athrothloid's voice from the edge of the moat. "It's good for the soil. Besides, I wouldn't touch one of those if I were you." "Why?" I asked, catching back up to the herd. "Could it kill me?" He laughed. "Not exactly," he said. "But the smell might take a while to get off." I was grateful for the warning, but given that I was already heading for the loser team, I didn't know if my reputation with the other 40 first-years could get any worse. I tried to put that frustration out of my mind as we maneuvered through the school again, taking a route I'd never seen before. A long hotel-like hallway that was made entirely of stained glass, which patterned the floor with colors I didn't even know could exist. For a building that mostly felt like a living thing, this particular part felt way too organized and out of place. But it was easily my new favorite section of the school. Eventually, it spilled out into that big atrium area at the heart of the building, where I kid you not, hundreds of people were circled around the balconies on the upper floors. I wouldn't have thought that was weird. Heck, I was excited to meet the other students, but every single one of them was older than Athro Tipperary, and most looked older than the weird old guy who had followed us into the building. They were all dressed in different colored suits and dresses, the colors of the different teams, I realized. And as we walked out onto the floor, they all cheered and raised their wands, sending hundreds of different colored fireworks, confetti, and streamers flying over our heads. There must have been a few talkers scattered throughout the crowd, too, since a combination of water, wind, fire, and even some pieces of the floor showed up to join the celebration. I couldn't help but smile. "Who are those people?" I asked, certain they weren't the older students. Reiser was the only one who heard me. He looked a bit depressed after his sister's frog came out orange, but he also had a smile on his face, seeing the crowd above us. "The Nothers," he said, before translating. "The old students." I looked up at a thick wall of black, all with bright smiles to match ours, and felt a pang of hope. Maybe my time in Kava wouldn't be so bad. Maybe someday I'd be up there with them, looking down at a whole new group of first-years. Before I could picture that happy future, a series of loud voices replaced the noise of the fireworks. "Anda, this way. Blazo, follow me. Koro, be quick about it. Spia, you know where to go." The last voice came from a man near the back corner of the room. A big checkerboard of black and purple floated in the air above his head like a magic flag. "Kava," he said, less enthusiastically than the other Gorners. "Present your frogs and make your way down to the greenhouses for further direction." I felt my throat swell up like like a frog, actually. Even though Floyd had told me to leave the frog behind, something about this new teacher scared me into thinking that was the wrong choice. Was he even a teacher? The man below the floating flag looked like he'd rather be anywhere else than with children, so I kind of doubted it. I didn't know what Gorner meant, but the way this man stood, with his greasy slick-back hair and condescending attitude, told me he'd be a really good politician, or maybe a CEO of a big bank or something. Most terrifying of all was his outfit, and as the 4 other teams went off in different directions, I realized every one of the Gorners was wearing the same thing, regardless of their team. A sharp black coat fastened by 5 silver buttons on the very left side, with a stand-up collar poking halfway up their necks. After the outrageous outfits Floyd and Tipperary had been rocking all week, these jackets felt depressing, almost evil. Over his right breast, the Kava Gorner wore a little silver diamond I worried he might tear off and throw at me as soon as I told him my frog was missing. It was sharp enough to do some damage, but as the line grew shorter and the other Kava first-years disappeared around the corner, I realized the diamond was more than just a plain shape. It was a stylized G, and I'd seen it before on the Carnarvon during one of the Emperor's commercials. Before I had time to think of a good excuse, I reached him. "Where's your frog?" he scowled. Up close, he was even more menacing. I stuttered, struggling to avoid the symbol of the Emperor on his chest. I dropped it. You dropped it, he repeated. I could feel my breathing get stiffer. I was worried my pants might end up like Nelson's. The glass broke, I said quickly, trying to keep my composure. Athro said to leave it in the grass. The governor sighed as deeply as he could. My earlier assumption was wrong. He hated kids. Of course he did, the man growled. He looked down at a scroll in his hands. You must be Shwabbington? I nodded. Yes, sir. He pointed toward the corner tunnel of the room where the other kids had gone. You'll fit right in. I didn't like the way he said that, but I was too eager to have permission to leave that I didn't really care. I hurried through the corner exit before the governor had a chance to change his mind. Being put in kava was one thing. Not being let in at all was not really something I wanted to see happen. After a sharp turn to the right, the hallway, which was now entirely wooden, by the way, try to explain that, split in two directions. Since only one of these looked like it was going down, I took that one. Thankfully, it was the right choice. After swirling down a ramp until my head was dizzy, an open triangle led into what was almost certainly the greenhouse. The other kava kids were gathered at the base of an enormous tree, which spread out over the ceiling like a green roof, not too different from the place I'd found my wand. Big day for forests, I guess. Behind them, for as far as I could see, little stumps and tables were lined with pots of different flowers, vines, and crops, none of which I even remotely recognized. I doubted any of the classes I had attended so far would take us down here, and figured it was for one of those elective classes I overheard a few kids mentioning we could join during our second semester. I tucked myself behind Nelson and Reiser, who were looking at an older boy dressed to the nines in a dapper suit of black and purple. And I don't use the word dapper lightly. Unlike Mr. Scary upstairs, this boy's suit was adorned with purple frills and linings. Beneath his jacket, a plaid purple vest popped over a shimmering black shirt, all with a neat little purple ascot tucked around his neck to pull the whole thing together. I'd never attended a school with spirit before, but from everything I'd seen with the Nothers in the balcony, I could tell this place had a lot of it. Even the team of leftovers. When the boy spoke, his accent was thick and British, like Afro-Immigrantans. Good evening, students, he said, his voice like syrup. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. He went around the half-circle, shaking all of our hands in turn. My name is Melonius Chupp, and I'm the Prefectin for Kava this year. Now, I already know what some of you are wondering, so allow me to save the time. Prefectin is the term for head boy in the old language. When you all come into your fourth years here at Logies, you'll be eligible to nominate each other for head of the class, which will give you special rights and privileges above your fellow classmates based on your good standing, good marks, and all-around notability in your class. For those majority of you in the doing path, your sixth year will mark your nomination of Prefagin, or Fuck, to the very top honors here at the school, which provides my privilege this year. In other words, think of me as your team captain. The boy smiled, revealing a set of crooked teeth that would have made any dentist cower in fear. Now, you've already met Lord Harrowbone upstairs, though you will very likely never see him much around the school. I breathed a sigh of relief. And you'll meet the other heads of class as you expand your comforts within Kava. Not everything we tell you is law, but I would highly advise you not to question our authority as appointed over you during your time at Logies. Any one of us, even those from the other teams, can dish out punishments for any wrongdoing. And trust me, a trip to Athrosinius' office is not something you want to experience this early in your time here. Now, with those introductions out of the way, a few housekeeping items. The glowworms are your friends. If you leave them alone, they will leave you alone. And remember what they say, a happy glowworm is a happy hoem. Melonius laughed at his own joke, but even those remotely aware of what he was trying to say didn't find it at all that funny. Also, if you hear running water in the lounge, that's usually fine, but if it's quite a large amount, do let one of us know. Things are known to break from time to time. And also, remember to properly hang up your things in your wardrobes if you want them cleaned. The gnomes have a hard time distinguishing what is and isn't dirty, so do yourself a favor and let them help you out. It's what we pay them for. Now, does anyone here have any food allergies? Before he had closed his mouth, Nelson's hand shot up faster than I'd seen him move all week. Yes, sir, Melonius called on him. Corb, Nelson said. Right, Melonius nodded. May want to avoid the coronel, then. Again, Nelson's hand shot back up, and again the head boy called on him. Yes? And Giefter. Right. Well, that one's a bit harder to avoid. We do have a table with just Hashlin Thess, though. I had no idea what any of these words meant, but the last thing he said must have been good, because the pair of red-headed girls looked excited about it. Before they could get too excited, Nelson's hand shot up a third time. Yes, Melonius called, clearly irritated now. I'm also allergic to Yeverlac powder. Finally, Melonius said something I understood. I don't know what that is. It's a bonding agent they use in most Thesses, Nelson said. Melonius nodded impatiently. Right. Well, maybe it's best if you don't eat any of the food tonight, he said. Anyone else? No one else raised their hand, though Nelson tried his luck a fourth time. Melonius ignored him with a smile. Perfect, he said. Now, if you wouldn't mind, follow me. He jumped down from the wooden bench circling the base of the tree, where he disappeared in the crowd. For a sixth year, he wasn't much taller than any of us. Still, it was easy to follow everyone else, and as we walked further toward the east side of the building, I could feel a slight breeze moving through the hallway along with the smell of fresh air. A purple triangle whooshed us through to an outside hallway, which overlooked the canyon below. I stuck my head over the edge of the balcony and nearly lost my breath. I hadn't realized how far down the canyon dropped. Beneath the railing, the river continued to spiral 100 feet below, before disappearing into a cavern without any light. Don't worry, Melonius said, noticing us looking over the edge. The balconies are protected. You never have to fear an accident in the river. I was glad he said that. It was one thing to walk underneath the edge of the building. It's another thing to walk over the canyon on an open bridge. All of us gripped the edge as the wind whistled across the side, Melonius leading the way to another purple triangle dug into the canyon's wall. He stopped right before we reached it. All right, everyone, he said. Welcome to Kava! A sound louder than anything I'd ever heard pierced the triangle as soon as he walked through. As soon as I was in, my eyes adjusted to the sight. Dozens of other kids, all dressed in different combinations of purple and black, cheered as loud as they could, shooting sparks from their wands like the old folks back inside the school. The lounge was enormous. We're on a landing at the very top of the largest cave I'd ever seen, with walls and ceilings of dark gray stone lit up by purple lanterns and a gigantic glass chandelier. It reminded me of a picture I'd seen once of a big opera house lobby, with stairs cascading down to a lower floor, passing by a bunch of different tiers, all decorated with black and purple couches and chairs. Most impressive of all, though, were the worms. In addition to the lights, I almost thought I was looking up at the stars. Thousands of dangling glowworms hung from the ceiling, creating the most surreal feeling of being inside and outside at the same time. If this was my new hangout spot, suddenly I didn't feel too bad about being in Kava. I guess the feeling wasn't shared by everyone, though. As soon as she was through the door, the initial wave of shock disappeared from May's face, and everyone saw her as she pushed through the crowd on her way to the lowest level, where she must have known the tunnel on the right side led to the girls' dorms. The distraction didn't last long, though. The cheering took minutes to die down, and with the older students demanding to know who their new teammates were, Melonius used his wand to conjure the same scroll Lord Harrowbone had been reading from earlier, and introduced us all to the crowd. I saw a few boys point, and then whisper, and then nod when he announced my name. But my sense of worry disappeared as soon as a hand landed hard on my shoulder. I was worried you were right about holding your breath, a familiar voice said. Otherwise, you definitely struck me as one of our own. I turned to find Jordan Vanson looking down at me, holding 2 purple shells. You're in Kava? I asked, before realizing one of the shells was for me. Hold on. Is this Chungi? He laughed. Of course I am, he said. And it's a special Clava blend. Downside of being our own thing is we don't have any foods from our nation to lean back on. Good news is we got creative. I took a bite and realized how thankful I was for exactly that. Whoever designed this Chungi, it was 10 times better than the one I tried on the ship. You've got to tell me what's in this, I said, desperate to remember it for the next serving in the cafeteria. He just laughed again. I doubt you know any of it, he said. I've got to learn sometime, I said. I suppose you're right, he said. I can teach you later. Right now, let me show you around. There's a few people you should meet. It was probably 2 hours before I finally went to bed. By that point, I'd met every single person in Jordan's year, along with the other heads of class. I made sure to try the Hashlin Thess the girls had been on about, which turned out to be a sort of really thick cake that crackled in my mouth like it was full of raw sugar. It certainly tasted like it. Next to that, I think I ate more in those 2 hours than I'd ever eaten in my life, and I was desperate not to wake up from this awesome dream when I put my head down on my pillow. Whatever worries I'd had about this school or this team had disappeared by the time I'd made my way to the bottom floor. The left doorway led to a zigzagging hallway lined with more purple triangles, capped off by the most bizarre bathroom I could have imagined, with toilets and faucet heads literally carved from the stone on the walls. It was more comfortable than I had expected, thankfully, but the sensation of sitting and doing my business into a rock was not something I'd ever get used to. The first door in from the lounge was the first-year dorm, which felt a lot more homey than the long room in the Croso house, which had reminded me so much of my old orphanages. This place was a tight circle, with our black beds tucked into carved niches in the walls. There were 5 of us, which made the place feel a little more purposeful. I took the bed just inside the left corner of the door, with Nelson next door to keep me company. I promised him that even if one of the other 3 tried anything, I wasn't going to let anything else happen to him in his sleep, and realized that even if I had to deal with 4 years of May Whitewren, at least I had my distance from Venner Jones. A little stand-up closet was built into the rock between our beds, and I looked inside mine to find a neat set of pinstripe pajamas, which fit me perfectly. With my back turned to the other boys, I struggled not to start crying. I'd never felt more loved in my life than I had in the past week, and especially tonight since pulling out that stupid purple frog. I didn't care about anything else. For the first time in my life, even with the little life Chauncey and I had built for ourselves in Portland, I felt like I was finally home. The mini glowworms hanging from the ceiling of my bed were a bit annoying, but once I touched my head to the pillow, I didn't care about the light. I shut my eyes and passed out into dreamless sleep. Chapter 7. An old man sings on a ledge. I could have done without the glowworm poop on me in the morning. "Dude!" I shouted, rolling out of bed before I accidentally knocked my head against the rock ceiling. "Don't worry," Kelb said from his closet. If the other 3 weren't awake already, my voice had surely done the trick. "I learned this one from my sister." He held out his wand, a short block of carved wood with different bulbed sections. It reminded me of those ancestral poles they have in the Pacific Northwest. "Clear your bow," he said. I had no idea how close he was to the correct spell, but the worm poop remained firmly caked to my face. My stomach growled, and I suddenly felt extremely hungry. "Well," he said, shrugging. "I guess not." "It's all right," I said, knowing we probably shouldn't trust ourselves with magic yet as first years. I marched out into the dorm hallway en route to the bathroom, hoping to find Jordan along the way. He wasn't there. To be fair, there weren't a ton of boys in the bathroom yet, which in my experience was a good sign. If the plumbing was anything like Earth's, at least I could have some warm water to clear my face off. There was one boy at the sink shaving his whiskers. He looked so much like an adult I was worried it was our Gorner at first glance, but I didn't recognize him, and assumed he was just a 6th year who had missed the previous night. "They never taught you the protection spell, did they?" he asked, laughing when he saw my face. "No," I said, frowning. "One of my roommates tried, but what'd he say?" "I don't know," I said. "It sounded something like clear your bowels, but in the old language." His smile turned into a curious smirk. "And it didn't work?" "Well, obviously not," I said. "Otherwise it would have cleaned my face off." He started laughing again. "Wait a minute, he tried it on you?" he said. "Yeah, why?" "That's the colon cleanser spell," he laughed, throwing his head over the sink. "For doing's sake, aren't you starving?" "Well, now that you mention it, yeah," I said. "You're supposed to do that spell on the worms," he said. "It clears them out for half a day. Here." He pulled out his own wand, throwing it in my face again. For good reason, I trusted him a lot more than I trusted Kelb. "Gonhai." When I looked in the mirror, my face looked like it had been scrubbed clean at a professional spa. My skin was practically glowing, no pun intended. "Whoa," I said. "Thanks." "Don't mention it," he said, tucking his wand back into his pocket. He held out his hand. "Kerwig Davis." Eric Shwabbington," I said, shaking it. His face turned curious again. "Shwabbington," he said. Again, I felt insecure about someone knowing my name. "You're not related to Drew, are you?" I'd met so many people over the last week, but I was pretty sure none of them had been named Drew. "Who?" "Drew Shwabbington," he repeated. "I figured you would be. I didn't know he had any siblings, but..." Just then a boy with dark green skin poked his head around the corner. "Hey, Care," he said. "Jenna's waiting for you. Says she's going to leave you behind if you're late again.
Kerwig rolled his eyes. Tell her breakfast doesn't start for 20 minutes. Is she really? I already told her, the green boy shrugged. Kerwig sighed. Fine. Tell her I'll be right out. The other boy disappeared, and with a shake of his head, Kerwig followed, turning to me one last time. Girlfriends, kid. Avoid him at all costs. I couldn't think of a good response before he disappeared, leaving me alone in the bathroom. Girls had been the last thing on my mind. I'd been more concerned about the worm poop on my face, and now I was caught up thinking about the name Drew Shwabbington. I distracted myself with a rock shower, which spit out the coolest, freshest blue water I could imagine. And I mean blue. I didn't know if it was mineral-infused or maybe even worm-infused based on the bright glowing color, but I walked away with my whole body feeling as refreshed as my face. Whatever life had been like for me before Lowgates, I was desperate to never go back. A hole in the wall next to the shower spit out a heated black towel, with purple embroidered around the fringe. I kept up the color scheme back in my dorm, finding a pair of black slacks to go over my black boxers, topped off with a purple dress shirt and a black vest to match. It was fancier than what I was used to in Portland, but compared to a few of the outfits I'd seen the day before, it was casual enough to keep me comfortable. A happy medium, like Chauncey used to say. A bell chimed through the lounge, alerting us to breakfast beginning in 5 minutes. We didn't have to be there, but it was encouraged, especially with today being the start of term. A few people who'd been sitting in the purple chairs stood up to flood out and over the bridge. One of them was May Whitewren, who tucked one of our lesson books into her black backpack and tossed it around her shoulders, wrinkling the black jacket top she had over her plaid skirt. I held back, giving her as much space as I could. Eventually, Cork and Riser scuttled out of the dorm hallway, and I walked with them back across to the school, following the crowd up to the cafeteria. It was a lot different seeing it full of students compared to the way it had looked with just first years. It felt alive, full of all sorts of different color combinations based on the different teams, and the way each student chose to style themselves in their team colors. I noticed an odd trend between the teams, too. Almost every single SPIA student was wearing a suit jacket. The majority of Onda were outfitted in green polos, and the blues and whites of Koro, despite still being what I would consider dress clothes, were the sloppiest assortment of outfits I'd ever seen. Even Venner Jones fit this mold, with his white collared shirt untucked and rolled all the way up above his elbows. Thankfully, the colors weren't segregated into different tables for every team. Sure, each one seemed to gather in different areas of the room, but I saw Jordan sitting alone apart from a Blazo boy in a red flannel. And after I'd gone through the line to get my morning jumper cakes, I sat down next to them. A moment later, Harbo joined me, bringing with him a boy and a girl from Onda. "This is Oren and Cash," he introduced to me, and I reached over to shake their hands. "Explain something to me," I asked when we'd all settled down. "What's up with the polos?" Oren shrugged. "It's the way it is," he said. Cash echoed him. "It's the way it's always been." Before I could say more, a loud voice cleared itself over our heads. A bunch of first-years, myself included, looked around the room before turning our eyes where the rest of the students were already staring. Above the doorway to the kitchen, a little platform jutted out of the wall like it had been there the whole time. The quiet old man I'd seen yesterday was sitting on it casually, his legs dangling over the edge. He was holding his wand up to his mouth like a microphone, looking like he was about to sing to us about the joys of long life and love. "Good morning, students," he said, his voice as light and shaky as I would have expected. "I hope you all had a wonderful night's sleep ahead of term start. I don't know about you, but I thought the views of Nightcron were excellent this morning. I'd like to welcome back all of you returning students, and extend a special greeting to all of our first years and exchange students from schools around the Confederation. I hear we have a sizable number of temporary transfers from Kellyrit this year." About a dozen kids, all wearing the colors of the different teams, cheered at these words. "Excellent," the old man said. "For those of you that don't know me, my name is Zion Alcinius, and I have the honor of being Prifarthro at Lowgates for another year, and hopefully many more to come." "Hold on," I turned to Jordan, whispering. "That's Sinius?" He shushed me and pointed back up to the ledge, but I was a bit thrown. From what everyone had said about him, I was expecting some all-powerful wizard dude who could rain fire on anyone who stepped in his way. This guy looked like he belonged in a retirement home, complete with the gray sweater and khakis belted past his belly button. "A few words of advice before I leave you to your day," he said. "First, the greatest judge of right and wrong is the weight of the human heart." The word human struck me as odd, given all I'd seen in my week away from Earth. But looking around the room, I realized that, apart from Amagretin and Romelium, everyone at the school was as human as me, even the ones with colored skin. "And lastly," Sinius said,
My door is always open. Knock 3 times and I'll guarantee you a place inside. Enjoy your day. He whipped his wand and shimmered like a mirage. A second later, both he and the ledge disappeared completely. Whoa, I said, along with a chorus of others. A round of applause echoed across the room before everyone resumed their morning meals. Jordan turned to me out of the commotion. To answer your question, he said, yes, that's Cineas. He put a 6-pronged fork into a bowl full of green noodles, vampire grass I'd learned earlier that week, and slipped a bite into his mouth. His Blazo friend had stood up to clear his plate. On my other side, Harbo and the other Onda kids were in a deep conversation about the rightful heir to Thayer, which sounded like the name of a really crappy rock opera. I kept my attention on Jordan. All right, explain something to me, I said when I was sure he was the only one listening. Shoot, he said, his mouth full of vampire grass. What's up with the Gorners, or whatever? And why did Melonius say we won't see Lord Harrowbone very often? Jordan held up a hand, and I could tell from his expression it was the same hand gesture he'd given me back on the ship. The same warning telling me to close my mouth or else he'd shut it for me. Let me finish this, he said, swallowing the green strands. Then let's go for a walk. As soon as we stepped foot in the grass across the bridge, I asked my follow-up question. No bugs here? He shook his head. There shouldn't be any in the cafeteria either, he said. But it's better to be safe than sorry. We started walking south toward the moat waterfall. So they work for the Emperor, I said. The uniforms told me that much. Well, to an extent, Jordan said. Technically, yes, they all work for the Emperor. We all do if you think about it. But the other 4 teams have their Gorners nominated by the head of each nation down on Urto. They're representatives of their countries, that's why they're called Gorners. Oh, governors, I translated. Oh, that makes way more sense now. And obviously Kava isn't part of any nation, so our Gorner is directly assigned by Ganderstorm, meaning Lord Harrowbone is part of his closer circle. The good news is he absolutely hates his job, and he hardly ever spends time on Selenia except when he has to. So we're pretty independent, all things considered. I looked over his shoulder toward the ruins of man. So who's in charge of us? I asked. Melonius? Jordan started laughing. Are you kidding me? He said, his face pink and amused. If I have a problem, I typically go straight to Cineas. But Melonius, Chup is a dweeb, he said. All he can do is tell you to stop picking algae off the walls. Anything serious goes straight to the top. And you're more than welcome to do the same. I'll keep that in mind, I thought, thinking back to the old man who had introduced himself to us. We'd walked to the corner of the school, where I caught a glimpse of the fast-moving water disappearing into the canyon below. I could see the purple door to the Kava lounge in the distance. Just then the bells warning us of the start of class chimed. It was a different song each day, today sounding somewhere between the national anthem and a Christmas carol. They were loud enough that I almost jumped every time I heard them, but calming enough that my jumpiness was relaxed away within a few more notes. We both turned around, and as I looked toward the school, I noticed a big glowing building sitting at the bottom of the moat. I must not have seen it from the other side because of some sort of reflection off the waves, but from this angle, it looked like a log cabin completely submerged in the water. I was almost used to seeing strange things at Logeets, but I still asked about it. Hey, what's that? I pointed to the building. Oh, that's Koro's lounge, Jordan said. It's under the moat. Oh, call it the Fosith, he said. But, yeah, they're the water team. Of course it's under the moat. I nodded. Right, I said, realizing I had been so worried about Kava's lounge I hadn't spent any time wondering about the others. How do you get there? He finished for me. There's an underground tunnel in the basement. Onda's got something similar. Theirs in the other corner of the greenhouse. Spee and Blaz are up in the different towers. Right, I said, nodding. Any other questions? He asked as we reached the bridge. I've got to leave you once you get to the doors. Oceanography's a bit of a walk compared to wherever you're headed. I thought about the class schedule I'd memorized in my pocket. Ancient language, I said. And just one. All right, hit me with it. Do I have a brother? He gave me a weird look when I asked it, and I kind of understood why. He for sure knew less about my own life than I did, so asking a personal question like that and expecting him to have the answers was probably a little strange. He smiled, apparently confused. What? No, earlier today, Kerwig Davis asked if I was Drew Shwabbington's brother, I said. Do you know him? Jordan kept staring at me like he was trying to picture the other boy in my place. I mean, I guess I could see it, he said. I doubt it, though. He's in Spia. And I'm almost certain he's not from Planet H. But you said I can't be from Planet H either, I said, remembering our conversation on the ship. You said magic avoids that place. Plus, how many different Shwabbingtons can there be? It's not exactly a common name. He shrugged. Oh, no, but the universe is a big place. You guys could be distant cousins for all we know. We hit the front staircase, meaning it was my turn to climb. I wouldn't worry too much about it, he said. You'll probably never even meet him. I think he's a sixer. Sure, I said, guessing that meant this Drew kid was in his final year at the school. See you later. But worrying about it was exactly what I was going to do. There might be 100 Joneses at this school, but the odds of 2 Shwabbingtons? Any hints toward how I had ended up on Planet H were interesting to me. And if there was a chance Drew had them, then I was suddenly eager to meet him. The second bell rang just as I was walking into class. Almagretin was in the same position I'd seen him last, writing on his blackboard with his back to the class. I'd picked up in my first week that the magic chalk the teachers used wasn't chalk at all. They just used their wands as pens to magic the words they wanted up on the wall. Almagretin's wand reminded me of the school walls, a yellow tree branch that looked spongy in his tentacled arm, like it had been plucked from the bottom of the sea. Unfortunately, I realized I'd been staring at the teacher too long, and when I became the last kid standing, there was only one seat left, right next to May Whitewren, who loudly dropped her books on the chair to keep me from taking it. Would you like me to move them back, or should I throw them on the floor? I asked, tired of her attitude. She glared at me with those sharp brown eyes, before pulling her things back to the desktop, making sure my side was separated from hers. Thanks, I said, using as much sarcasm as I possibly could in that one word. Good morning, class, Athro Almagretin said in his thick drawl. As we all greeted him back, I looked around the room at the sea of orange and gray. We shared this period with the students from Spia now, but I guess they were all first years. Riser had quickly snatched up this chair beside his sister. I wondered if she would have even had a chance to meet Drew Shwabbington. Today marks our first real lesson together, Almagretin said, his beard curling around itself like a pile of little blue worms. I wondered if he could change color. I remembered him looking a bit more purple in our first meeting. As such, today we will be covering the basics of the old language so you can perfect your pronunciations and understanding of magic in your other classes. I was pleasantly surprised that the new language everybody spoke was about as close to English as it could be, even down to the names of the letters. I know Earth is a clone of Urto and all, but the fact that 6,000 years had passed since the split, and we still spoke virtually the exact same way, struck me as a really odd coincidence. I wasn't complaining too much, though. It made things at school way easier, especially considered I haven't been to school in years. The biggest change between the pair is the pronunciation of certain vowels, Almagretin said, pointing to the letter I knew as W. For example, the word for small valley, or glen in the ancient language. Anyone want to give it a try? Immediately May's hand shot up. Yes, Miss Whitewren. Cum, she said, a determined look on her face. Athro Almagretin nodded. A valiant attempt, he said. Only a slight correction, if I may. Shorten the vowel sound. May's face turned red beside me. I did my best not to start laughing. Anyone else want to try? I raised my hand. Mr. Shwabbington. I actually didn't know the word, but given what May had said and the correction Almagretin had made, I could picture the word in my mind. Cum, I said confidently. Very good, Almagretin smiled. No corrections for me today. May shot me daggers from her chair before turning back to the front and moving her chair as far as it could from mine. Same goes for our friend Y, he said, reaching a tentacle toward the end of the alphabet. In the new tongue we see this in plenty of places, but in the old it takes a few different forms. He touched his forked wand against the board and wrote the letters D-Y-F-F-R-Y-N. Anyone want to go? I think he expected more enthusiastic volunteers, but none of the Spia kids raised their hands. All but one had their pens in hand, ready to write more notes. The Kava kids just stared in awkward silence. After a pause, May raised her hand again, this time a bit more reluctantly. Miss Whitewren, another go. May dropped her hand and took a breath. Duff run? Something between a smirk and a cringe crossed Almagretin's leathery face. Oh, another good try, he said. But this one's a trick question. I don't remember raising my hand, but Almagretin called on me mid-sentence. Yes, Mr. Shwabbington. Duffern? I pronounced, switching the Y to a more tight E sound. He nodded, almost impressed. Very good, he said. Dare I ask, are you a common speaker? I looked to Nelson and Cork for support. I don't know what that means, sir, I said honestly. Did you grow up learning the old language? He asked. I shook my head. No, sir. Well, you do a fine job with it, he said. Can I challenge you with another? Before I could answer yes or no, he'd written the letters Trobwll. Well, that's easy, I thought, but I kept that to myself. Trouble, I said, thinking of the word trouble, but with that weird double L hissing thing at the end. Armageddon smiled. Very good, he said. Dare I say you sound like you've known the old tongue your entire life. You should have a fine start with your magical practice. Steam was practically spewing from May's ears, which I honestly wouldn't have counted out given she was a fire talker. The rest of class, Armageddon had us pair up with our desk partners and practice pronouncing a list of random words and critique ourselves. But May stormed out of the room, pretending she needed to use the bathroom. How did I know she was pretending? Because she walked right back through the door as the bell rang to close out the class, grabbing her stuff and taking off right back out the door ahead of the rest of us. You missed all the fun, I teased as I followed her down the stairs on our way to numerology. After all, Armageddon and I had a great time without you. She spun on her heels, her plaid skirt whipping against her legs as she turned to face me. With a quick hiss, she held up a single flame on 2 fingers. If you ever embarrass me like that again, what? I laughed. You gonna try to burn me again? I rolled my eyes and pushed past her, ignoring the flame. Good luck. I swear to do all... You'll what? I asked, turning back. Hurt me because I'm better than you at language? I rolled my eyes. Grow up. The other Kava first years had gathered around us, mainly because we were blocking what was now a very thin hallway. May's face turned redder than I'd ever seen it, realizing how powerless she was with everyone watching. Before I could say anything else, a tear broke from one of her eyes, and she whipped around again, pushing between the cousins and darting off in the wrong direction. I turned to Quark. Am I supposed to feel bad? I asked. 'Cause I don't. I wouldn't, he shrugged. She's been going after you since we got here. Exactly, I thought, but kept the word to myself. The Kava crowd had already moved on, heading toward our next class. But with every step, May's face played itself back in my mind, and I realized how much my last statement wasn't completely true. Chapter 8. I get dumped. I won't lie to you, part of me really did feel bad for what I had said to May. Then she returned to being a complete know-it-all in our other classes, and the other part of me convinced my brain not to care about it. The worst was in arms, where she also seemed to notice how much Athro Hark didn't like me. We had that class with the Koro kids, which was bad enough, but when Hark wasn't taking my correct answers and giving credit to Venner Jones for apparently showing the lesser kids like me how to do things right, he was picking May for demonstrations, even if I was the only other person who knew what they were doing. Something about arms came easy to me, the same way ancient language did. They were 2 sides of the same florin, really. Ancient language was where we learned how to pronounce things in a classroom, and arms was where we put the things we learned into action. The only difference being our wands and practicing how to use them. Each spell had its own specific movement or pose. Not that you couldn't make the spell work by standing still, but it was a lot easier if you cracked the right code, matching words, meaning, and movement. Once I figured out the proper form for the grasping charm, my ability to reach the apples set up around the arena extended from 10 feet all the way to the room's edge. I wasn't quite sure why certain things were so easy. Like I had practiced Khan, that's wand magic, my entire life. This only made people like May and Venner more competitive with me, trying to one-up me any chance they got. Not everything came easy, though. Aside from the really solid magic classes, the ones focused on the universe were like trying to learn a second language. Or third, I guess, given how easy the old tongue was coming for me. Numerology required me to completely change how I thought of numbers. Instead of counting by 5s, 10s, and 100s, the Kubohai system counted by 7s, meaning that every time I did math at Logites, I had to trick my mind into making everything a football game. I found it impossible to tell the difference between a Grapfuthen and a Graputhen, which left me failing Swulig after 1 week. Helpful hint, one is a worm that helps giant flowers grow. The other is a fire-breathing flying snake. Good luck figuring out which is which. And I was so behind on my knowledge of Urto and its history that Poterman kept me after class to assign me remedial homework. A kindergarten coloring book teaching me the planet's 4 countries.
As embarrassing as it was, though, it was finally nice to slowly figure out what everyone else was talking about. Even for the people who weren't from Urto or even the Hershey Galaxy, everyone knew about the capital of the Confederation. And it was a lot easier to understand conversations when I could think of Australia being red, or the Americas being orange. When I pointed out where I came from on the map to my roommates, none of them seemed to care that, in some weird alternate reality, I came from air. They were all more concerned with how people were allowed to live in Africa. I guess in Urto's version, the big central continent is one giant nature preserve called the Ancient Lands. At least my weekends gave me time to relax a bit. I finally learned what taiko was. A three-dimensional sport that was part obstacle course, part maze, and part handball, that saw the arena completely transform into a series of pits and tunnels. Everyone loved it. Apparently it was considered the universal sport, but even once I got the hang of the constantly changing arena and learned how to play each position, I was reminded that I was a scrawny, undersized 12-year-old kid, who the other older students could toss around like a rag doll if I was in their way of play. There were a few times me and the other boys got to sneak off to Clogantown. It was usually just Cork and Nelson with me, but occasionally Reiser and his sister would tag along, or Harbo and a guest from Anda. Even Tayton joined us once to visit Selenia's equivalent of a coffee shop, though I felt bad afterward that I couldn't stop myself from staring at her the whole time. Not because I found her cute or anything, which, maybe she was, but I was still getting used to seeing a person who had the same skin tone as a ripe tomato. It was during one of these weekend trips that I met another new friend. I wouldn't recommend living on the streets unless it's for a really, really good reason, but I'll give credit to my experience for making me paranoid of strangers. See, the way Clogantown was set up, every turn of a corner could be a main road or a back alley, and it was easy to get lost. Even though my friends told me I had nothing to worry about with the strangers on Selenia, I kept my head on a swivel out of habit. Every intersection was a new source of danger. Outside the Goglith Cod, a small crowd had gathered inside one of those alleyways. Hanging in midair, not too different from the letters that had brought me here, were a series of glowing icicles, alternating in place like the stars on an American flag. "Step right up, ladies and gentlemen," came a voice off to the side. "See if you can figure out the riddle. The first person to predict where the orange light will appear will win 30 florins as a generous gift from the Moss family." I'd seen the boy speaking before, easy to recognize even out of his school uniform. He was one of the older Blazo students, but I had never learned his name. Only his face, which contained the bushiest unibrow I think could ever exist on a person without their entire forehead being covered in hair. Me, Cork, and Nelson stood in the back, staring at the icicles. It was like one of those Christmas light shows where the colors changed from the rhythm of the music. Except here there was no music. And no matter how hard I tried to follow the lights, predicting where the colors would shift between the glowing icicles, I had no idea what was going on. Apparently, none of the other onlookers could figure it out either. "A 1 in 25 shot!" the boy shouted. "Come on, make a guess. 30 florins!" That was when I noticed the other boy walking from one side of the group to the other, staying in the back where no one would be looking. Most people probably wouldn't have given him a second thought, normal as he was, but there was a tinge of green in his skin that, I'm embarrassed to admit, drew my attention. That wasn't why I was suspicious, though. It was the way he was staring at the backs of the crowd. I was familiar with pickpockets. Heck, I had been one more times than I could count, to the point that I didn't need a second glance to find my target. This kid, though, lacked my confidence. I had no doubt he had done it before, after all. That's absolutely what he was doing. And I was sure the other boy was in on it, but he looked nervous, like he was trying to avoid being seen by anyone else. And that was going to be what cost him. There was an older woman in red a few spots to my left with a big bulge in her back pocket. A phone, wallet, wand, I had no idea. All I knew was she would have been the perfect target, and I saw it happen before the green kid even moved. His right arm swung behind her and he took off running. I don't know if anyone even saw him. Besides me, of course. I had promised Jordan I would behave myself at Logiet's, and no way was I going to let someone else enjoy my favorite game. I sprinted down the street after him, zipping between alleys for so long I started to catch him. We both turned a corner around the town pub, only for the alley to stop in a dead end. "Stop!" I yelled, which was pointless given he had nowhere to go. "I saw you take it!" He held his hands up, which were both empty. "I have no idea what you're talking about," he said, but the look on his face told me he was lying. The item he had taken could have been anywhere on his body, or even transported somewhere else with magic. There's only one way to know for sure. I thought back to my first day with Jordan, and the X-ray spell he had used to detect the ship for bugs.
Das Galu! I shouted, spinning my wand in a U-shape the way Jordan had. The spell worked. A rush of white light burst through the alley, showing me more of the boy than I'd ever wished to see, but there was nothing on his body but his own wand and a few crowns. I told you, the boy smiled. I have no idea what you're talking about. Then he pointed above my head, and I realized he had never taken anything to begin with. I probably wouldn't have stood right there, though. I looked up to see a big bucket hanging in the air, with nothing supporting its weight but magic. The boy pulled out his wand. No hard feelings, he said. Just a friendly prank. Then he uttered a new spell, and a few gallons of red paint splattered onto my head. Normally I would have been a bit miffed about my hair and clothes being completely destroyed, but the boy sat me down and helped clean me up afterward, explaining how exactly he'd planned the prank. It wasn't directed at me necessarily, just anyone who would notice him the way I had. I just happened to be the unlucky idiot who chased him. He was so friendly and nonchalant about it, apart from his passion for setting the whole thing up, that I couldn't even be upset. I had fallen for the ruse, and no one had gotten hurt. Just a slight embarrassment in exchange for making his day. I'm Wexel, he said, once he had mostly cleaned the paint out of my shirt with his wand. Don't worry, the gnomes should be able to get the rest, no problem. I shook his hand, laughing now that the whole thing was over. Eric, I said. Are you a student at the school? Blazo, he said. 3rd year. Oh man, this beats my ankle trap in the box from last Christmas. I couldn't help but smile. His joy was easy to spread. And what, you just prank people? I asked. Don't you ever get caught? Oh, loads of times, he said, grinning. The amount of times I spent locked up in my Gorner's office? He looked at my face and smiled even bigger, like he was remembering something. And they haven't, I hesitated, expelled you yet? Why would they? He asked. No one's ever been hurt before. It's just a bit of fun. Helps lighten the load of doing nothing but schoolwork. He went on to explain like 20 different pranks he had pulled on different classmates and teachers over the last couple years, reminding me to watch my back anytime I walked through the vine section of the greenhouse, or found myself about to eat a particularly large bit of chungi. I would have asked him to stick around with me and the other boys, but he ran off as soon as I was cleaned up, making sure he had time to journal about his day's success. The next week, my week continued on as normal. Food, classes, and sleep had filled up the short days to the point that I was almost completely adjusted to Logites, even if I still knew so much less than my classmates about the universe around me. I struggled to find another hour in Swolig, having to analyze the droppings left behind by a febbing dwarf Nopsid, a tiny rhinoceros-looking thing that was hardly bigger than my hand. You might not think that's too hard, until you learn pretty quickly that they eat their own weight every meal, and let it all out right after. It was a day filled with poop. Not long after we left Swolig, we made our way to Athro Romelium's classroom, and once the monolith led us through the daily Pledge of Allegiance, it sat us down to teach us the galaxy's greatest laxative potion. I, for one, am not a student who brings a water bottle with me to class. I'm sure some people are more parched than me, a hidden water talker that I still apparently might be, but bringing said water bottle into an active chemistry lab it doesn't seem like the best idea. Not to blame Nelson, of course, but it was a disaster waiting to happen. Still, no one else saw Venner Jones slip a vial into his bottle. I'm sure my favorite bully thought he could get away with this one and blame it on accidental cross-contamination or something stupid. But I, for one, wasn't going to stand for it. Nelson was forced to change his soiled clothes for the 3rd time since coming to Logites, this time with the whole class smelling the aftermath, and this time crying as he left the room. When I told Romelium what had happened, though, it just repeated its usual phrase. Your complaint has been recorded, and the proper authorities will be contacted. That sounded a little too close to what I was used to in Portland, where the police spots would never take my words seriously, even if I had good evidence. I may have been a thief, but I still had a conscience, and there were far worse crimes that were missed every single day, sometimes on purpose. My face turning red, I chased after Jones at the end of class. Where do you think you're going? I shouted, loud enough to get the other Koro kids to turn. I saw you slip that in Nelson's bottle. Venner just laughed. Poor kid couldn't control his insides, he said. Wouldn't be the first time. I'd had enough. I pulled out my wand and pointed it down the hall. A few kids gasped. Most just laughed, including Jones and most of my own teammates. What are you gonna do? He teased. Blow a gust of wind at me? You know I'm twice the doing you are, I shouted. Well, that's not what Athro Hark says, he said. And I trust my teachers.
Maybe you should try. You know that's not true, I argued. He cut me off with a few drops of water, which he pulled through the spongy ceiling and swirled through his fingers like marbles. I suppose you think you're a better talker than me too, he said. Or have you still not figured that out yet? I didn't know how to respond to that. His face matched every one of his teammates as they turned to go back down the hall. Let me know when you have some real spells to fight me with, he said, leading the rest of the Koro away from us. I don't know what happened to Nelson after Apothecary. I don't even know what I was doing until after dinner, when I was walking alone on my way back to the Kava Lounge, still infuriated by what had happened. That was when I ran into Wexel again, and a genius plan lit up in my head like a cartoon light bulb. Wexel! I shouted, seeing him using his wand like a garden trowel in the courtyard. What are you doing? He turned his head, surprised to see me. Oh, hey, Eric, he said. People don't usually go this way after dinner. I wasn't paying attention, I said. Though now that I thought about it, I wasn't sure why I'd gone the long way either. Happy coincidence, maybe. No worries, he said, turning back to his wand. And I'm collecting all the leftover Nopsid droppings from Swirlig today. Getting you by the pub gave me a really bad idea. I realized he was lifting the poop into a bucket. Oh, bad idea is right, I said. Can I make it worse? His plan became our plan, and even though it wasn't completely foolproof, I was confident this was the perfect way to get back at Jones. Jordan was always people-watching on his late-night walks, and he had shared with me a few of the students who had set routines, one of whom was Venner Jones, who spent every other sunset in the school's swimming pool, probably showing off his skills. The quickest way from the pool to the Coral Lounge is through the main atrium, which was usually empty at that time. Getting the bucket into the air was easy. Getting it to hit the right target was more complicated. To make sure we hit him, Wexel showed me how to program a spell, something he said I would learn in my second year. According to him, you could combine a series of spells to make sure things happen exactly the way you wanted. The more complicated the series of spells, the more difficult, but he was confident he could do it right, so long as we broadened the parameters of our command. What does he look like? Wexel asked, holding his wand up to enchant the bucket. Long, blonde hair, I described. Not too tall, I guess. Always looks at you like he's better than you. Wexel frowned. I don't think I can program that. Well, do what you can, I said. He kind of looks like me, I guess, but his hair is blonder and comes down to around here. I gestured toward my shoulders before realizing that that description also fit Jones's brother. Still, based on the way Jordan had talked about their family, I wouldn't have been too upset with that misfire. When it was all said and done, Wexel and I ran off to hide in a nearby classroom, knowing I would want to at least hear the damage inflicted on the bully before Wexel ran up to clean the mess. Waiting took an hour or so, with Wexel teaching me a few more fun magic tricks and spells, like conjuring projections and glow-in-the-dark cartoons to entertain myself if I was ever alone in the dark, until finally the time came for us to pay attention to the sound outside the classroom. Another 20 minutes went by without a peep. Sure, a few students passed by, some louder than the others, but none fit the description we'd given our old bucket friend. Just as we were about to give up hope and call it a night, we finally heard the splatter, followed by the loudest shout I'd ever heard. Are you kidding me? It wasn't Venner's voice. I didn't think it was his brother's either. I looked at Wexel with a scared look on my face. Then the wall turned invisible. Datgalu! The voice echoed through the atrium, followed by, You two! Out here now! After a second spent remembering how to breathe, I got up slowly and followed Wexel out the door. He'd clearly done this before. For me, getting caught usually meant getting sent off to a new state. My conscience returned for the first time all day, realizing the severity of the prank. If I had a tail, it would have been between my legs. But my shock at getting caught was nothing to the shock of seeing who we'd hit. Standing dead center in the atrium was a boy I'd never seen before, but whose face I knew, quite literally, like my own. It was like staring at myself in the mirror. A few years older and dripping with you-know-what. His face turned from just angry to both angry and surprised. He looked at me too, probably thinking the same thing I was. This is weird. I'd first opened my mouth to defend myself, but now only a few words came out. Hi, Drew. Chapter 9. Oh, brother. I don't know which was worse. The fact that the first thing I did to my long-lost brother was smother him in animal droppings, or the fact that he took me straight to the principal's office. Lucky for me, Athrosinius was off-world on business. At least, that's what his talking mirror told us. Unlucky for me, the principal's office was still open, and Drew had no intention of letting me go scot-free. All right, Wexel. Turn yourself into Floyd instead, Drew said. I'll know if you don't make it. Wexel sighed like he'd done this before. I know the way. Then he left me behind, closing the door to trap me alone with my brother. Sinius's office was awesome, but right then I was a little too distracted to take it all in. I was alone. For the first time, with my brother. I dreamed about meeting my family my entire life, but this just seemed so unreal I had to pinch myself to make sure I wasn't still dreaming. I didn't even care if he might get me expelled. I finally had family. Drew was nearly a foot taller than me. But aside from that and the age difference, it was the closest I'd ever been to having a doppelganger. His eyes had the same green tinge as mine. The left side of his mouth dimpled the same way mine did. Even his ears were the same shape. He was so obviously my brother, I started looking for things that made us different. His hair was long like mine had been back on Earth, but his was grayish and sandy. His nose was flatter. His throat jutted out into a strong Adam's apple. Before I was done figuring out all these differences, he did the last thing I expected. He hugged me. I know I said the thing about always wanting a family, but even as I was looking at him, that feeling had never felt real until my face was pressed against his chest. He wasn't wearing the normal SPIA uniform, but I was glad for that. The flow of tears and snot that rained from my face might have been too much for the gnomes to handle. When the minute passed, he finally let me breathe, and even though I wanted to stay in his arms, I stood back as he looked me up and down, tears piling in his own eyes. I can't believe they found you, he said, taking a deep, happy breath. What do you mean, found me? I asked. I've been on Planet H my entire life, and none of us knew, he said. Eric, I've been trying to find you since my first year at Logeets. That made me happy and sad at the same time. I was honored that my family had been looking for me, but sad that it had taken so long, robbing me of years I could have spent without running from responsibility back in Maine. Hold on, I said, noticing something he'd said. You said none of us. Does that mean there's more? I held my breath. Mom? I asked. Dad? Drew's happy smile fell to match the bags under his eyes. Eric, he said, taking his time to find the right words. Our parents, I'm sure you already assumed. I knew it. I didn't want it to be true, but I had always known. How did they die? I asked, my voice hardly louder than a whisper. How did I end up on Earth? Drew put his hand on my shoulder, trying to make his smile look real again. I don't know. He shook his head. To either, I don't know if we can be certain of anything. It's just us now. Just us, I repeated. I don't know why I felt like someone had stabbed me in the stomach with a sword. I already knew my parents were dead. I'd lived my entire life without a family, and now I was face to face with the one person I still had left. So why did I still feel so sad? What happened? I asked. How did I end up on Earth without you? Where did you... Miritnev, he said. I can't be sure of how or why we ended up so far apart, but I ended up there. It's a gas giant with a few crystalline continents about 3 galaxies away. I nodded, like this meant anything to me, still trying to figure out my coloring book of Urto. And you grew up an orphan like me? I asked. His eyes got really wide. You're an orphan? Well, yeah, I nodded. I mean, what else do you call someone without parents? Yeah, but I have a family, he said. Or guardians, at least. I felt a pull in my stomach. I shouldn't have been jealous, but I was. You do? He nodded. Ted and Marcy, he said. They're great. You'll have to meet them sometime. I still wasn't over being the only orphan in the room. You have parents, I said. I did everything I could not to get emotional. I didn't understand. What had happened to our parents? Why were my brother and I separated? How had he ended up with people who cared about him while I was left on my own? There was no reason for me to dislike my brother, but part of me wanted to hate him for having the things I'd always dreamed of having. "Eric, it's all right," he calmed me, keeping his hand on my shoulder. "You're here now. We're here now. I'm not going to let anything separate us again." He was so certain when he said it, I couldn't help but believe him. Before I could think of what to say to that promise, Drew pulled out the coolest wand I'd ever seen. A mix of white, clear, and light blue, his wand looked like it was made of glass, with little holes and spaces in the shaft that made the air whistle as he swirled it around the room. Then in one single breath, he uttered the longest spell I'd ever heard. Or at least I thought it was a spell. He could have been reciting poetry in the old language for all I knew. After enough words to fill a page in a book, 2 fat red leather chairs appeared just behind where either of us were standing. I'm sure my mouth dropped to the ground like it always did when I saw new magic, but this was beyond anything I'd ever imagined possible. He sat in the one behind him and gestured for me to do the same. "Are you all right?" he asked, laughing as I slowly used my butt to make sure it wasn't an illusion. "Yeah," I said, swallowing my expression. "I've just never seen anything like that." "Well, I can't imagine you've seen much magic yet," he said. "You've been here, what, 2 months?" I nodded. "Unless you've been hanging around the upperclassmen, I don't expect you to see spells like that very often." "Well, Jordan can't do that," I said. "Who?" "Jordan Vanson," I said. "In Kava. He's a 4th year. And I've never seen him do anything close to that." "Yeah, well, Jordan Vanson..." He stopped whatever he was going to say, which was good. I was worried my brother might insult one of my best friends. Never mind. His cool wand was still in his hand, so he finally put it back in his pocket before leaning in towards me. "Enough about school," he said. "I've waited a long time to meet my brother. Tell me everything." I don't know what Drew meant by everything, but I did my best. Even the stuff I was usually embarrassed to even think about. It felt different. Even right. To tell my older brother. I must have heard the term built-in best friend on a TV show once, and even though I hardly knew the guy, I could understand what the phrase meant. He looked just like me, and I had no reason not to trust myself with my own history, my own feelings. I won't bore you with the sappy stuff, but I'll admit I cried again a few times while I told him the story. Everything I've already shared with you, I told him, plus a few other things I don't know if anyone but my family should really know. I bet we sat there for 2 hours, Drew hardly even blinking, laughing and crying along with me as I told him everything I knew from my earliest memory down to Jordan finding me in that alley. "Hold on, you're on the warrior path?" he asked when we'd reached that point. "Well, yeah," I shrugged. "Isn't that normal?" Drew took a breath, then stopped his words again as he had a habit of doing. "I mean, yes," he said. "It's not abnormal. Plenty of students do it too, it's just... I didn't." "Well, just because we're brothers doesn't mean we're exactly the same," I said. "I mean, it's not like we're twins or anything." I don't know what I said wrong, but his face made a little grimace before returning to its thoughtful position. "No, you're right," he said. "I mean, I'm assuming you're not an Ersibird, are you?" At this question, I assumed he was, though he hadn't shown me his ability to speak to the wind yet. "No," I said. "Jordan thought I might be a Dursibird, but nothing's come of that." Drew shook his head, confused. "Well, that's impossible," he said. "What? Why?" "Because..." he started, but then he stopped again. "Because of your team, obviously. A water talker has never been placed in Onda, not in 1,000 years. I could feel my face shrink in on itself, confused. "I'm not in Onda," I said, thinking he would have known that already. Apparently my story hadn't reached that far. "I'm in Kava." "You're..." The last few hours had been filled with exchanging a lot of new information, for both of us, but I hadn't seen Drew look as confused as he did right then. "What do you mean you're in Kava?" The way he said the name of the team reminded me of the way I thought of it back in my first week. Ever since joining, I'd never felt out of place, or like there was anything wrong with it, but now my brother's reaction was making me question it all over again. "My frog was purple," I said. "I sleep in a cave." He swallowed, still staring at me like I had turned into a brand new person. "Why would you think I was in Onda?" I asked. He opened his mouth to speak again, but the silence in the office was interrupted by a little jingling sound. An alarm coming from his pocket. He pulled out his wand again, which was now flashing bright blue and vibrating like a phone. He whispered something I couldn't hear to shut it off. "Shoot," he said, standing to his feet. "We better go.
If I don't sleep soon, my body's never going to readjust to double days. Hold on, I said, standing to join him. I just told you my life story. And now you're just going to leave me without telling me anything about you? He put a hand on my shoulder again, comforting me. Eric, I've waited 9 years to see you again, he said. You can handle another day or two. It was sound logic, but as we walked out the door of Sinius's office, I still wanted to argue that it was unfair. Hold on, I said again. 9 years. Again? You mean you remember me from before our parents died? He said. Of course I do. I was 7. Something about his story wasn't adding up. But I would have been 3, I said. And one of us should remember what happened. He threw his hands up. Hey, trauma does crazy things to the human mind, he said. We'll talk more when Sinius gets back. He can probably answer your questions better than I ever could. I looked down the hallway, confused by what he meant. Why would the principal know more about our parents than us? Hey, speaking of getting back, I said, why am I only meeting you for the first time now? Where have you been the last couple months? For the first time in a while, Drew cracked a smile. Didn't Jordan tell you? He said. I figured he would. Why would Jordan tell me anything? I asked. About what? We both do private work for Sinius as extracurriculars, he said. I was running an errand for him. My confusion was turning into something different. Call me soft, but Jordan not telling me something about my own brother rubbed me the wrong way. The only time he'd ever mentioned him, he acted like Drew was just another student who just happened to have my last name. If they knew each other, were working together, how could Jordan have hidden this from me? For 2 months, I asked. Hey, the universe is a big place, he said. You can't rush something if it's important. What could possibly be that important? I wondered. Then 2 and 2 clicked in my head. If Jordan's job had been searching for me, then maybe Drew had been doing the same thing. I wondered who it was that he had found. You mind if I stay on this side of the bridge? He asked. We'd reached the edge of the school right before the Kava Lounge. It had started raining, and the drops were flying down hard through the canyon. I couldn't blame him for not wanting to step out into it if he didn't have to, but I wasn't about to waste my first chance at brotherly love. What are you, afraid of heights? I asked. If you knew anything about Miritnev, you'd never ask me that, he said, smiling. Then he pulled me into another tight hug. You have no idea how good it feels to have you back, he said. To have you here with me. I knew if I said anything in the same vein, I was going to start crying again. I just nodded, smiled, and said, You too, bro. He let me go and stared at me another few minutes, his face red with emotion. As he turned to leave, he stopped himself and spun toward me again. Oh, one last thing, he said. You spent time with Jordan Vanson, right? Think you can pass on a message? I looked at him awkwardly. A message? I asked. Is it a secret? I don't think so, he said. Sinius is passing it through me. I don't think giving it to you can hurt. I wasn't sure if that qualified as a compliment. All right, I said. Tell him it's not worth it, Drew said. I stood there half in the rain waiting for more. That's it, he said, shaking his head. Oh, I said, kind of hoping it had been a secret. Now I just felt bad, like whatever I was going to tell Jordan was going to make him feel bad too. Before I could think too much on the message, Drew gave me one last quick sign of love. A fist bump. Good night, Eric, he said. Oh, and stay away from Wexel. He's nice and all, but... Then he stopped himself again. His smile reminded me of how at home I'd felt that first night in my bed, feeling like I finally had a family. Jordan had been right. My world really was about to get a whole lot bigger. And now my family was only growing. I walked over to the bridge, leaving my brother to his own evening, not sure if the water running down my cheeks were from tears of the rain. Chapter 10. The voices in my head give me bad advice. I don't listen. Yet. The more I thought about it, the more I felt like Drew was hiding something. I had no doubt he was really my brother. He looked way too much like me to fall down that rabbit hole. But the more time went on, I hardly ever saw him around the school. And even though I could have blamed that on our schedules or being on different teams, it made me think back to our conversation in Sinius's office. There were a lot of things that didn't make sense. For one, what was the deal with him and Jordan?
The next morning I had confronted Jordan about what Drew had said, along with relaying the message from Cineas. His response? "Oh yeah, we've been on a few ships together." As if that at all answered my questions. We looked exactly the same. How could he not have put together that we were brothers? Then there was the thing about our parents. I was still jealous that he had grown up in a real family and I hadn't, but I could have looked past that if I knew what had happened to them, or at least understood why the two of us had ended up on opposite ends of the universe. He had said Cineas might have the answers, but that only made me more confused. I'm sure there were more than just these three, but the one that bugged me most of all was why he thought I'd be an Anda. Especially when I realized the fact that the entire time we'd been talking, I was in my Kava uniform. Was he colorblind? Or maybe once he found out I was at the school, he figured we'd be on two opposite ends of the spectrum. Like how I'd learned that Koro and Blazo had a rivalry, so maybe Spee and Anda did too. I don't know. It seemed like a stretch, so I kept thinking about why he was so surprised by Kava. I spent so much time wondering about Drew and his weird answers that I completely lost track of time. Felt like the next time I looked around and thought about anything else, another month had gone by. And my grades had hardly improved one bit. At least the school looked pretty. This time of year was the first holiday I'd experienced since coming to Selenia. Hothsend, which Jordan explained was a celebration of all the spirits who had become one with the Gahu. Looking around and seeing pumpkins and ghosts floating all over the place, I realized it was just Halloween. It was fitting that Athro Taish had finished up a lesson on Askel's the day before, a sort of bat-like creature with 4 leathery wings. Apparently, every single planet in the universe had a species of Askel hidden somewhere on or beneath its surface, including both Earth and Selenia. Given how big they could be, and the fact that they jumped around like a monkey crossed with a dragonfly, I didn't care to ever see one again. "You think you passed?" Raza was asking nervously as we made our way from the cafeteria to the Swillig courtyard. "If I didn't, my dad's gonna kill me," Kelb said. "He's a zookeeper in Brithyn Seth." "If I didn't, I don't know if I have enough good credits to pass into next semester," Quark said. I frowned, suddenly nervous about my grades. "Wait, we can flunk out?" All 3 boys started laughing. "What?" Quark said. "You thought you could just hang out here for 4 years?" "What happens if I flunk out?" I asked. "Well, you're on the Rifler path, aren't you?" Reiser asked. When I nodded, he added, "Then you'd probably just join the Trugaria early. They might take your wand, though. I don't know." I was relieved, but I still asked out of curiosity. "What about the people who aren't?" The look on all 3 boys' faces told me it wasn't something I would wish on my worst enemy. Maybe Venner Jones, though. He was beyond that now. When we reached the courtyard, almost all the other Kava first years had entered before us, as had a few Blazos, brightening the grass with their red and gold sweaters. Athro Taish had rearranged for us, like she always did at the start of something new. Instead of the usual flat field, the grass was magically sculpted into chair-sized mounds for us to sit on. Judging by her fidgeting and trying to get comfortable on her own mound, May Whiterun was wishing she'd worn pants to class instead of her usual plaid skirt. "Today we're delving into a rather sensitive subject," Athro Taish started when everyone found a seat. "Now that you've been here for some time, Athro Tipperary has deemed you all responsible enough to handle a higher level of magic. So starting today, your classes will begin exposing you to some of the darker elements of the magical world." She waved her bony wand, pulling a blackboard straight out of a crack in the ground. "Can anyone tell me the first rule of dark magic?" A few hands shot up. She called on one of the Blazo boys, a muscular blonde boy named Kyler. Don't use it," he said in a low mumble. The rest of the class laughed, making his face turn as red as his blazer. "A very good answer," Taish said, laughing herself. "But that is more of a guideline, we'll say. Always smart to keep that in mind when dealing with sorcerers." She whirled her wand again, and bright green letters began writing themselves on the board. I pulled out my notebook to copy. "No, the first and most important rule of sorcerers is that magic requires sacrifice. You all should be aware of that already. All magic, even the simplest forms of can, require energy. But the difference between light and dark comes from the kinds of sacrifice one must make to obtain their power, and sometimes the consequences are unpredictable." I had written magic requires sacrifice plenty of times in my classes so far, but this time I summed up her words by writing, "Dark magic requires more sacrifice." Even in my own handwriting, the words gave me an uneasy feeling. "The same is true of dark creatures," Taish continued. "You should already know the rule that any creature should be treated with caution, But as we turn our attention to the species that blur the lines of people and animals, be aware that many of these creatures lack the sympathy and compassion of higher creatures, and use sorcery as a survival skill the same way an askel uses its wings. She looked at the board to watch the writing finish, then put her wand in her pocket. Does anyone know what a genie is? She asked. At first I thought I'd heard her wrong. I was starting to get used to the balance of how much this world had in common with my own, but I was really doubting the thing she was talking about was anything like the blue guy from that old Disney movie. Still, I raised my hand with a few of the other students. Mr. Shwabbington, she called on me. I suddenly froze up. It was the first time I'd ever been called on in Swolig. I stuttered. They grant you wishes, right? 3 of them. A few of the kids who had their hands up looked surprised. Even Athro Taish's eyes were wide. 3 of them, she repeated. My, I would hate to meet one that powerful. May still had her hand raised. Yes, Miss Whiterun. A genie has the ability to manifest a person's desire for the cost of something else. Usually a lot worse. Athro Taish smiled. Excellent answer, she said. Someone's been doing her reading in advance. 20 extra points for you today, Miss Whiterun. I swear May turned to me and smirked. No doubt your parents probably told you stories with genies when you were little, Taish continued. They're excellent tools for demonstrating the difference between want and need. Like Miss Whiterun said, genies are powerful creatures. Usually not a mortal threat to humans or the like, but hungry. They're inidibur, energy feeders, meaning their strength comes not from consuming in the normal physical sense, but by harnessing the magical energy of other beings. In other words, their dark magic can feed off your regular magic. Genies, despite their small size, can generate huge fields of energy, creating hallucinations which, even to the most trained eye, can feel as real as anything you've ever experienced. Their ability to grant your wish, as Mr. Shwabbington said, is technically possible, but the greater the effort on the genie's part, the more they require you to sacrifice. You could ask to be 20 feet tall, and so long as a genie had the power to extend their energy field to follow you, it could do so. The downside is, it might literally cost you an arm and a leg, and with the power of their hallucinations, that very well might feel like the greatest swindle in the world until the hallucination fades. I decided I didn't really care for this subject anymore. My skin was starting to crawl just thinking about meeting one in person. The easiest deterrent for a genie is to simply walk the other way, she added. They aren't active hunters, so the only way you might cross one's path is by wandering somewhere you shouldn't. Mostly caves and abandoned buildings, since they can't survive for long in normal sunlight. In the rare chance you do encounter one, however, or any of their relatives, like Jinn, Boggarts, or Daemons, it's most important for you to have a firm grip on the reality of your surroundings. All 4 creatures can trick you into seeing something that isn't there. For example, Athro Taish pulled out her wand again and uttered a long spell. Then the sky in the courtyard darkened to black, and she disappeared from one side of the lawn to the other. A few kids clapped. Firm understanding of the laws of physics, even in the magical sense, can be the difference between leaving a genie's lair with your sanity intact. One of the Blaza boys raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Humphreys. Athro, is it true there's a genie on Selenia? The look on Taish's face dropped to something serious. A wave of murmuring circled the class. My brother told me there used to be a lair on the other side of Clogantown, Humphreys kept saying. Is that true? Athro Taish held up her hand to silence the class. Of course that's not true, she denied. One of the Blazo girls raised her hand. I heard someone died, she said. Like 20 years ago, someone traded their life so their sister could walk again. My dad said they banned students from leaving the school for a few years. Another voice added, I think I've heard that too. Students! Athro Taish shouted, loud enough that the whole school felt like it stopped breathing. Maybe it had. This is not a matter to formulate gossip, but if anything of that sort were true, then that would be a scandal beyond the likes of which this school has never seen, and trust me, Lowgates has seen legendary scandals within her walls. That a student would trade their life to a genie wouldn't just taint our reputation as the premier school of Khan in the Confederation. It would destroy us entirely. Humphrey spoke up again. Does that mean there isn't a genie on Selenia? Taish waved her wand and the board went blank. Those bonus points for Miss Whiterun are coming from your supply, Mr. Humphreys. And in case any of you have the bright idea not to trust my teachings in this class, I hope I don't need to stress how idiotic it would be to go looking for such a creature, exist or not. I wasn't a big fan of Swolig, as my grades showed, but the rest of class felt worse than usual. The Blazo kids kept their mouths shut until the ending bell, But as soon as we were all out in the hallway, the questions started all over again. Do you think she was lying to us? I know for a fact a kid died like 20 years ago. It's why my dad considered sending me to Ralyar instead. Come on, guys, how could they let a genie that powerful stay that close to so many people? Their voices disappeared as we split for separate classes. I turned to Kelb and asked my own follow-up. What did he mean, let the genie stay? I asked. Wouldn't they be hard to get rid of? Not really, he said. A fully trained Duin should be able to take one down or capture it no problem, so long as they don't get tripped up by the energy field. They used to have one at the zoo too, but they got rid of it because people kept getting headaches. I let that idea sit as we made our way to Apothecary. Hey, maybe that's where your friend keeps going after dark, Nelson said. I don't think anyone else heard, but it stopped me in my tracks. My what? I asked, surprised. Your friend Jordan, he said, laughing so I hoped he might be joking. Doesn't he go for walks toward Clogantown every night? I don't know, I lied. Does he? I thought so, Nelson said. But he stopped himself and dropped his eyes to the floor. My favorite classmate had arrived. Morning, Nelson, Venner Jones said in his most fake polite voice possible. Nelson rushed off to find his seat. Back off, I said. Jones just smirked. Why's that, Schwabby? He teased. You gonna set up another failed prank to get me back? I had no idea how he knew about that, but my face turned burning red. How did you hear about that? I hissed. Jones held his hands up, relaxed. Hey, it's not my fault your accomplice can't keep his mouth shut. What? I asked, surprised. No, Wexel would never. He may have had some help talking, Jones said. Run into my brother under the wrong circumstances. You never know what might happen. Before I could think of anything to say back, he looked up at the board. Athro Remelium must have been taking a robotic bathroom break. Ooh, curing a stomachache, he said. Might want to memorize this one, Nelson. I've got something fun coming your way. I won't lie, I did throw the first shove. I said back off, I shouted, pushing Jones against his goons. He looked surprised at first, but once he was back to his feet, he started laughing along with them. Or what? He asked. Okay, I promise this part wasn't actually me. I had hardly taken a breath before a flash of red zipped across the room and hit Venner Jones directly in the face. He crumpled to the floor, clutching his nose with both hands. Blood was pouring from between his fingers. Both of his buddies were as surprised as I was, which was all the better, as it saved me from a surprise attack while I turned to figure out where the spell had come from. Everyone else in the room looked as surprised as me, although I could have sworn I saw May Whiterun putting something back in her skirt. That was the perfect moment for Remelium to enter the room. By the glory of the Empire, he said in his weirdly upbeat robotic voice. What has happened here? He broke my nose, Jones shouted, still clutching his face. Mr. Shwabbington, Remelium asked, do you find these accusations an accurate representation of events? No, sir, I said quickly, hoping that if it really came down to it, I could talk my way out of punishment by telling the truth for a change. He's a liar, Jones yelled. Your complaint has been recorded, and the proper authorities will be contacted. It was really nice to hear those words directed at someone else. That was when Jones scrambled to his feet and ran at me as fast as he could. Lucky for me, his movements were about as graceful as a bullfrog covered in syrup, so it wasn't hard to slide out of the way. Right as I did, though, my ankle caught his, and his bloodied face headed straight for the stone floor. Part of me wishes I had let him crash to the ground. It would have made the next minute a lot less awkward. It also might have saved me from hearing the voices in my head, but I suppose that was bound to happen eventually. Instead, I chose to be the bigger person, and caught Jones by the back of his white collar like he was a kitten. I didn't mean to let him hang there for so long, but as soon as I caught him, the strangest whisper came pulsing through my ears. So loud I thought one of the other Koro kids had started playing music at their desk. I looked around confused, but I could tell by the way everyone was looking at me. I was the only one who could hear it. It was like the ground itself was talking to me, encouraging me to let him fall. I couldn't understand the words necessarily, but the tone of the voice was clear. At first I thought it was the old language, but I'd become used to hearing that enough that I could recognize it. This was different. The voice was old and deep. The words a mix of booming and growling, like whoever was speaking was trying to mimic the sound of drums with their words. I stood there frozen, listening for anything I could understand before I realized how long I'd been hanging onto Jones's shirt. I took a deep breath and pulled him back to his feet. Just for good measure, I patted him on the back and smiled. Careful there, bud, I said. That's a hard fall. I still felt bad about making May cry, but seeing Venner Jones struggle to keep the tears of embarrassment from showing as he rushed out of the classroom brought me more joy than anything. Except for maybe meeting my brother. Combined with the sight of our giant stone rectangle of a teacher slowly chasing him out of the room, demanding that he come back to class, the only students not laughing were Jones's closest friends. Even Nelson cracked a smile. I thought that at least was worth celebrating. I took the seat next to him. Hey, you didn't hear that drumming, did you? I asked. The what? He said. Though I don't think he really heard me. Maybe that was for the best. I didn't want my classmates to think I was crazy. While the rest of them were still distracted by the pace of our teacher, I turned around to May, who had already settled down. Her face was buried in the class textbook. She wasn't big on smiling, really, but when she noticed me staring, her face dropped. What? She mouthed, clearly annoyed. I wasn't going to let that deter me. Thanks, I said. And I meant it. I don't know what you're talking about, she whispered. I rolled my eyes. All right, well, thanks anyway, I answered. I didn't expect her to say anything else, but before I turned back, she added, I didn't do it for you. I nodded. I know, I said. And when I turned back around, I couldn't stop smiling. Chapter 11. The old guy makes things political. Well, I guess actions have consequences. It took literally 2 double days for Venner Jones's dad to show up, which, of course, we found out about when he walked into cultural studies. That was weird because we had cultural studies without any of the other teams, meaning he had even less reason to be there. But in the most obnoxious outfit I've ever seen, and that's saying something given some of the teachers. Today Athro Thoyd was going through an Alicia Keys phase. A man walked in with a long mane of white hair to match a fluffy white suit. As he stepped through the doorway, I realized it was fur, made from some kind of animal that must have looked a lot like a polar bear. He was even wearing gloves, which were made from the paws of the same animal. Before he spoke, he spotted me and raised a bright blue claw. You, he hissed, his voice like those old-timey recordings you hear from Earth's world wars. Pardon my interruption, sir, Athro Thoyd interrupted. But this is a classroom. Might you take a seat and join us? In my 3 months at Logeets, I had never seen another adult in the building besides Athros, Gorners, and Nothers from that first night in Kava. My classmates seemed to realize this too, wondering if Thoyd was serious about letting this guy be a part of our class for the day. From everything I'd gathered so far, Logeets was a bit of an exclusive club. And if the question didn't find you when you were 12, well, let's just say this guy didn't seem like a prime candidate to be a new student. How dare you, the man spat at Thoyd. A man of my standing, Rafe. I'm positive we've never met, Thoyd replied. I do believe I'd remember. The man rolled his bushy white eyebrows. To be so lucky, he said. How can you remember anyone with your ridiculous nicknames? I see ridiculous coats are more the fashion in your corner of the galaxy, Athro Thoyd answered. A few of us laughed at the burn, making the man's face grow red. I'll be sure to audit your file specifically next time we have a meeting of the board, he said. Whatever this meant, Athro Thoyd finally realized who the man was. His face dropped to an annoyed frown. Right, he said, turning to the rest of us. Class, this is the Archduke Farland Jones, corporate swithug of complacency, and patriarch of the family Sumter Jones, the man interrupted, giving himself the proper introduction. Do without the titles, my lord, Thoyd bowed. His face looked honest, but it was obvious he was mocking the guy. Surely your days at Logeets taught you they have no place here. Jones spit on the floor, which is about when the realization of who he was hit me. You keep feeding your own egos with that lie, he said. Your students are in for a rude awakening, their first breath away from Selenia. Athro Thoyd rolled his eyes. Your business in my classroom, my lord. This boy, he pointed at me again, and the entire room turned to look my way. Schwab, is it? I shrugged, not feeling nearly as scared of the guy since Thoyd had started talking back. Shwabbington, I corrected. But you're halfway there. Jones gave a fake laugh, his wide mouth scowling at me. You assaulted my son, he said, telling me I was right in guessing who he was. Do you have any idea how expensive magical nose jobs are these days? I can't say I'd ever given the idea any thought. Plus, I was pretty sure there was a spell that could fix whatever May had done almost as fast as she had done it.
I'm pretty sure I saved him from worse, I said honestly, looking at May, who turned away, blushing. This is not a laughing matter, Jones said with a flourish, the white hairs on his coat shimmering. Well, that's weird, I said. Usually your son is nothing but laughs. I can see where he gets it. I hadn't meant it as a compliment, but Jones didn't take it as one either. It just made him angrier. I will sue every last penny from you and your worthless family, he started. Oh, that's okay, I said, pretending not to care. My family's dead. I don't have any money either, but here, you can have this. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a wad of lint, 2 florins, and a little black cube called an anatl that was basically a breath mint made of rock. Reiser had given it to me after breakfast. I didn't think my breath was bad enough to need it, so I offered it to Jones. Here, I said. You could use it. The last time an adult had slapped me was back in Bangor, when I had talked back to one of the nuns in charge of the orphanage. Clearly I had a talent for letting my mouth get me into trouble. And trust me, it wouldn't be the last. Thankfully this time, Jones only struck my hand, sending my pocket prices flying across the room. Lord Jones, Athroyd said, as surprised as the rest of the class. Is this how you teach them to treat their superiors? Jones asked, turning on Hroyd. My lord, if you do not leave my class this moment, I'll do you one better, Jones roared. Since the standards of this school are beyond subpar, I will be issuing a request for an inquisition into Logites with immediate urgency. You may want to let Senius know. He might like to show up for work for a change. With that, Jones rushed out of the room, his white coat flowing like his hair behind him. I decided then and there I really didn't want to meet more of the Jones family, especially since I guessed Venner's brother would be exactly the same. Even with the rest of us distracted by the interruption, Troy did his best to bring our attention back to the board, continuing his lecture on the Latuvish festival of mushrooms like nothing had happened. Another 3 sets of double days went by. The only times I even thought about Lord Jones interrupting Athroyd's class were when I saw Venner in the classes we shared with the Coro kids, but neither one of us brought up what had happened. I think he was still afraid of me. He had no trouble sending letters home to Daddy, but when he saw me in person, he kept his mouth shut. His eyes turned to Nelson like he was planning another prank. I tried to give May Whiterun my thanks for helping me out with Venner before, but she treated me the same way she always had. Maybe even worse. Instead of insulting me, it was like she was trying to ignore me, too. You could tell something was happening because of the older students, though. As soon as news had spread of an inquisitor coming to inspect the school, Jordan had been acting really strange. I hardly ever saw him at lunch anymore, and the one time I did, he was going in the opposite direction, like he was about to go on a walk to grab food somewhere else. The only places I knew about on Selenia were the school, the landing port, and Clogan Town. I didn't think the port had any food, especially when it was empty, and the town was far enough away that he would have to skip his next class in order to grab something there. Come to think of it, wouldn't he need permission to go into town on a school day? Call me crazy, but that seemed weird to me. Wasn't I being paranoid? Worst of all was Drew. Since Hulse sent, I'd been seeing him around the school a lot more. He even came to sit with us at lunch a few times. But once the news about the upcoming inspection reached him, he locked in like I'd never seen anyone do before. Whereas Jordan was jumpier than usual, Drew hardly said a word to anybody. I saw a gorgeous Coro girl say hi to him on the way to class one time, and he just flashed a quick smile and moved on like nothing had happened. Even with me, the one time I got to walk with him between classes, he didn't say anything except when he was straightening my shirt and demanding that I start wearing a tie with my outfit. I figured this was just his team spirit coming out. It hadn't taken me all 3 months at the school to learn that most of the Spia kids were stuck-up know-it-alls and clean freaks, and even though I tried to look past it because he was my brother and all, Drew had a habit of creeping that way too. Ever since our first night meeting, I hadn't seen him in anything but his orange suit, and not once did I catch him without his silver tie clip. Even at lunch when he wasn't eating, he was only half listening to our conversations while he polished his crystal wand. We were in Apothecary at the very end of the week when news of the Inquisitor's arrival spread like May's fire through the school. I felt bad for Athro Romelium, that's a total lie, of course I didn't, for trying to keep our attention on Essence of Gorlock Bladder. Any other teacher would have had a rough time keeping kids on track, but I'm sure it was a lot harder without a mouth or a face. Then I saw the Emperor's symbol on the side of Romelium's screen, and remembered he was part of it all too. If anything, I wish we'd been more disruptive. You're probably wondering, gee, Eric, you've never even met this Ganderstorm guy. What makes you hate him so much? And honestly, that might be a good question if you had never met a single one of his followers. Aside from the propaganda that was everywhere outside the school, and trust me, Cork told me all about that, he had killed the old Emperor and disappeared the rest of the royal family.
Coming from the United States of America, I thought the whole king thing was weird to begin with. But everyone I talked to about it treated the old emperor like he was the greatest human being in the universe. And that what Ganderstorm had done was so evil, there wasn't even a level of punishment great enough to deal justice to his crime. You could ignore all of that, though, and focused on the biggest thing. The thing that had scared me from the first time I caught a glimpse of the new emperor's face. The thing that Jordan had told me about him that stuck with me ever since. It was no secret that Ganderstorm practiced dark magic. From the unnatural look of his face to the evilly sharp shape of his insignia, even the uniforms his servants wore gave off this aura. And I'm not talking about the cool kind. If you've never been in the presence of true evil, trust me, you'll feel it when it's there. I felt it before I even saw the Inquisitor. From what I had come to understand, it was a miracle that Logeats was left as alone as it was. Most places in the Empire, conversations about Ganderstorm like we had in our dorm at night were grounds for arrest, but somehow, Logeats was left to continue the same way it had been for thousands of years before. Reiser thought this might be because Ganderstorm was afraid of someone like Cineas, but having met the guy that one time, I couldn't imagine that was true. Plus, it's not like we were free to say anything we wanted anywhere in the school. All of us were smart enough to keep our mouths shut in the hallways, knowing Remelium's big rectangle of a body would be rolling anywhere at any moment. But I hadn't realized how much freedom we normally had until Magical Machines, where instead of doing class as normal, Athro Ferriman lined us up one by one, the other half of Blazo kids beside us. They marched us into the atrium like we were at a military academy. Every other class did the same until hundreds of us, all of us certainly, were lined up in a great wave of colors on the stone floor. We'd never been taught how to stand, but all of us were too afraid to do anything different than the people around us, and so we all stood still, back straight and eyes firmly on the person ahead. I was on the edge of one of the kava lines, roughly halfway between the front and back. Next to me, the orange of Spia caught my peripheral vision, helping me to relax. I knew Drew would still be on edge, wherever he was in the mess of bodies, but at least we were still together. That at least gave me some comfort. That comfort was taken away by the sound of a whistle. If I thought the Gorners were bad news, the Inquisitor looked like 100 times worse. At the front of the room, Athrosinius looked like a shriveled old man next to the tall, leathery figure beside him. On his other side, a big, beefy-looking man with a rainbow of medals on his chest stood like we were a new set of recruits. He wore the purple suit that I remembered from the Carnarfon as representing the Power Guard, the very best soldiers the universe had to offer. With a wave of his hand, 4 dozen soldiers marched out of one of the corners and surrounded us, giant rifles in every one of their hands. Okay, I thought. Not good. "Students!" Athrosinius said from the front of the room. It was so quiet his voice boomed even louder with every echo off the walls. "Might I introduce you to Major Ephesial Court, Overseer of Educational Merit for His Imperial Majesty." He said it as respectfully as anyone could have, but there was something in Cineas's face that told me how much the soldiers bothered him being in his school. "Thank you, Athro," the tall man said respectfully. "Students, do not be alarmed. Due to the actions of what I'm sure are a very small minority of you, the standards and practices of Logeats have been called into question. As such, today I'll be asking you questions about the state of things here at the school. Your teachers, your classes, your classmates, all to help us guarantee that there is no body of disloyalty to our glorious and generous leader. Understand?" None of us acknowledged the question. I was shaking in my shoes knowing that all of this, down to the soldiers against the walls, was my fault. If Logeats was anything like my past homes, once the others found out I was the reason for this, I was in for a world of hurt. Thankfully, the first test of our loyalty was one I'd prepared for. Thanks to the robotic rectangle, we all knew the Pledge of Allegiance, and at the signal of the Inquisitor, we recited it in unison. As soon as we were done, one of the soldiers to my right called out, "Major!" and none of us were able to stop our heads from turning to watch the Inquisitor move to meet him. It was dead silent. We could hear every whisper. "That one there," the soldier pointed, singling out an overweight Anda boy who was sweating through his polo. The Inquisitor nodded, walking through the row to stand in front of him. "Stumbling over your words, eh, boy?" the Inquisitor asked. "Care to explain yourself?" Even on the other side of the room, I could see the boy shaking. I'm sorry, sir," he said in a squeaky voice. I was just distracted." "Distracted, huh?" the Inquisitor repeated, looking up at the white ceiling. "In a place as unnatural as this, how couldn't one be distracted? What's your name, boy?" The boy took a deep breath. Coleman, sir," he said. "Raquel Coleman." "Right," the Inquisitor said. "Consider this a reminder, Mr. Coleman.
That you will always be lesser than those around you. The sooner you accept that fact, the easier life will become.
Then he walked away, circling back to the front of the room. None of us dared breathe. We were there for what felt like an hour, the Inquisitor going through the rows and picking students at random to ask questions about the school. Sometimes it was as simple as what we were learning in each of our classes. Sometimes it was as trivial as how the color of our uniforms made us feel from day to day. I was already on edge, but it wasn't until he reached a girl in Blazo that my fear turned to anger.
"Tell me about the Mantown," he said.
Who? She asked for clarification. Athro Amagretin?
"If that's what he goes by, sure," the Inquisitor said. "Do you feel threatened in his class?"
Threatened? She asked, surprised at the rest of us. No. Why?
"His race has a propensity for violence," the Inquisitor added. "It's a miracle they ever hired him in the first place. Do you see any of those violent tendencies in class?"
What? The girl asked. No, I don't... The Inquisitor stepped even closer, like he was looking through her eyes for any sign of a lie. The effect was immediate. I don't blame the girl for being scared, but I was smart enough to see exactly what he was doing. He scared her into giving him exactly what he wanted. One time he yelled at Fisha Davies for speaking out of turn, she blurted out. The Inquisitor smiled.
"Right," he said. "And did this behavior frighten you?"
The girl turned to the other Blazo kids around her, but none of them came to her aid. I mean, she stuttered, maybe a little.
"Noted," he said, turning to the front of the room. "General Unseth, make a note to follow up with the Mantown. We can't have foreign spies propagandizing in our schools, even if the inclinations are subtle."
I realized my mouth was open. Part of me wanted to blurt out and argue that Athro Amagretin was one of the best teachers we had. The best, if I was being honest, even though I liked Athro Floyd as much as I did. The other part of me knew to hold my tongue. If I spoke up, I was only going to make things worse. This whole mess was my fault already. That was when the Inquisitor moved toward Kava. For a moment, I thought he was going to confront me with questions. Or worse, Nelson. Thankfully, he stopped in front of Tate and Wallace. Unlike the previous few kids, it looked like he started his questions without an agenda.
"What year are you at the school, miss?"
he asked. Never that shy, she was quick to respond. First. He nodded.
"And have you been adjusting to life here at the school?"
I think so, she said casually.
"You think so?"
he repeated, towering over her.
"I've never known any with your... pigment to be uncertain of anything. Stubbornly the opposite, really."
Oh no. Tayton wasn't stupid, but out of fear or respect, she didn't respond to what he said.
"You know, some would argue it's kind of them to offer the Mantown a place at Logeets," he said. "Some of my persuasion might argue species differentiation doesn't go far enough. Do you struggle to keep up with the rest of your classmates?"
Tayton shook her head. No, sir. He shrugged.
"That's odd. You must be among the good ones. Tell me, were either of your parents ever offered the Dune Path?"
Again, Tayton shook her head.
"I figured as much," the Inquisitor said. "I see a crimson skin in a place as prestigious as this, and I know your place in it couldn't have been inherited. Hardly earned, I'd say."
A few kids in blue and white let out a small laugh. One was louder than the others. I recognized it immediately as Venner Jones. Whatever color Tayton's face turned when she was embarrassed, she wasn't letting it show. The rest of us were turning red for her. Even Sinius at the front of the room was powerless to do anything. But I could tell by the look on his face he wanted to.
"I'll be keeping an eye on you myself," the Inquisitor said. "All individuals with coloring, really, but in my experience, reds are the ones you really have to watch out for."
"All right, stop!" The words echoed around the room like a blast of thunder. Every face in the room turned to look directly at me, which was when I realized the words had come out of my own mouth. Ah, nuts. The Inquisitor shot his eyes to me immediately, pushing Tayton aside and storming to stand over me like a giant bird of prey. He even smelled evil. Up close, I could see how misshapen he really was. Just like the Emperor, Major Court was older than he seemed. His skin waxy malformed, like it had cracked and been heated back together in an oven. "Name?" he asked plainly, not asking anything else like he had the other kids. I took a shaky breath, realizing I had gone too far again. "Shwabbington," I said. "Eric Shwabbington." He started.
"You expect me to remember that?"
I didn't know whether to say yes, sir, or no, sir, so I just kept my mouth shut.
What gives you the authority to interrupt my line of questioning? He asked.
I tried to keep my attitude in check. Safe to say I wasn't very good at that. You're insulting my friend, I said. The Inquisitor laughed. Your friend? He questioned.
Boy, you may be too young to realize this now, but that creature is not one with whom you want to associate too closely.
That creature is named Tayton Wallace, and she's a human being, I said back, raising my voice.
Hardly, the Inquisitor said.
And even then, allowing her the ability to practice magic is a horrific oversight. The law will change soon enough, and then hopefully idiots like you might see the error of their ways. Idiots like me know the difference between right and wrong, I argued back. Or didn't your parents teach you that in whatever pit you crawled out of? As soon as I said it, I heard the sound of 6 guns raised in my direction. Major Court held up his hand, though his face said he absolutely wanted them to fire.
How dare you?
He snarled, reminding me of the last person who had said those words to me.
I will not have Theatin insulted by the likes of you. A no-name miscreant from a world unimportant to any real consequence in the Empire.
Earth, I said proudly, without him asking. Eric. My name came from over by my right shoulder. It was like a jolt of energy through my body, knowing my brother was at my back. Any hesitation I had about talking back to the Inquisitor was gone. I didn't care how many guns he had on his side. I wasn't going to let him harass my friends or threaten my home without letting him hear my piece. Leave the rest of them alone, I said, gesturing to the hundreds of other students around the room. Lord Jones called you here because of me. If you have an issue with anyone, it's me you need to deal with. The Inquisitor laughed again. I thought I saw Sinius take a step forward, only to be blocked by the general, who held out an arm to stop him.
A scrawny preachy no taller than my breastbone, he said. Do you have any idea the damage I could do with power at my disposal?
It depends on who gets the first shot, I said, reaching my hand down in my pocket to feel my wand. This time it wasn't just 6 guns aimed at me. It was every single one.
I have half a sense to arrest you for a threat like that, he said,
his face growing pink. Well, I have all the sense to know you don't have the nerve, I replied. That's why you brought the soldiers. It's an intimidation tactic. I doubt you even have the authority. I have all the authority to expel you from this school, he shouted. Do it, I said casually, not backing down from the fight. Expel me all you want, but leave my friends alone. Otherwise, you'll get what's coming to you. He stared at me for a second or two, leaning over my body to try to scare me with his size. When he finally realized I wasn't backing down, he stood up straight and snapped a finger at the general, who came rushing over, Sinius close on his heels. This one. He pointed at me once the general was within earshot. I want him on the known defiant list. Put his face on posters everywhere in the solar system. If he so much as takes a step off Selenia, I want to know about it. That seemed a bit extreme, I thought. Still, my adrenaline was so high I welcomed the challenge. Go right ahead, I said confidently. You think I care?
Your name, the Inquisitor snapped again. I'll write it down this time.
Now be my guest, I said. S-H-W Eric, Drew hissed. I turned and saw him standing right behind me, out of order from the ranks we had formed. I grabbed him and pulled him closer to the Inquisitor. Oh, here's my brother, too, I said, introducing him to the others. Are you going to punish him, too? Eric, stop, he commanded. Why? I questioned. It's not like they can arrest you, too. Eric, that's enough. The words came from a voice I didn't expect. I looked up to see Athros Sinius staring directly at me, his eyes a warning sign to keep silent. Even then, he didn't give me a choice. He spoke the same spell Jordan had used on me back on the Carnarvon, and I felt my lips locked together, unable to break them apart.
Your Excellency, I will handle this, he said sternly, turning to the Inquisitor. This boy is my responsibility. I'll deal with his disobedience directly.
He was your responsibility, Zionel, the Inquisitor said.
Obviously, that has not worked in the favor of the Empire. I see no other solution than to let me contact his parents, Sinius interrupted. They're back on Earth. I didn't realize his behavior was so poor. I'm certain once they get involved, this matter can work itself out swiftly and decisively. My heart started to race. Was he being serious about my parents being back on Earth? Druid said Sinius knew more than he did. Suddenly I was distracted from my punishment, hopeful that I might finally have answers to the questions I'd been asking my entire life. There was an awkward pause as the Inquisitor considered Sinius' offer. At first I thought there was no way he was going to leave me behind without dealing the punishment himself. But after he looked at Sinius for half a minute, the Inquisitor seemed to change his mind. Fine, he said. It's your station. He's your responsibility. I could feel a wave of relief radiating off my brother's shoulders. Thank you, Your Excellency, Sinius said. This does not go unseen, the Inquisitor added. I will still be alerting the higher powers to your failing standards, Athro. Expect repercussions from this visit. The Emperor will not be pleased to know the top school in his empire lacks the discipline he so desires. He turned to me, still unable to speak. As for this delinquent and any other student with questioning loyalties, there will be a follow-up. My office will be in contact. I want a formal hearing for his behavior, the whole works. You will deliver him to me when I call. Is that understood? Sinius nodded. Yes, Your Excellency. As for your inclusivity practices, he said, well, let's just say there won't be a place for them much longer. Consider this your warning to alert said students and staff. They may want to start packing their bags. With that, the Inquisitor gestured to the soldiers, walking to the back of the room and no doubt out the door, saying how glad he was to be leaving a place infested such as this. I breathed a sigh of relief through my nose as soon as he was gone, glad it hadn't been worse. Okay, granted, it couldn't have been much worse, but still. Athro Tipperary, Sinius called to the back of the room. Our Dean of Students was stood there, her usual array of giant hat and animal decor making her the epitome of distraction, like the Inquisitor had said. Please take the students to the dining hall in an orderly fashion. She called out commands to the lions, asking them to follow one by one. Not you, Sinius said, grabbing my shoulder when I started to move back in line. He looked at Drew. You boys are coming with me. Chapter 12. This is what the kids call main character energy, I guess. We were halfway up the stairs when reality sunk in. Drew looked furious. Sinius didn't look any different than usual, but that could mean plenty of things. Some of the worst punishments I'd ever had were given to me by people who weren't just angry. They were disappointed. Me personally, I'd jumped the first 2 stages of grief and was now bargaining with what had happened. Maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought it was, I thought, trying to remember exactly what I'd said to the man who had the authority to end my days at the school with a snap of his fingers. At least Sinius had saved me from that, but I knew my chances were low of him not trying to do the same. At least I stood up for what was right, I thought, believing that to the deepest part of my heart. Maybe it had meant something to Tate, and maybe not. But I knew what words like that did to people back on Earth, and I wasn't going to let that kind of thing slide at my new home, too. That thought pushed me from stage 3 to stage 4. This was the first place I'd ever really felt at home. My brother was here, the only family I'd ever known. If I lost that, I didn't even want to think of what would happen then. They'd send me to the Tergaria early, I guess, just like Reiser had said, but I'd have to leave everything else behind. Magic, Logites, Kava, my brother, my friends, my Athros. I even thought I might miss May Whitewren. That was how much this place meant to me now. We reached the bright blue door of Sinius's office. He didn't need a key to get in, the way Drew had done before. It opened automatically as we approached. My depression took a quick back seat as I was distracted by the new look of the inside. The massive ruin had blown me away before, but even then I'd been more concerned with meeting my brother. Now, given the fact this might be my last time ever getting to set foot in his office, I let myself take it all in. Before, gold curtains had covered the space on the walls that weren't taken up by columns or bookshelves or paintings. We were so high up in the school I figured there were windows behind the curtains, but I couldn't have been more wrong. Now that they were open and pulled to the side, they released branches of magical water, which flowed over us in waves that rippled light across the floor, stretching over our heads like the roots of a giant blue tree. Swimming through the tunnels of water, hundreds of alien fish bounced from wall to wall, some in colors I'd never seen. I was shaken out of my fascination by Sinius, who whispered a word in the old language, and one by one the curtains closed, forcing the fish to swim back to the walls as the tendrils of water shrunk away above us. Sit, he said, his voice cold. With another flash of his golden wand, a circle of 3 black chairs shimmered into being in the middle of the floor. I did as I was told, and Sinius joined me, but Drew stayed on his feet, pacing back and forth behind his empty one. I suppose I should formally introduce myself, Sinius said, still serious. Zionel Sinius, Prefather of Logites Academy of Khan and Duin Studies. He shook my hand, which was not something I'd experienced much of since coming to Selenia. I know who you are, I said, not meaning to sound as snotty as it came out. That doesn't mean manners need to be put aside, he said. Are you going to expel me? I asked in a hurry. His silence made me uncomfortable. Sinius took a deep breath, then looked at Drew, who was still walking back and forth nervously behind his chair. It felt like minutes went by before he finally turned back to me and said, No, Eric. I'm not going to expel you.
The words were the ones I was hoping to hear, but the way he said them made my worry stick. Something else was happening, even if I wasn't getting expelled. Something bad. Neither of them spoke again, and after another minute of waiting, I finally said something to break the silence. "So, what's the matter?" Drew snapped, like he'd been waiting for me to ask something stupid. "What's the matter?" he said. "Eric, are you blind?" I looked down at my hands, confirming my answer. "No," I said, trying to keep the tone of the room light. It didn't work. "Well then," Drew said, his anger only getting worse. "What are you, stupid?"
Drew, calm down,
Sinius said, turning his eyes back to my brother. "How could I calm down?" Drew yelled. "He almost exposed everything. He could still expose everything. If today was any indication, he won't know when to shut his mouth at his hearing. Then what kind of trouble will we be in?" I stood to my feet and raised my hands in defense. I told off a bully," I said. "What's the big deal?"
"The big deal is you could have gotten yourself killed," Sinius said.
"He wasn't going to kill me," I said. "Those soldiers were just for show." Drew stepped toward me. "Arrested then," he said. He looked at me with crazy eyes. "They could have taken you. They could have tortured you for information." "What information?" I asked, feeling my heartbeat get bigger with every breath. Then I thought I understood. "Look, if you two are part of something big to get rid of the Emperor, then I'm all for it. You don't have to worry about me turning you in." Sinius smiled, almost laughing.
"Eric, if that was really what we were worried about, you never would have made it into my office," he said.
Well, if that wasn't what they were worried about, then what was? I wondered. "I don't understand," I said, nervous. "Good," Drew snapped. "The less you know, the better." I opened my mouth to speak, but it was like the closing curtains had pulled the moisture from it, too. I flicked my tongue around my teeth, finding the courage to speak again. "If I don't know anything, then how can you be upset with me?" I asked. Sinius nodded, then turned to Drew.
"He has a point."
"Because you don't know what's at stake!" Drew shouted. It was the first time I'd ever been really scared of my brother. He stared at me like he might do anything to keep whatever secret they were hiding, even if that meant something bad for me. He looked at Sinius, who had his bottom lip curled into his teeth.
"We have to tell him," Sinius said.
"We can't tell him!" Drew shouted again. "It's too important!"
"That's exactly why we must tell him," Sinius said, turning to me. "If we don't, everything we've worked so hard to keep could fall apart."
I took a deep breath. Even in the warmth of the office, I was shivering. "Tell me what?" I asked, uncertain. "He's too young to know," Drew said, disagreeing with Sinius.
"You've known your entire life,"
Sinius said. "But he's not me," Drew said, his voice so loud it echoed around the room. He looked at Sinius again, his face turning pink. I don't know what happened, but after a few seconds in silence, he seemed to give up his argument and sat down on one of the leather chairs. Sinius nodded as Drew dropped his forehead into his hand, then sat down in his own chair and pointed at me to do the same. "Not until you tell me what's going on," I said. The old man sighed.
"You may want to sit down for what we tell you," he said.
Another shiver ran through my body. I did as he commanded. "All right," I said. "Tell me what I did wrong. What happened today?" Drew raised his head. "What didn't you do wrong?" he said angrily. "You threatened a close associate of Ganderstorm. You put both of us in the line of unwanted attention, and worst of all, you may have exposed the code." I took a shaky breath, still not understanding why what I had done was such an issue. "What code?" I asked.
"Shwabbington,"
Sinius grunted, cracking his neck from side to side.
"It's not a name so much as an identifier. A placeholder to keep you hidden."
Not a name?" I asked, confused by the difference. "What do you mean?" "Shwabbington isn't our last name," Drew said. I looked at Sinius for an explanation.
"When the old Emperor was assassinated, it was imperative that anyone Ganderstorm might see as a threat be protected at all costs, especially once it was clear to the rest of us the Queen had not escaped Brithenseth. We knew he would stop at nothing to destroy any last traces of the dynasty, or else his reign could be seen as illegitimate. If you've ever met Ganderstorm, you know that his knowledge of the ancient language is greater than any Dune in the history of the universe. He's constantly searching for new information, new knowledge to make himself more powerful, more invincible than anyone could think possible. Shwabbington is a code," Sinius continued. "It's not a spell in the way you've learned about spells, but an answer to a question. It's not a word in the ancient language that can be translated. It's something older, something tied to the very heart of everyone who hears it."
Drew took a deep breath, speaking where Sinius left off. Think of it like a lie detector. If a person hears the word, there are two ways they could respond. Most people would hear you introduce yourself and think of nothing else, but if anyone has ties to Ganderstorm, the word literally changes the way they think.
Anyone with loyalties to Ganderstorm and his new regime, Sinius added. Anyone who might even think of betraying the true holders of the throne cannot remember your name. As soon as you disappear from their sight, even if they write it down, it's impossible to mentally recall the name Shwabbington.
But how? I asked. And what does that have to do with us? Oh, come on, Eric, Drew said, dropping his head in frustration. You're smarter than that. I looked to Sinius for help understanding, but he only held his breath, waiting for Drew to speak again. Your name, he said. Your real name, the name you were given at birth, is Eric Abandrew, of the family Shurb in Parkland. But that... I hesitated. Ab meant son of in the ancient language. As for those family names, I'd heard them before. Those are the last names of the emperors. The old emperors, the ones before Ganderstorm. Sinius nodded.
Exactly, he said. Drew told me you had wondered about your parents. Well, here it is. Your father was Andrew Briat Atanya Achdonald, of the family Parkland, 8th of his name to sit on the Obsidianic throne, rightful head of the royal family Shurb, lawfully proclaimed emperor of the Confederation of Planets. He was killed and taken from the throne by the pretender Lord Ganderstorm, who, so far as we know, still has your mother, the Queen Tanya, captive, no doubt waiting to use her to lure you to destroy any opposition to his reign once and for all. The chill in my bones disappeared. Suddenly everything around me felt so hot I could hardly bear it. My father was the Emperor? I couldn't believe it. I had adjusted to this new world fine so far, but this? This was something else entirely. I needed some air. I fell forward, putting my head between my knees, trying to piece together everything they were telling me. The worst part was, it made sense. Why Drew and I had been separated. The way everyone had treated me back in the Carnarvon. Why even Jordan had acted so strange about knowing my brother. Maybe he wasn't my friend the way I thought he was. Maybe he couldn't remember us when he looked away. A new terrifying truth popped into my head, and I looked at Drew in a new light. Suddenly my older brother looked more than that. In the blink of an eye, he had become older to me. Taller, grander than he ever was before. If our dad was the Emperor, I started looking at him, then that means you're Andrew Andrew, he agreed. 9th of my name. Rightful heir to the Obsidianic throne, and the greatest threat to Ganderstorm's rule. I stopped breathing again. My brother was a prince. Wait a minute. I was a prince too. In a world without Ganderstorm, Drew would be the emperor of the entire universe. Actually, in a world without Ganderstorm, our father would still be alive, and I never would have grown up without my family. The thought replaced my fear with anger. Now you understand, Sinius said gently. You speaking back the way you did, it not only puts yourself at risk. Thousands of systems are secretly still loyal to the royal family, afraid to speak up or lash out against Ganderstorm out of fear of his knowledge of dark magic. I risk the entire future of the universe, I realized. Drew grunted. If anyone finds out who I am, he said, who we are, Ganderstorm will stop at nothing to destroy us. They may have never seen your faces, Sinius added. But the four of you are the inspiration for those thousands of loyal systems who have yet to give up hope that Ganderstorm can be stopped. I felt myself jerk up in my chair. Hold on, I said. 4 of us? Drew finally smiled for the first time all day. That's the other part of the secret, he said. The Emperor had 4 sons at the time of his death, Sinius explained. When Urto fell, all 4 of you were separated for the safety of yourselves and the future of the Confederation. In case something happened to 1, 2, even 3 of you, there was still a chance the royal family might survive. I looked at Drew, whose smile had turned into a mix of hope and exhaustion. We know where the youngest is, he said. His name's Scott. He's 9, and he's safe on the planet Complacency with a family of other kids. He didn't know he was adopted until we found him last year. For a second, my rapid heartbeat stopped completely. Complacency? I repeated. Isn't that where Venner Jones and his family are from? Drew smiled again. He started laughing, shaking his head. Don't worry, he said.
Even if they somehow found him and interrogated him for his real name, I'd be surprised if he even remembers it. They'd never be able to bring that information away from his home. I was about to say I didn't understand, but then Sinius added, "Because of how young he was when you four were separated, we were able to protect him with certain magical defenses we couldn't give the rest of you. Even if Ganderstorm suspected this, which he no doubt does, he's been searching in the wrong places. Complacency is mostly loyal to his cause, and anyone he might send there in his place would never have the knowledge to spot the protections, let alone break them. The rest of you are scattered to far corners of the universe. Chains upon chains of people we trusted to keep you safe were passed to protect you, so someone close to the throne would never have a clue where you were in case they were captured and interrogated by Ganderstorm, only trusting that you were still alive. In your case, you ended up on Earth. Not because he would never think to look there, but because Ganderstorm is too proud to go anywhere lacking magic the way Earth does." I looked at Drew, swallowing hard to take everything in. As good as Sinius was doing at explaining why I had ended up where I did, I was still jealous of Drew. "And you still ended up with a family," I said. He finally sat down in his chair, giving me a nod of comfort in the chaos of everything I'd just been told. "That happened by chance," Drew said. "I got lucky. In all fairness, so did you. Your life could have been a lot worse. Not trying to sound like that guy, but it was hard for me to imagine my life being more difficult than what it had been." "Which brings us to the fourth brother," Sinius said. "The one between the pair of you. Beyond Drew, your father was a very private man when it came to his family. The public knew very little about the other three until his death, which was when Ganderstorm released everything he had learned about the royal family in his search to find you. We know his name is Stephen. We know he was born sometime between you and Drew, and we know that it's likely he's a Tan Subord based on what we know about the rest of you. But beyond that," Drew perked up, picking up for Athros Sinius. "The voice of Gahlu spoke to the Trugaria, but even Father Delpharn told us that the details are practically non-existent. We know he's alive, but where the voice wouldn't share. We know the question appeared to him multiple times, but he ignored every single one, which makes it even harder to trace him. Then there's the fact that his line of guardians was traced by Ganderstorm's forces," Sinius added. "Everyone, all the way up to the person who hit him last, is dead, which means that wherever he is, he's hidden well. It's possible we may never find him until the time comes." I knew the answer before I asked the question. This time I was confident, but no less terrified. "The time comes... for what?" Drew leaned in, as serious as he had been all day. "For us to take Ganderstorm down." When I finally let out my breath, it shivered through my lips. "You've seen what his followers are," Sinius said. "You've heard what he's like, what he's done, what he continues to be. Around the Confederation, anyone who speaks against him is being silenced. Yours isn't the only family he's taken down in his conquest for power. His plan for the universe is evil. Gahlu is crying out for us to correct the path of magic. All of us with the ability to hear it can tell it's so." My heartbeat was back in my ears, sending beats pounding through my head. "And you want me to join in the fight?" I said. "If you want to be," Sinius said, shrugging. "Even if you don't, without your brother Stephen in the picture, you're our second hope. Just because you're not an active participant doesn't take you out of danger, nor does it protect the rest of us from anything you might be forced to say." Drew leaned in again, looking me directly in the eyes. "If they learned who we are," he said, "if they captured you, they could force you to praise him in front of the entire universe. An heir to the throne cementing the usurper as the true king. It'd be the end for all of us." Sinius cleared his throat. "All that to say," he said, "what you say or don't say, especially in the presence of one of Ganderstorm's loyal followers, could mean life or death to anyone else, whether you realize it or not. Do you understand?" I nodded, paralyzed from the neck down. I waited for them to speak again, to add more information to the pages of it they had just shared with me, but neither did. Another minute passed, the only sound beyond my heartbeat coming from a giant metal clock floating in the back corner of the room. Losing feeling in my feet, I stood up. They both just stared. "So," I said, I'm not sure where the burst of confidence came from. "You're telling me Ganderstorm killed my father, the Emperor, forcing me and my 3 long-lost brothers to disappear to separate ends of the universe, protected by our fake last name, but you have no idea where our last brother is, only that he's alive and not answering your calls. Then, you're hearing a magical voice tell you it's our destiny to take down the guy who killed our dad to make everything right with the universe again, and even if I don't want to, you think I should learn to keep my mouth shut in order to save someone else from being punished for something I might accidentally say. Is that right?" Drew and Sinius turned to look at each other, and after another minute of awkward silence,
They both nodded in agreement. More or less, yeah, Drew said. Are you all right with that? Sinius asked. I put my hands to my head, ready to pull my hair out. All I could do was laugh. Do I have a choice? I asked. Again, Sinius looked at Drew, but this time the silence only lasted a few seconds. At this point, no, Sinius said. But destiny doesn't necessarily put an end to your free will. Whether you help or not, prophecies will be fulfilled, and the path of the universe will go on as the Gahu directs it. That's the way it's always been. And it's the way it always will be. In 10 years, Ganderstorm might still be on the throne, or it may be Drew Shwabbington, or maybe a third option none of us saw coming. Any way you put it, destiny will be fulfilled. I saw Drew take a deep breath and swallow a thought. I guessed I had looked a lot like that for the past hour. Are you all right? He asked, standing to his feet. At this point, I wasn't sure if he was asking for my sake or for his. I'm fine, I laughed. I might scream it out in the shower later, but what's new? Athrosinius rose to his feet as well. Well then, he said. Can we at least count on you to keep this much a secret? The question was ridiculous. Anyone who really knew me should have known my answer. Are you kidding? I asked, turning to my brother. I don't care what I have to do. If it involves protecting my brothers, I'll do whatever it takes. I turned back to Athrosinius. When do we start? Chapter 13. Space Christmas. The first thing you should know about revolutions, they're really, really boring. I was hyped and ready to go. You could have put a wand in my hand and sent me to wherever Ganderstorm was hiding, and I would have gotten the job done without another word. But Sinius was quick to remind me how little magic I actually knew. Come to think of it, I had no idea where Ganderstorm lived, or if he could be hiding and sheltered by decoys. Even then, Drew reminded me that that plan was exactly what Ganderstorm had done to our father, and that had sent most of the galaxy into chaos. There's an order to these things, Sinius said. Right now, our best chance is you two learn everything you need to learn. Follow the paths in front of you and don't do anything hasty. Above all, keep your heads down and stay protected. At these words, Drew had shot me a look. I'd done a pretty shoddy job of doing that part so far, but Sinius was right. As much as I hated hearing the word years thrown around as the timeline for taking down evil, it was the only real chance we had. Who can we trust? I asked. Here at the school, I mean. Sinius scratched his head. If both of you, and perhaps your brothers, make it as close to the Emperor as you can without him knowing your identities, the better. He looked at Drew. None of your classmates should know. That risks too much, even if they're your closest friends. The only exception being Mr. Vanson, but he discovered that much by coincidence. I perked up. Hold on, Jordan knows? It wasn't our choice, Drew said. The look on his face told me they didn't want to talk about it. Even so, do not bring it up with him unless you do so in code, Sinius said. There are too many ears, even here, to let that information flow freely. Same goes for Athrol. He's as good an ally as any. Knowing there were a few more people who knew took a bit of weight off my shoulders. Even if I had to keep the secret, at least I wasn't doing it alone. What about Athro Tipperary? I asked. She seemed like a good fit for our cause. Sinius shook his head. If you knew about her homeworld, you'd know not to let her have that knowledge, he said. She'd support you completely if she knew, but that would make her a target. They'd torture her for that information, just as they've tortured the rest of her family. I felt a pit drop deeper in my stomach. The more I learned about Ganderstorm and his empire, the worse my opinion became. They had to be stopped. Whatever path we had to take to get there, however long it took, I was committed with every cell in my body. I would have felt the same even if my brother wasn't the rightful king. All right, I agreed. Then teach me the code. It took me a few weeks to get it down. The code we used to communicate wasn't anything super difficult, but it was always changing, which is why it took me so long to understand what I realized was my third language, even if this one was already made up of words and phrases from the one I knew as English. By the time December rolled around, I'd become strong enough with it to try speaking with Jordan and Athrocloid about it. And to my surprise, I was even able to pick up Athrocloid's jokes when he said them in code. Outside of seeing each other in class in the hallways, the five of us, well, three of us really, since Jordan and Cloyd weren't as close to the center as me, Drew, and Sinius, communicated through wand chats, which were basically the magic version of text messages. It was as easy as thinking a message, repeating it through a spell, and sending it one way to another person, who would get the message in their head like a second voice. Sinius told me it was a third-year trick when he taught me, which meant that I was probably the only student in my year who knew how to do it, and warned me that I could send messages to my friends, but it would probably freak them out and they would have no clue how to respond back. The messages were untraceable from wand to wand, but they could be intercepted by more powerful magic, which meant that everything we sent between ourselves still had to be sent in code. The code was completely different from voice to text, though, so I had another few weeks of private lessons with Sinius after class to learn a whole second set of clues. You might think all that extra work would hurt my grades, since I didn't have as much time to do my homework, but honestly, things were starting to get easier. Even the classes I struggled with before were making more sense, to the point that Athro Hark was really starting to push back against my skills and arms class. Our latest lesson was on material defense, which was basically learning how to create shields against physical threats. Tate and Wallace spoke up and asked when we would ever need to defend ourselves against physical threats, which was when Athro Hark conjured a rain cloud over her head to soak her silent. Thankfully, we had learned a drying spell a few weeks earlier, and May Whiterun was quick to undo the damage. I thought of doing it myself, but she beat me to it. All the better, really, since I was 100% sure Hark would report me back to Ganderstrom's Inquisitor for standing up for Taten again. I was doing a pretty good job of holding my tongue in class, but there were days he really pushed me to my limit. Today got close. After informing us that the material defense spell was as strong as we made it using our own magical energy, he took advantage of me expecting another rain cloud, and struck me with lightning. "You call that defense, Schwabby?" I heard from Venner Jones as soon as we were out in the hallway. "My grandmother could block better than that." "Shwabbington," I corrected him. "Or are you too stupid to remember anything more than 2 syllables? Jones rolled his eyes, already halfway down the hallway. As much as he liked to taunt, he'd clearly learned his lesson about getting in my face. "Sorry," he said over his shoulder. "Guess you're just not important enough for me to care." I may have been scorched and embarrassed, but I did get a laugh out of the irony. As December rolled on, I finally realized that at some point, the horse scent decorations had been replaced with green, white, and silver, making the whole place look like a wintry forest. It never snowed on Selenia, nor did the days get any shorter, but I could tell from the people's attitudes and the amount of homework we were getting that the end of the calendar year was coming soon. Or at least what I was used to as the calendar year. Which brought up a whole different question. "Hold up," I asked Jordan literally seconds after I realized the change in decorations. We were in the cafeteria chowing down on ralepi slabs, basically this world's version of a cheeseburger. "Do you guys celebrate Christmas?" He was midway through a bite. A whole stream of teal juice dripped down his chin. "What's Christmas?" he said in his usual response. I tried to remember everything I could about Christmas back on Earth. It had been years since I had celebrated it, since Chauncey and I never had much to give each other. The holiday," I said. "You pass out gifts and put up trees inside your houses and sing songs about good cheer and gay clothes." Jordan paused, setting down his slab. "You mean Yule?" he asked. It sounded dangerously close to the word Yule, which I remembered from those Christmas carols. "Is that what this is?" I asked, pointing to the vines and bells lining the coral walls. When he nodded and went back to his ralepi, I added, "How is that possible?" He looked annoyed that I kept interrupting his meal. "How is what possible?" I knew back on Earth people were sensitive about the whole religious thing, but I felt the need to ask. "Do you guys have like a space Jesus, then?" What followed that question was a 10-minute lecture about the Gathu, half of which I hardly understood and half of which I barely remember. The gist of what I do remember had to do with a different holiday called Amsperfeth, which takes place in the summer, and has something to do with a superhero dude called the Kanu, who reappears every few hundred years and has the ability to talk to all 4 sides of Sibir magic. Basically, none of what he said made any sense to me, and I kind of felt stupid for asking the question. What became really clear to me as Yule grew closer, though, was that it basically was Christmas. Everyone started talking about their favorite family meals and all the things they were looking forward to receiving in the mail as their gift. No one went home for the holidays, which I was grateful for, knowing I had nowhere to go, but everyone was waiting for a slice of home brought to Logeats by the power of magic. Even in the dorm, the other boys were asking what they could get me as a Yule present. I tried to politely turn down their offers, knowing I couldn't return the favor, but every single boy insisted they give me something, even Nelson. As weird as it was, I realized the biggest difference between what I knew of Christmas and this whole Yule thing was that every single person was more focused on giving presents than receiving them, even if they were still excited to find boxes beneath the tree. At that realization, I was quick to find Drew and ask him if we had any royal treasure still sitting around to use as fun money. The answer was technically yes, but it was a limited supply, so he warned me to use it cautiously. On our next weekend in Clogantown, I scrounged together a few things I thought the boys would appreciate. For Riser, I went to Schiffergesch, which, apart from being the hardest word I had learned to pronounce on Selenia, was the local bookstore, and found him a cheap set of books on the history of his home planet's next-door neighbor. He was always reading, so I figured learning something new would be right up his alley, a pun not intended. For Nelson, I figured someone with as many issues as him could use all the help he could get. So I found a cool contraption that used magic to remove all the allergic ingredients from foods before he ate them. It took up more of my budget than I would have liked, but I thought he would appreciate the gesture. I just hoped taking some of the key ingredients out of my favorite foods wouldn't make them inedible. Cork insisted he didn't need anything, but seeing that he was the only one of us who had even considered buying gifts for the girls in our year, I bought him a cheap cologne to boost his confidence. Kelb was expecting 30 billion presents from his gigantic family down on Urto, so I bought him a new pot for his botany collection, figuring he would be at least getting one thing to fill it. I hadn't seen Harbo much recently, something about a sick relative back home. But as soon as he was back, he told me that all he really wanted was a gift card to the ice cream shop. Then there was Jordan, who kept sneaking away from me at night and disappearing toward town. It was really weird. But curiosity aside, he had mentioned something about not being to Greel in a few years since he was already working on projects for Sinius and Athrochoid. So I found a way to import a little vial of black water from Greel's main ocean. I hoped you wouldn't find the gesture weird. People were nostalgic for that sort of stuff, weren't they? Hardest of all was Drew. Through my private lessons and brotherly talks, I suppose he was the person I knew best now. But in a lot of ways, I still felt like I barely knew him at all. I knew all the facts and figures about him. The way he held a fork, the number of times he tapped his wand on his pant leg before putting it back in his pocket, even where his bedroom was located in Ted and Marcy's house. But I still didn't know all the things he liked, or even what his dreams were beyond the obvious. Avenge our father and retake the throne. I decided on something really dumb. I figured if I could import water from Greel, then there might be a way I could bring something from Earth all the way to Selenia. There was this really old movie back home called The Avengers, with superheroes from across the universe teaming up to stop this big alien dude from, tap dancing or something. I don't know, I'd never actually seen it, but everyone back home knew the characters, and I hoped Drew might get a laugh out of the title. When Yule finally came around, we were treated to a day off from classes and a gigantic meal of whatever the space version of ham, potatoes, and pastries were. It was as close to a homegrown Christmas feast as I could imagine. And I'll be honest, having never had anything like this in my life back on Earth, there were a few times where I would bite down on a forkful and nearly start crying. I made sure to pass out my presents to Drew and Harbo before they went back to their lounges for the night. Harbo didn't get me anything. I knew with everything back home he couldn't afford much beyond the essentials, but that didn't bother me much. A whole bunch of people had given me presents to fill that exchange. Some I didn't even know. After the whole incident with the Inquisitor, I'd expected everybody to turn against me for standing up to him, but I was only about 40% correct. All of the Koro kids hated me, but I started to realize this was less about what I had done and more about what the Jones boys were spreading behind my back. Anytime I got close to a kid in white or blue, they turned away like I was sick and dying. The good news was, nearly everybody else had appreciated what I'd done, even if Drew continued to insist it was stupid. A few people had been so moved by me standing up for Tayton that they bought me Yule presents, the best of which was a cool device called a Cipherate, which lit up and pointed whenever someone talked about me when I wasn't listening. Drew gave his present to me on our walk back to our lounges. Before we split to go our separate ways, he handed me a small black rock carved into a weird bent shape. "It's obsidian," he said in the code. "Like the throne." I rolled the thing over in my hand. Suddenly the shape of the carving became clear to me, and I stood there amazed at how detailed the front of the statue really was. "It's a dragon," I said. "Goch," he said, nodding. "It was the symbol of the Sherb family, Dad's family, before he married Mom for the throne." I stared at it, rubbing my thumb across the little dragon's scales to feel their sharpness. The thing was barely bigger than a golf ball. "It's called an Edifeth," he said, "a legacy stone. It represents the combination of two families into one. They made one for each of us when we were born." I looked up at him, feeling the tears come back to my eyes. "And this was mine?" I asked. "It might be," he said honestly. "They managed to grab two of them when we fled Ganderstorm's attack. They're some of the only royal artifacts we still have in our possession. I have the other one. I figured it was only right that..." I hugged him before he could finish the thought. Obnoxious as he could be at times, I'd never questioned how much Drew really cared about me. In my hand was the first Christmas present I'd ever received from my own family. As the tears flowed from my eyes onto his jacket, I clutched the dragon so tight I could feel my hand start to bleed. "Thank you," was all I managed to say before he left. But I could tell from the look on his face that he knew exactly what the present meant to me. Back in the Kava lounge, I passed out all my gifts to the other boys, knowing full well nothing could make them as happy as the dragon made me. They all seemed to enjoy their presence, especially Nelson and Kelb, but Jordan's reaction caught me by surprise. He was confused at first until I explained what the water was. Even then, I could tell the smile of thanks was forced, like he didn't really care. I tried to look a little more enthused when he handed me mine. In a small box were a pair of spiraling rocks, like seashells. I wondered if they were sentimental to him like the water. Maybe they came from the same ocean. But before I could thank him, he corrected my thoughts. "They're fricas horns," he said, seeing my confusion. I looked up at him, but he kept his eyes on the box. "What's a fricas?" I asked. We had never covered those in Swillig. Jordan kept looking at the box, like the gift made him sad to give it away. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "It's an animal. A lot like humans, really, but they have these horns." He picked one up, looking at it instead of me. "People hunt them," he said. "People think the horns bring good luck, so the species is being hunted to extinction." I picked up the other one, looking at the shape with the same interest I had given my stone dragon. They were like a pair of giant fangs, slightly curved toward their point. "Did you hunt one?" I asked. "Is that how you got these?" Jordan caught himself before he started laughing, like the idea was absurd. "Of course I wouldn't hunt one," he seemed to say with the expression on his face. But then the sadness returned. I could tell he really cared about the horns, and that giving them to me was important. "You can keep them if you want," I said. "If they're important—" "No," he interrupted. "I want you to have them. They're just horns." That was all he said before he walked away through the dormitory arch. Not feeling quite ready for bed, I made my way to one of the purple couches and sat down, staring at the horns, wondering what they could have meant to Jordan. I didn't have much time to wonder, though, because a few seconds later, someone else plopped down on the couch beside me. An arm the color of a tomato reached into my lap and held out another box, nearly the same color. I looked up and saw Tayton, her slick dark hair pulled over one shoulder. She was already dressed for bed, covered head to toe in a shimmering black satin outfit that was so bright I could almost see my own reflection. Maybe it was the lack of purple anywhere on her body, but her skin looked even redder than normal. "Hey," she smiled. I set down the box from Jordan and took the one from her hand. Even though Tayton spent more time with us boys than any of the other girls in our year, I hadn't even thought to get her anything. "Don't worry," she said, like she could read my mind. "You've already done enough for me." I realized she was talking about the Inquisitor. This was the first time we'd really talked about it. "It doesn't take much to be a decent person," I said. "You'd be surprised at how many people wouldn't have done the same," she said. Then she pointed at the box. "Open it." I slowly did as she instructed. The box was almost exactly the same as Jordan's, but instead of fricas horns, Tayton's was filled with a big gold disc, like a hockey puck with just its face peeled off. It was heavy. When I moved it around, different colors of light reflected off the gold surface in little waves of rainbow. "It's a copy," she said, "of the Roulet Medal of Friendship. We can't give you the real one, but my dad thought it was fitting for what you did for us." I looked up at her, overwhelmed by something different this time. I wasn't honored in a teary, sentimental way like I had been by Drew and Jordan. This time I felt proud. "Who's us?" I asked. Tayton shrugged. "Us," she said. "Me, my family, red people in general. And not just us. I can't imagine you wouldn't have done what you did for me if I was yellow or green or blue." "Tayton, all I did was be kind," I said. She shook her head. "That's not true," she said. "You have no idea what something as simple as standing up for me does in a place like this." She gestured around the room. I knew exactly what she meant. Tayton was the only person in Cabo with skin a different color than I'd ever seen back on Earth. "My dad is the pennaeth of the largest country on Roulet," she said. "I'll never have to worry about money as long as I live. People like Venner Jones, they can tease you all they want about you not having the things they do. But even if I were as rich as them, they would never give me the time of day because of the way I look." "I'd much rather spend time with you than with him," I said. "And I think you're much better looking." Tayton's smile turned into what I thought might be blushing, though it was hard to tell. "Well, I don't think you're that bad yourself," she joked, elbowing me in the ribs. "But seriously, this is from all of us. People like you are the only reason Ganderstorm and his followers haven't taken everything away from us completely. As much as they're trying to keep us away from schools and positions of power, regular people standing up to them gives us hope. And it helps everybody else realize something's wrong too." That sad, sappy gratitude was coming back again. I could feel my cheeks match hers as I put the medal back in the box. "Thanks, Tayton," I said, giving her a big hug. "Llawen iwl, Eric," she said. Before she stood up, she planted a kiss on my cheek. Then she scurried off with a few of her older friends. Huh, I thought. All things considered, standing up to the Inquisitor might have been the best thing to ever happen to me. I sat there stunned for a few more seconds, both boxes on either side of me, when Cork and the other boys came rushing over from the main stairs. "Dude!" Cork yelled. "How'd you do that?" I picked up the boxes and stood to join them. "Do what?" I asked. "I've been trying to find the courage to talk to girls all night, and Tayton Wallace just kissed you." I started laughing. "Yeah," I said. "On the cheek?" "Well, don't rub it in," he said, and the other boys started laughing with me. I shrugged, looking down at my presents. I was just being nice to her. Back in the dorm, I set my gifts on the little indent window of rock next to my bed, including the Sifrate, which was glowing like crazy and pointing toward what must have been the Coral Lounge. Apart from Venner Jones, I was grateful that for the first time in my life, save maybe Chauncey, I was surrounded by really good friends. The only thing that could have made this Yule any better would be my family back together in full. And I hoped that wherever Stephen and Scott were spending their holiday, they at least felt a fraction as loved as me. The only dark spot on my night came from thinking about my mom. I had dreamed about her every night of my life, but in the last month, those dreams had been given more color than ever before. Wherever the Queen Tanya was, even though I knew it was nowhere good, I hoped she could somehow take comfort in knowing that Drew and I were okay. To whatever force in the universe controlled something like that, the Gachu was what most of the people here believed, I prayed that she would know we were together. And as soon as we were ready, she was the first stop on our journey to rescue the universe. Chapter 14. The whole school gets mooned. After a few full days of break to celebrate the switching of the seasons, things were honestly kind of boring once we started the second semester. The phrase, "at least the days are getting longer," didn't really apply to us on Urto's second moon, since things on Selenia always stayed exactly the same, for reasons I wasn't smart enough to understand. The only major change came the morning of our third day back, when I woke up one morning, got dressed like usual, and made my way to the Kava Bridge. The first thing I noticed was the water. Have you ever taken a squishy toy and thrown it as hard as you can against the wall or floor, wondering if it would stick? The water in the Foseth kind of looked like that, with the waves much bigger than usual, bouncing up and down like an invisible hand was squishing them against the riverbed. Then I realized the water wasn't its usual dark blue color. Instead, today the water had switched to a deep maroon, almost like blood. I turned to Jordan, who was coming out of the lounge behind me. "What, is Moses here?" I asked, before realizing he probably had no clue who that was or what I was talking about. He looked over the edge of the waves before looking up into the sky. "Oh, that's normal," he said, pointing. "Titania's up there for the next few months." At that point, I felt stupid for not noticing the gigantic orange sphere covering almost the entire sky. I kid you not, I stopped breathing for well over 10 seconds. It was one thing to see Urto in the night sky every so often. I'd seen enough pictures of Earth from the moon growing up to know what my own planet and its original version looked like. But seeing another giant thing in the sky, especially as big as this one was, nearly made me think the world was ending. "Holy moly," I said slowly, taking in the sheer size of it. "What is that?" Jordan laughed at me. "Like I just said, that's Titania," he said. "Urto's other moon." "There's two of them?" I asked, gasping, before realizing that of course there was another moon if Selenia was the second. Jordan was about to make fun of me for not realizing that, when another realization hit me. I turned to him and asked, "Wait, what happened to Earth's version of Titania?" Jordan looked up at the other moon and shrugged. "I don't know, actually," he said. "My guess is it didn't make the trip. I mean, just because they can clone a planet doesn't mean it always works. Your version of Selenia didn't quite survive the trip, did it?" I thought about the moon back on Earth, then about my first impression of Selenia and all of its water. "No," I said. "You're probably right." As we kept walking toward the cafeteria, Jordan continued telling me about Titania. From lovely Yule to Buzdes, which I understood was their version of either the first day of spring or St. Patrick's Day, maybe both, Titania just sat in the sky, day and night, changing the color of space and affecting the tides below. He also speculated if the wizards who had cloned Urto had even tried to clone Titania. Apparently, even with its massive size, the whole thing was uninhabited. I thought it was a bit weird that in a universe where you could clone an entire planet and send it halfway across the universe, they couldn't find a way to let people live there. But Jordan just shrugged his shoulders and gave his usual answer when I asked too many questions. I wouldn't worry about it. Still, the red sky and red waves made the whole world feel off. When we sat down at our table next to Drew, who was already halfway through his goldenberry thess, my mind traveled elsewhere. "Any word on my hearing with the Empire?" I asked, making sure to switch to code. Like usual, Drew looked at Jordan, like he was trying to figure out if keeping him in the loop was worth it. Our other friends hadn't arrived yet, so he decided to take the chance. "Nothing yet," he replied. "Best guess would be sometime after the school year's out, which gives you plenty of time to prepare and continue to learn." I sighed. It had been the same answer for the last several weeks, and even though I was practicing my customs and private material as much as I could in my free time, I was worried it would never be enough. "Sinius still isn't back yet?" I asked. Drew was downing another bite of breakfast, so Jordan jumped in. "He's still off-world," he said. "Doing what?" I asked, more angrily than I meant. For someone who's supposed to be near the top of this revolution, he certainly did take a lot of days off, to the point that I started to wonder if any of his plans would ever even happen. Venner Jones's dad had been right. "How are we supposed to know?" Jordan replied. "And why would he share it with us?" "We're just kids," Drew added with a mouthful of Thess. "We're not just kids," I said, raising my voice. "You and I are—" I stopped myself. Even in code, saying that part out loud was dangerous. "Lord Ganderstorm's chosen successors," I whispered carefully. "What difference does that make?" Drew asked. "We're still kids." "Yeah, well, he's—" I started. I wanted to say just a principal, but I had learned over the past few months that that wasn't entirely true. My first impression of Athros Sinius had been of an old man who didn't really stand out in the crowd. He wasn't anything special to look at, and he didn't really show off around other people. But when you got him one-on-one, or even in private between Drew and me, there was far more to him than met the eye. "If there's something we need to know, he'll tell us," Drew said, trying to be encouraging. He finished his breakfast, and after neatly stacking his silverware on his plate, he started polishing his wand like he did every meal. "Just be patient. Focus on your homework until he gets back." Thankfully, that was getting easier and easier. I still wasn't the best in the class. May Whitewren usually had me beat in that competition, but I was getting up there in almost all of them. It was like a door was being opened in my head. Even the classes I had struggled with before were getting easier. The names of the creatures in Swoleg were getting easier to remember and tell apart. The math and numerology was making more sense, and best of all, I was starting to catch up to all of my classmates in Chronicles. I still didn't know much about the history of other planets, but I didn't feel like a fish out of water anymore. And even better for my grades, I was at the point where I wanted to learn more about the things that I didn't know. Things were looking up socially, too. Apart from the guys in my dorm, everyone in Kava seemed friendlier these days, to the point that I was probably 90% of the way through knowing my 50 teammates by name. Better yet, May Whitewren had stopped giving me dirty looks from across the lounge. Come to think of it, the last time I'd even seen her in there, other than coming and going from her dorm, was during Yule. When I asked Cork if he knew anything, he said she was usually hanging out with some friends in Blazo. I thought this was weird, since May was the last person I would expect to have any friends, plus they were on a different team. But when I remembered that she had done what she did to me the first time I looked at her, it made perfect sense that she would fit right in. And less sense that she had ended up in Kava instead of the team that matched her perfectly. My love of Les May Whitewren outside of classes came second to my love of Les Venner Jones. He'd been awfully quiet in the last few months, which made me think that he was planning something big for Nelson sometime soon. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on how you looked at it, Nelson didn't need Venner Jones to get him into trouble. He was probably the clumsiest kid I'd ever met, and was getting into plenty of trouble on his own. First, his reaction to seeing Titania in the sky had been a lot more severe than mine. Apparently, he had made it 3 whole double days before he even noticed something was off, at which point he was on his way back to the Kava lounge from dinner. I don't know why, but he chose that day to take the long way, which meant circling around the building on the front balconies, just above where the Coral Lounge sat under the surface of the water. When he finally realized the water had turned red, he tripped over his own feet and discovered that the front balconies didn't have the same protection as the back. Worst of all, he hit the water so hard that his pants popped loose, leaving him exposed to the coral windows below. Not even Venner Jones could have been so cruel. Second felt a little worse for me, seeing as it involved my Yule present. I had no idea how long the batteries in his allergen remover would last, and I know for a fact I told him as much. But a few days after Deathlideros, what we on Earth would call Valentine's Day, they finally ran out of juice. That wasn't the problem. The problem came from Nelson being too lazy to find a new pair or find something different to eat, instead deciding that we had learned enough about electricity and magical machines, and tried to use a spell to power the thing. To his credit, it worked for a few seconds, but it definitely didn't do what it was supposed to do without the batteries. As soon as Nelson bit into his lunch, he swelled up like that blue girl in the old chocolate book. Thankfully, Athro Hark was nearby. The only time I would ever say those words, because he stopped the food from straight up killing him on the spot. It was so bad, Nelson spent the next week down on Urto recovering in a real hospital. And when he came back, nearly every first year in Kava made sure to keep a set of batteries in their back pocket, so that it never happened again. As bad as those two events were, though, neither held a candle to the third. Titania was on its final few weeks in the sky when we began a lesson in Chronicles about space travel. It was interesting to hear Urto's version of their moon landing, and all the ways magic changed the story. But things were even more interesting when Athro Potterman took us on our first-class field trip to the landing site a couple hours' walk from the school. As first years, we didn't really get the chance for real field trips like the older kids, traveling across the galaxy getting hands-on experience of the magic and culture we studied at school, which was also why Drew tended to disappear for weeks at a time. Traveling a couple lakes away on foot wasn't much of a field trip, but it took up an entire double day, and was the first time we'd done anything different than our usual class routine. Every first year went all at once, along with Athro Taish as a second chaperone, and even though this meant I had to spend all day with both May Whitewren and Venner Jones, it was nice to have a little change of pace. Plus, both of them were busy talking with their own friends, though from what I could tell, May was less than a friend to a trio of Blazo boys, and more like a dog following a kid home from the park. I almost felt bad for her, but I was quickly distracted by my own friends. Harbo talked my ear off about the spring taiko season for the first hour, before Tayton Wallace stepped in and saved me for the rest of the walk. I liked talking to Tayton. As much as I liked sports, especially this time of year when the Patriots would just be winding down their season, it was nice to hear a voice other than middle school boys from time to time. She'd been especially friendly to me since Yule, going so far as to learn my favorite ice cream flavor from that store in Clogantown, and bring me some for Dathledoros. I had to apologize to her and tell her I hadn't thought to get her anything in return. Thankfully, Cork had given her enough presents for the both of us, and Tayton didn't seem too bothered that I was still getting used to all the new holidays and traditions. As we circled around one of the crater lakes, she pointed out a few teal-colored shrubs that lined the banks, the tallest plant that I had seen on Selenia so far. She said they reminded her of a purple hedge that grew outside her bedroom wall back home, which led me to thinking back to all the things I missed about New England, and I spent the rest of the walk telling her about the Northeast's fall colors. Before I could get too nostalgic, we reached a giant ridge covered in green moss. With where my head was at, the berm reminded me of the green monster at Fenway Park. As I followed the wall to the left, the ground looked like the moon was literally falling apart. Thousands of cracks and little canyons stemmed out from the wall, creating a disorienting mix of cave entrances. If you've ever seen what a vole can do to a front yard, it was a bit like that, but on a much larger scale. "All right, students, follow me," Athro Potterman puffed, waving his blubbery arms toward one cave before waddling ahead of the pack. Our giant blob of students squished into rows of 3 to fit inside, while Athro Taish held up the rear. Once we were inside about 100 feet, Athro Potterman shot up his wand and conjured a glowing star map above our heads. "When the secret to space travel was unraveled by the scholars in Durin, humanity on Urto was desperate to use it to their advantage," he continued. "As you know from our lessons, there were 6 brave individuals who took the risk to reach that great red disk in the sky known as Titania." He shrugged in what I thought was meant to be solemn, but with his giant neck and the way he talked, his next words almost sounded like a joke. "Unfortunately, they didn't know what we all know, that Titania is magic-locked, and thus all 6 perished." A few murmurs sounded around the cave. "Which is why we sent 6 more," he said jovially. "Davis, McCrimmon, Turner, Bath, Headpole, and Coughlin aren't just names every kid knows. They're not just heroes to their hometowns or to the Air Nation, or even just Urto and humanity as a whole. They're heroes to the entire universe. For without their sacrifice and bravery, most of us here wouldn't exist. Most of our homes couldn't exist without the proof of their journey. Which brings us to this very cave. This right here is the contact point. These very caves were created by the impact of their magical landing, and for the better part of 6, nearly 7 years, our explorers called these caves their home until a rescue mission was constructed." He waved a short club-like wand and made a stack of papers appear. Now, what did they eat, you might be wondering? What became of our heroes after so long away from civilization? That is what you are here to find out. I want you each to take one of these worksheets and split up into groups no bigger than 5. For the next 2 hours, spread out and see what you can find.
With that, he stepped aside and let us sort ourselves out. I ended up with Quark, Kelb, Tayton, and Nelson, and together we split off from the first chamber into one of the dark tunnels that forked away into the unknown. A few other groups came with us before all of us separated at different forks again, until finally the 5 of us were alone, and I had to turn on my own wand light to replace the ones we'd lost. "Gulau," I whispered. Our tunnel lit up with bright white light, sending shadows up the wall that made Nelson jump even worse than Titania. "Relax," Quark said, laughing. "We're safe here." Nelson was gripping his shoulders, shivering. "How do you know that?" he asked. "Because if we weren't, they wouldn't leave us alone on a field trip," Kelb said. "My brother said they did this same trip when he was a first year," I said, before adding, "We're safe." That was when I realized Tayton wasn't with us. Her voice came from a few yards down the hall. "Hey guys, check this out." She was holding her own wand light, pointing it on a stretch of whitened rock. It was like we were looking at cave paintings, but instead of old, poorly drawn cartoons of horses, the symbols were burned into the rock with magic. I recognized the symbol in the middle as the 3 wisps of wind, the emblem of air back on Urto. Surrounding it were 6 very confusing sets of letters, which I came to realize were signatures in the old language. "They signed the wall?" I asked, before something clicked in my head, remembering what Athropoderman had said a few minutes earlier. "Hold on, all of them were from air?" Quark started laughing. "Of course they're from air," he said. "It's not like anyone from Thayer would ever figure out space travel." "Hey," Kelb argued. "Am I wrong?" Quark asked, before adding, "A Thayer would never find a good reason to change. A Ton would find something to fight over and argue until someone else does it first, and a Dur would be too busy planning their own statue that they'd never actually do the work." "Am I just a stereotype to you?" Kelb asked. Tayton had her wand pointed on one name in particular. "There's always been speculation that Headpole was a fricas," she said. I'd forgotten to ask anyone about the horns until now. "What's a fricas?" I asked. I was used to my questions taking the air out of the room, but something felt different this time. All 4 stared at me like I was speaking another language. "What is it, like some kind of animal?" Tayton blew a long stream of air out of her nose. "That's what the Empire will have us believing soon," she said. "Here she goes again," Kelb said, rolling his eyes. Tayton never backed down. "I'm sorry, but if you were on the receiving end the way I am, you wouldn't take kindly to that kind of rhetoric. Especially when it's 10 times worse than what we're facing. At least I'm human." I lowered my wand, getting a good glimpse at her crimson face. "I take it they aren't," I said. "Another species?" Tayton nodded. "They're a lot like humans, but," she said, considering how to phrase her description. "I've never met a nice fricas," Quark said. "Dude," Kelb added. Quark held his hands up. "What?" he asked. "I'm not the only one saying that. They've been kicked out of every society in the universe, including off of Urto. There's not a single magic school that accepts them anymore. I've heard even the Trugaria might ban their membership soon." "Stereotypes," Tayton said in reply, before turning to me. "There's an old wives' tale that ends by saying the only good fricas is a dead fricas. The Emperor's been using that to platform his propaganda against them." Quark shrugged. "More power to him," he said. "If there was a species known for being quicker to violence than a Ton in a cold shower..." Tayton shot him a look. "I'm just saying, if I had a choice between a lucky set of horns..." he said, before I interrupted him, saving him from being slapped by Tayton. "Quark," I said, "do us all a favor and stop talking." "But, hey, speaking of not talking," Kelb said, looking around. "Where's Nelson?" He was right. While we'd been arguing, Nelson hadn't said a single word. I was certain he'd been with us when we started looking at the signatures, but now he was completely gone. The 4 of us remained looking up and down the passageway, but none of us had heard so much as a footstep. "Nelson!" we called in both directions. I looked at Tayton. "You think he went further on?" I asked. She shook her head. "He'd never go somewhere new on his own," she said. "Not after..." "Hey, maybe he went that way," Quark said. "That's new." I turned to look where he was pointing, but his outstretched arm was aimed directly at the wall, angled just away from where we'd started. "Where?" Tayton asked, as confused as I was. Quark looked bothered by her question. "The other fork," he added, like he was explaining numbers to a toddler. "You're right," Kelb said. We couldn't have seen that on our way in. Maybe he got confused. Confused about what? Tayton asked. You're pointing at the wall. Cork turned and stared back, annoyed. I'm pointing at the dark cave, you idiot. What am I, stupid? Before Tayton could respond, I said, Cork, you're pointing at the wall. This only made him more frustrated. He stepped right up to the wall, turned to face us, and gestured dramatically at the stretch of rock. This cave. I turned to Tayton. Am I going crazy? I asked. No, she promised. Cork is. For Doy's sake, he said, before he turned back to the wall and walked straight through it, disappearing completely. Tayton and I both screamed. What? Kelb asked, as confused as Cork, before Cork re-emerged halfway through the stone like he was popping his face through a window. What's your problem? He asked. I looked at Kelb. Hold on, you can see it too? I asked. What, the cave? He replied. Of course I can see it. You can't? I cautiously stuck my hand out to feel a rock next to Cork's missing chest. To my surprise, my hand stopped against the stone. Tayton screamed again. Oh, something's wrong, I said, before shouting for Athropoderman. He arrived quicker than I expected for someone his size, but as soon as he reached us, we explained the situation. Oh, dear heavens, he muffled, staring at the blank wall where Cork had passed clean through. Down this passage, you think? Sir, Tayton and I can't see a passage, I said, reiterating our explanation. I can't even feel it. There's nothing there but wall. He nodded curiously. Consider yourselves lucky, he said. You both seem to be immune from its influence. What influence? Tayton asked. Just then Athro Taish popped around the corner of the fork I could actually see. What is it, Athro? She asked respectfully, joining our circle. She took one look at the wall and jumped in her boots. The doy! Athropoderman nodded. We have a missing student, he explained. I'll send for Athro Hark and escort the students back to the school. He took out his fat leather wand and poked it through the rock, passing straight through the way Cork had. What makes you think we can handle it? Athro Taish asked nervously. He'll know if you can't, Athropoderman said confidently. Either way, Selenia's Genie found a new home. Chapter 15. I misgender an abstract concept. It took a whole 3 days for them to find Nelson and bring him home. After the few weeks he'd been through, Athro Tipperary decided it was best to send him home, back to Venmere, where he'd be safe. She and Athro Sinius explained as much as they could to us in the dormitory, making it sound more like Nelson was being expelled than he was being protected. Apparently his grades had been struggling even before the food mishap, to the point that neither was sure he would make the cut to move into second year. Still, they were giving him the benefit of the doubt, allowing him to return home for the rest of the semester and try his first year all over again in the fall. It was more likely he would transfer to a much less prestigious school. They never actually destroyed the Genie. According to Harbo, who had overheard a few of the Athros discussing what had happened, Hark had battled his way through several hallucinations before he even found Nelson, at which point he turned back to bring everyone out of the cave safely instead of pushing on to fight the thing head-on. We never learned what Nelson had seen in the Genie's lair, or even what he'd wanted or been tricked into giving up, only that he never realized so much time had passed before he was rescued. As soon as he was back, he packed up his stuff with a glazed look on his face, said goodbyes to all of us in the dorm, and left without a trace. Even his bed in the wall disappeared. It made me sad to think I might never see him again. Awkward as he was, I couldn't stop myself from feeling a small bit of responsibility for what had happened, even if there was no way any of us could have known what would happen. You could probably guess who wasn't sad about his disappearing, though. The next morning, Venner Jones was quick to shove in our faces the loss of our friend, as well as blame him for the stricter curfew imposed on our comings and goings from the school. How much of a loser do you have to be that you can't even make it in the loser team? He said, more than once while I was trying to focus on Athro Hark's demonstration of a basic combustion spell. When it came my turn to try it in front of the class, I sent the blast 3 feet to the right of the target, putting a soccer net-sized hole in the wall at the end of the arena. Athro Hark had hated me before he was forced to face the Genie, but he really didn't like me now. And he let me hear an earful in front of the entire class, making my day even worse. I told as much to Athro Sinius at our next lesson. Athro Hark doesn't hate you, he assured me. Yes, he does, I said. He picks on me in front of the entire class. It's not fair. We were practicing the same spell I'd failed in arms, with the extra pressure that if I missed in Sinius's office, I'd probably kill a bunch of his fish. This time I channeled my anger into my attack, sending the metal dummy flying in 30,000 different directions.
Sinius caught every piece with a flick of his golden wand, reassembling them exactly where they'd started. "Calm down, Eric," he said, before turning his leathery face toward me. "Life is unfair." It wasn't the first time he reminded me. In the safety of his office, I had a habit of letting my complaints slip out. Sometimes it was about my life before Selenia, other times about Ganderstorm and where Drew and I and our other two brothers had ended up. Today it had mostly been about Sinius disappearing from the school. "I'm doing what needs to be done," he said, not giving me direct answers. "I move as the will of Gahlu directs me." I sulked, conjuring my own chair. On any other day I would have been proud of how far my magic had come in our private lessons. "If the will of Gahlu wants Drew back on the throne," I asked, "then why would it let us lose the throne in the first place? Why is it so wishy-washy on what's right and wrong?" Sinius shook his head. "It is not our job to question what the Gahlu determines to be right and wrong," he said. "And it's he, by the way. Even the will of Gahlu is a defined personage." I was still struggling to wrap my head around what exactly the Gahlu was. Sometimes people referred to him, as a sort of magic, just like Khan, wand magic, and Sibir, nature magic. But unlike those two, what exactly the Gahlu represented, or even what it did, was unclear. Sinius made it especially confusing, referring to the Gahlu and even the things that the Gahlu wanted as a person. "That doesn't make any sense," I said, like I had plenty of times before. "It will," he assured me. "I've never been an expert beyond any magic but Khan, but don't worry. You'll have plenty of experience with the Gahlu during your training with the Trugaria." That only reminded me of how long it was going to take to overthrow Ganderstorm. I was barely coming to the end of my first year at Logeets. I still had 3 more, followed by at least another 4 years with the Space Monks. The idea made my head hurt. I was still mad I'd pressed the X. "Try again," Sinius pressed. "Attack, then restore." I returned my attention to the dummy, focusing on my stance and breathing the way Athro Hark had taught us. I whipped my arm down hard toward my target. "Fluid throw!" I shouted, and just like before, the dummy exploded. Right as it did, I swung my arm over my head like a lasso, trying to keep the pieces in a circle with my mind. "Adfer!" I could feel the force of the explosion fighting back against me as I tried to repair the pieces, but every single one obeyed my command. After a few seconds of careful concentration, the dummy was back in place, exactly as it had been before. Sinius started laughing. "Very good, Eric," he said, smiling. "This does come easy to you, doesn't it?" "I wouldn't say easy, sir," I said, shaking my head. "Sometimes things just click into place." He nodded, letting the expression slowly fade from his face. "Well, consider me impressed. Not even your brother learned this quickly." I let myself absorb the compliment before Sinius added, "Don't let that give you a big head." I tried to hide my smile. Even frustrated as I was at a million other things, it was nice to know I was doing something right. May Whitewren may still have one-upped me at best in our class, but at least she wasn't giving private lessons from the head of the school. At least, I hoped she wasn't. There's something else bothering me. Something that hadn't been sitting right for months, but this was the first time I'd had the opportunity to bring it up with Sinius. "Sir, why aren't there any non-human students at Logeets?" I asked, after we had finished the practical bits of our lesson. I could tell as soon as I asked something about it struck Sinius the wrong way. His face darkened. The little bit of joy that had been there when he teased me about my skills was gone. "That's complicated," he said uncertainly. He paced around the room for a few seconds before clearing his throat. "Why do you ask?" "Well, it's just weird to me," I said. "We have an AI teacher, and one who's literally the only non-human being in the building. What happened to the kids that were like him?" Sinius looked at me with dark eyes. "And you're wondering why he's allowed to stay when they weren't," he reasoned. He cleared his throat again. "Eric, is this about your friend, Miss Wallace?" I hadn't even thought about that. "Maybe," I said. "I know she's scared she's going to be next." He nodded. "Well, on that front, there's good news," he said. "There are schools far closer to her home planet of Rule that'll keep non-human students in their halls longer than we can." "Well, yeah, but they're not Logeets," I said. Again, Sinius nodded. "You're right," he said. "None of the others match the prestige of Logeets, but none of them are under near the amount of scrutiny we are so close to the Confederation capital. If certain members of our board have their way, it won't be long until Athro Amagretin is forced out of the school, and I imagine students like Miss Wallace won't be far behind." I stomped on the stone floor. "But why?" I asked. "What's so different about him, or even her for that matter? Can't you do anything to stop it?" If I could, I would, he said, a flood of sadness behind his words. I have no evidence beyond theories of conspiracy, but my belief is twofold. One, that restricting Khan education to humans severely decreases the numbers of those who might match the power to fight back against Ganderstorm's rule. And more importantly, two, that taking that right away won't backfire against the Empire, but instead divide those who have magic against those who don't. It felt like the air in the room fell 10 degrees colder. You mean Ganderstorm is using it as a distraction? I said, understanding. But if he's the one making those rules... It won't matter, Sinius said, shaking his head. The Empire might be the ones to take things away, but they're also the ones who give back. That's how Ganderstorm became so popular to begin with. If you create a problem but distract people by being the only one with a ready solution, all anyone seems to care about is fixing the issue. I sighed, sitting back in my chair. So even though they're the ones who are kicking the non-humans out of school, I started. They'll find a way to turn it against us, Sinius finished. And they'll be the heroes when they return the power back. But that's not fair, I shouted. Fair or not, I've seen it happen on nearly every planet on which I've set foot, he said. Ask Athro Cloyd. He's been studying the history of your own planet, as you know. Don't pretend the same thing hasn't happened on Planet H. But can't you... I'm not the one with my face on every billboard in the galaxy, he said. I grunted in frustration. Oh, Drew then, I said. He's the rightful king. Can't we make promises like that and get the people behind us? Sinius smiled when I said this, but I knew it was because I sounded like a naive little kid. Eric, this isn't an election campaign, he said, looking me directly in the eyes. They will kill both of you if they learn who you are. You do understand that, don't you? Of course I understand that, I said. But you said no, Sinius said, and I could tell he meant it. Now is far from the right time. I don't want to hear any more ridiculous ideas until you can confidently hold your own against even the least of what the Empire can offer. Your safety is our utmost priority. I sighed. So we just keep losing while we wait? Yes, he said without a shred of hesitation. That's exactly what we do. We continue to lose until the will of Gahu is confident we can win. I went to bed that night feeling angry, which was guaranteed to make my dreams into nightmares and my morning even worse. My predictions were right. As soon as I closed my eyes, I dreamt of my mother, imagining all the horrible things Ganderstorm could be doing to find us or lure us out of hiding. And when I woke up, still not used to the new arrangement of our beds with only 4 niches in the walls, I found the ceiling of our dorm dripping water all over the floor. Adfer! I shouted, but the repair charm had no effect on the drips. I sent a wand chat to Jordan, but he never answered, so I was forced to run into the hallway and get help from one of the 6th-year boys, who thankfully taught me a new spell to fix it. Adfer doesn't really work on nature, caves included, the boy said. Felton Reap was tall enough to be a professional basketball player, and had to duck below the doorway to fit into our dorm. Try Seluk. It's more specific. He let me try my luck, sending a blast of white light at the ceiling while my roommates watched. After a few seconds, the water stopped. Thanks, I mumbled. Don't mention it, Felton said. Surprised at how easily that worked for you. I didn't have the pride to brag about my magic before he left, nor did I have the energy to talk to the other boys when they started bugging me about the same thing. My head was pounding. I was in a bad mood because of my dreams, made worse by the water on the floor. But the worst of it all was the scraping noise filling my ears, like something inhuman was trying to talk to me in a language I couldn't understand. I tried to flex my jaw to make my ears pop, but nothing worked. The sound didn't stop until I left the lounge entirely. Outside, the water was finally starting to return to normal. Titania was still in the sky, but just barely. There were only a few days left before the official first day of spring. As I passed through the greenhouse on the way to breakfast, I tried to cheer myself up by trying a new nature spell on a sprouting Themthloth plant, a species we had covered in apothecary as helping to soothe headaches. My growth charm worked, and I was halfway to bringing the flower to my mouth when someone bumped me from behind. Show off, May Whiterun whispered, rushing past. Part of me wanted to whip around and curse her before she could reach the stairs, but I could hardly think with the pounding in my head. I clutched at my temple, putting the flower in my mouth and hoping things would get better, but they never did. The scraping had turned into a grinding, and by the time I reached the cafeteria, it was a full-on grumble, like I was listening to an invisible earthquake happen all around me. Drew noticed when I sat down with my food. You all right? He asked. Fine, I lied. Just a headache. Some headache to have you crumpled over like that, he said, and I realized I was hunched over my plate with one hand pressing against my forehead. I backed off, embarrassed, but stopping the pressure only made it worse. Did you try Themthoff? He asked. Of course I tried Themthoff, I snapped. So loud it felt like half the room turned to look at us. Calm down, Drew warned. You're allowed to take the day if you need to. Just send a wand chat to Athro Tipperary. I frowned. I've never missed class before, I said. Well, good, he congratulated me. You're still allowed to if you need to, just don't make a habit of it. I frowned, struggling through a bite of my morning unikick. Speaking of missing class, I said, where's Jordan? Drew shrugged, so I repeated the question to Reiser and Cork, who joined me at the table. I don't know, he's your friend, Cork said. He's not on my team, Drew added when I turned back to him. Then he said in code, you could always send him a wand chat. I already did, I wanted to say, but I was hesitant to say too much in code in front of the others. It was a miracle they asked as little questions as they did. None of them had ever even asked about Drew and I never meeting before I came to Logeets. Maybe he's sick, Drew said before any of them noticed. I know there's something going around. At this, Cork started freaking out. Oh man, I cannot get sick right now, he said. My grades are almost back up to par. If I miss a test, relax, I said. You're not going to get sick. You don't know that, he shouted. You can't... His words caught in his throat as Tate and Wallace approached the table. Cork's face blushed as red as hers. Hey, Eric, she smiled, sitting down in the empty seat between us. Where's your other friend? That's what we were just discussing, I said, coming off a little arrogant with my headache still in full swing. Drew and Jordan both spent meals with their own friend groups at half the time, but looking around the cafeteria at his usual places, I still couldn't find him. I pushed through the day, not desperate enough to dismiss myself from any classes. It might have been a mistake, though. By the time we reached magical machines, every little sound was sending me over the edge. It was like the machines were talking to me. And even worse, I was starting to believe that I could actually understand them. Whatever noise was filling my ears, it was no longer just noise. Little squeaks were breaking through the grinding and rumbling. And halfway through the class, I almost fell to the floor when I heard the words help and danger form in my brain. All right, maybe something is wrong with me, I thought. But by the time I'd committed to checking myself out of class and sending a message to the Dean of Students, we were already close to the ending bell. At that point, I figured another solid meal and a good night's sleep might be enough to fix me, so I powered through. Help. Danger. Was all I could hear between the grinding in my ears. I waited in line for the night's meal, struggling to understand what it was that I was hearing. I'd never had a headache from a wand chat before, and unlike what I was hearing now, those messages were always bright and focused in the center of my consciousness. This was different. It was like something was buried deep inside my brain, trying to get out. I looked over at a table full of older Kava kids, which was still missing the one person I wanted to talk to. I set my plate down next to Cal before excusing myself to go talk to them. One of Jordan's other friends, a broad-shouldered boy named Yeltsin Prater, saw me as I approached. Hey, Eric, he said, welcoming me while the others at the table turned to me. What's up? Have you seen Jordan? I asked quickly. There was something off about him being gone all day, especially when all his classmates were there. As soon as I asked, I could sense something was wrong. Nearly every face at the table dropped with concern, and the older kids turned to look at each other, searching for the same answer I was. I thought he'd be with you, Yeltsin said. I felt myself frown. Wasn't he in class today? Ella Hardison, a skinny, freckled girl with short-cropped brown hair, spoke up. No, she said, but that's not too uncommon. Hey, Schwabby! I turned around to hear the last person I wanted to talk to. Venner Jones sauntered over to me with a full plate in his hand, his goons not far behind. I heard you're looking for your friend, he said smugly. It's none of your business, I growled. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, he smirked. Figured I should warn the rest of you rejects that you're the reason we're not allowed to leave this school unsupervised anymore. Pretty bold of you to break the rules in front of the rest of us. I felt my hand go to my wand. Not that I would have done anything, but I really wanted to. What are you talking about? I asked. Your friend, Vanson, he said. My brother caught him sneaking out last night on his nightly walk. Jameson figured someone like him should know the rules, but apparently it looked like he didn't want to be followed. All the better. If he's up to something, I can't wait until they toss another one of your sorry friends out the door. Shut up! I yelled. And this time half the cafeteria really did turn to look at me. The pounding in my head was worse than ever. Help. Danger. Follow. Or what? Jones mocked. You're gonna fight me for following the rules? I don't know what sent me over the edge. All I could hear was the collective gasp of the entire student body as I smacked Jones's plate to the floor, splattering food up his white pants. Whatever he said to me after that, it didn't matter. The voices in my ears blocked out the noise, and if he tried to stop me, I was already at the door by the time he made a move to respond. I stormed off alone, desperate for the peace and quiet of the dormitory to try and fix my head. Have you ever been on your way to something and then a certain sight or smell shocks you back to another time? That's exactly what happened to me as I was halfway through the atrium, which was when I stepped on the same spot I'd been standing during the Inquisitor's visit. Then I realized where I'd heard the voices before. They were the same sounds that had filled my head when I was face to face with Ganderstorm's lieutenant. Great, I thought in a panic. So I hear voices when I'm angry. My best friend left me behind to go look for who knows what, and now Venner Jones is never going to let me hear the end of it when he comes back. Then a horrifying thought struck me. Jordan had always walked in the direction of the Genie. It had taken them days to find Nelson after he disappeared in front of witnesses. If nobody realized Jordan was gone, that was when a completely new realization struck me. And in an instant, the pounding in my head disappeared. But the relief I'd been hoping for never came. I was too distracted by the wires that had just connected in my brain. Jordan had been sneaking out for months, always secretive about where he was going, but always returning when he failed to find it. If he hadn't come back, that could only mean two things. He either found what he was looking for, or he knew exactly where to look, which was when everything finally clicked into place. And if my theory was right, there was nothing I could do to stop it. Jordan had been looking for the Genie the whole time. Chapter 16. I stopped living under a rock. I couldn't sleep. I showered and tried to put myself to bed early to ease my nerves, but the pounding in my head was louder than ever. I hardly noticed when the other boys arrived and shut out the lights. Time seemed to both slow down and fly by at the same time. I couldn't explain it. All I could think about was Jordan running off to find the Genie. Why would he do something so stupid? What could he possibly hope to gain by finding it? Maybe Jones was lying. I hoped for a moment before realizing that still didn't explain where Jordan had been all day. Something had happened to him. I was sure of it. And I wasn't about to sit by and let him kill himself doing something so stupid. I had to stop him before it was too late. I tried to send a wand chat to Athrosinius, but there was no one on the other end. No doubt he was off-world again, doing whatever silly errand the will of Gahlu was directing him toward this time. I thought about asking the other teachers for help, but the only ones I wasn't entirely sure would expel Jordan on the spot when they found him were Lloyd, Tyche, and Tipperary. I'd seen how Tyche reacted to the Genie, and if our local creature expert was that nervous about facing one, I didn't think the other two would be of any help. One was smart and one was kind, but neither were great fighters from what I could tell, and I worried all three of them would turn to Athro Hark for help, which would mean Jordan was screwed. Drew! I tried as a last-ditch effort. I didn't fully trust him not to turn Athro Hark either, but I was out of options. Besides, he was my brother. If I had hope in anyone, it would have to be him. Drew, wake up! His voice came back slowly through the front of my head, distracting me from the grinding voices in the background. Eric? Do you have any idea what time it is? I didn't, actually, but that wasn't important. The longer we waited, the less chance we had of stopping Jordan if we somehow reached him before he reached the Genie. Jordan's missing, I said. I need your help. Meet me in the greenhouse in 10 minutes. What do you mean Jordan's missing? He asked. He's probably just sick. I was getting more frustrated with every response. He's not sick, I said. No one knows where he is. It took a few minutes longer than normal for his next message to arrive. It's not that big of a deal, Drew said. If he wasn't in class, the teachers will already be on it. Just try to get some sleep. I knew he would say that. And I knew that nothing I said in response would convince him otherwise. I was on my own. My best friend was missing, and I had no one to help me. Just as I was making my mind up about what to do, another message echoed through my head. Eric, don't do anything stupid. That was exactly what I needed to kick me into gear. Whatever Drew thought I was going to do, it was nothing compared to how stupid Jordan had been going after that Genie. Athro Tyche had warned us what a creature like that was capable of, how dangerous they were. I had just lost one friend because of it. I wasn't about to lose another. I stood up from my bed, my wand clutched tight in my hand, and raced out the door of the dormitory. I don't know that I really had a plan. If Athro Tyche had been too afraid to face the creature, then I didn't have a chance. It didn't matter. Something was pushing me to hurry up and chase him down. It might have been the voices in my head. As I hit the bottom of the tiered stairs leading out of the Kava lounge, it was like I was starting to understand the noises, like they were encouraging me to go on and save him. I was 5 steps from the purple door when a voice stopped me dead in my tracks. Where do you think you're going? I had expected to trip 1 or 2 security measures on my way out of the school. With the lockdown in place, there certainly had to be barriers in place to stop students from breaking the rules. I just hadn't expected May Whiterun to be one of them.
Seated lazily on one of the black couches at the top level of the lounge, she stared at me over the top of an ancient language textbook, a disgruntled look on her face. Otherwise, the lounge was empty. "What are you doing here?" I asked, nearly jumping out of my shoes at the sound of her voice. "I'm reading," she said in her snarky, judgmental voice. "What does it look like I'm doing?" "Why are you awake?" I asked, trying to figure out a way to get her out of the lounge so I could still sneak out without witnesses. She slammed the textbook closed and set it on the seat beside her. "I have better things to do with my time than sleep," she said. "Why are you awake?" I shook my head nervously. "Don't worry about why I'm awake." She sat forward on her knees. I was so used to her usual plaid skirt that seeing her in striped pajama pants threw me off guard. "Because it looks to me like you're trying to sneak out," she said. "You do understand we're not supposed to leave our lounge at night, don't you?" "Of course I know that," I said. "I don't live under a rock." May crossed her arms and looked up at the cavern's ceiling. "That's not what I meant," I said, embarrassed. "It doesn't matter what you meant," she said, leaning back in the chair. "You're sneaking out, which means when I turn you in for breaking the rules, you might actually get kicked out of school for good this time." I shook my head, feeling myself get angry with every word out of her mouth. It didn't help that the voices in my head were getting louder. "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" I asked. "You'd love to see me gone, just so you could be the best in class without any competition." May started laughing. "Is that what you think I want?" she asked. "Look, I don't care what you want," I said, knowing my time was running out. "I'm leaving." "Go right ahead," she said. "The less people like you in this place, the better." I was almost ready to turn around, but her comment made me even more upset. "What's that supposed to mean?" I asked. "I mean people like you," she said. "Where everything comes easy. Where nothing is ever hard or challenging. You get everything you want, friends, good grades, even private lessons with the head of the school. You take for granted every single thing that's handed to you on a silver platter, and you have no idea the cost of what it takes for the rest of us. People like you, who've never had to struggle a day in your life. And you know what I hate most of all? You don't even realize how good you have it. That you might throw everything away by breaking the rules just because you want to play by your own rules. Listen here, Miss I Don't Sleep," I interrupted. I couldn't stop myself. "You don't know anything about me. Do you have any idea what my life was like before I came here? No, you don't. Do you think I asked for private lessons from Sinius? Just because no one likes you enough to give you the time of day doesn't mean I'm going to be ungrateful when opportunities come my way. In fact, I think it'd be more insulting if I didn't take them. Maybe if you stopped being such a stuck-up know-it-all, other people might smile at you for a change. Do you ever think about that?" It felt good to finally let her have it. "I didn't buy my friends like Venner Jones, May. I got lucky," I said. "I was nice to people, and people decided to be nice back. I don't see the world as a competition the way you do, and frankly, I'm insulted that's what you think of me. Maybe if you would have just said hi to me instead of trying to burn my face off the first time you met me, you wouldn't have to stay up alone in the lounge studying all night to feel the need to compete with me. And as for me sneaking out, I'm trying to save a friend of mine, so don't think you're going to waste any more of my time with your bad attitude when Jordan might already be dead. I've got a Genie to stop." With that, I turned back around and walked through the portal, not bothering to give her another thought. I was halfway across the bridge before I heard her annoying voice again. "Eric, stop," she said. I just kept walking, pretending I didn't hear her. She kept calling behind me as I weaved my way through the school, knowing her voice was probably waking every teacher in the building and telling them exactly where we were. I just kept moving. Miraculously, nothing kept me from walking straight through the building and leaving through the front triangle. Not even Athra Remelium was there to stop me. Her voice had become just another noise buried with the rest of them inside my head. I didn't stop until a literal brick wall popped up in front of my face, stopping me in my tracks. "Eric Shwabbington, stop!" she shouted. "I swear to Doime," I said, turning around with my wand in my hand. She had her arms already raised in surrender. Her own wand was at her feet. "Don't," she said softly. "Just listen to me. You can't fight a Genie on your own." I lowered my wand. "It's not about fighting the Genie," I said. "It's about saving my friend." "I don't care what it's about," she said. "You're not fighting a Genie on your own." I sent a combustion spell at her wall, not caring about the sound of the explosion. "What do you care?" I shouted, still walking toward the Genie's lair with my back turned to her. "I don't," she said calmly. "But I can't let you go off and kill yourself trying. It'll haunt me for the rest of my life." At least she's being honest, I thought. I just kept walking. "So what, you're going to help me?" I asked sarcastically. That was when May finally caught up. She had somehow changed back into her usual clothes. "How'd you do that?" I asked, equal parts annoyed and impressed. She shrugged, throwing her bag over her shoulder.
Simple object replacement spell, she said, smiling like she was proud of herself. I'm not walking an hour in my pajamas. I frowned, bothered again by her usual smug attitude. Then the reminder that I had completely forgotten to change myself. The dew on the grass was already soaking through my pajama pants. That's not a first-year spell, I said. Well, neither are wand chats, she replied. I had no idea when she had noticed me using them, but she obviously had. But some of us don't get private lessons from Athrosinia, so we have to improvise. How do you know about that? I asked, feeling defensive. You're bad at hiding things, she said. Unless you're asking about me knowing high-level con, in which case the answer should be obvious. I don't sleep. So what, you spend all night reading? I asked. For classes you won't take for another year or two? She raised her eyebrows like she was challenging me. You might be better at using your wand, but I'm smarter than you, she said. Besides, only one of us is a talker. You're going to need that against a genie. I held my tongue before making a smart comment about wanting her to stop talking. Instead, I sighed, realizing the only way I was going to get her off my tail was by doing something that really would get me expelled. What, are you going to try to burn it to death? I asked. Oh no, but it helps, she said. They live in dark caves. You'd be surprised how much fire does to dilute a genie's power. As impressed as I was still annoyed that May Whiterun was accompanying me to find Jordan. How do you know so much about genies? I asked. We never covered any of this in class. I read about it, she said. You know, sometimes it pays to learn more than just the basics. You really think they can teach us enough in 4 years to make a difference? The number rang in my head, and I could feel something stop in my stomach. 4 years? I repeated. You mean you're on the warrior path too? She looked about as happy as I felt. Shut up, she sighed. Really? I didn't nod, but my body language wasn't telling her no. Maybe I will let you go off on your own, she said with a huff. At least then I'd be done with you sooner. I brightened the light from my wand like I was trying to prove something. Look, if you really think there's nothing they can teach you in 4 years, why don't you just quit? I asked. There's plenty of other magic schools. May started laughing, matching her light to mine. You really don't get it, do you? She said. This isn't just about learning magic. Anyone can learn magic. Logeets is the school. Anyone who's ever been anyone has gone to Logeets. Emperors have gone to Logeets. You have no idea, I thought to myself. Then she added, Logeets is like the Wirm of con schools. If you graduate from Logeets... Through the light of her wand, I could see her eyes look up at the stars. With Titania almost gone, there were new stars in the sky I'd never seen before. And right there with them all was Urto, giving back the equivalent of moonlight to Selenia. I had no idea what Wirm was, but I assumed using the context of the conversation. Looking at the shape of Urto, I almost missed home. It's like Harvard, I said. She turned to me, and when she did, the wonder in her eyes disappeared. Like what? She snarked. It's a school back where I'm from, I explained. It's like the best of the best. Exactly, she said, turning her eyes back to the rolling grass ahead of us. You really don't know anything, do you? Where are you from again? Planet H? Yeah, I said softly, realizing I'd never learned where she was from either. Not that I really cared to know. I take it you're not from around here either. She ignored my question. Hold on, she said. I thought your brother was from Miritnev. How would you know that? I asked, stopping in surprise. May kept walking, albeit backwards, so she could stay facing me. I would say I was impressed, but she bothered me too much to give her the credit. I learned things about people, too, she said, raising her eyebrows to award herself. Not hard to get that kind of information from people. She was teetering on the edge of what I knew was okay to share. I almost mentioned something about Ted and Marcy. With how dangerous May Whiterun seemed to be with extra knowledge, one wrong word about who I was might open the floodgates on something I couldn't stop before it was too late. Yeah, was all I agreed to. He's from Miritnev. I caught back up with her, and she turned around right before the ground became uneven. I'd been hoping she might stumble over backward and be humbled for a change. How does that work? She asked. Miritnev and Planet H are nowhere near each other. Are your parents, separated or something? Yeah, something like that, I said. I'd never met him until I came to Selenia. This time it was May who stopped walking. How's that even possible? She asked. It's pretty common where I'm from, given the right circumstances, I said. Plenty of the boys I'd grown up with had countless siblings that they only partially knew about. I'd never been given the luxury of knowing anything.
I turned to start walking backwards just to prove I could. Of course, that was when I tripped over my own foot and fell into the mud. May caught up and held out a hand. "Thanks," I said, letting her pull me up. It was a few steps later that I decided to add, "If you really need to know, our parents are dead." I'm not sure what it was that made me say it, but part of me felt relieved. After all my life hoping that they were out there somewhere, even knowing that I had 3 brothers to help look after, it felt good to finally release some of that hope, even if part of it might not be entirely true. It was as true as I knew. I'd never met them. I doubted I ever would. May didn't respond. Our walk was silent for what felt like minutes, the only sound coming from our feet and the wind through the tall grass and the small lapping of waves on the lakes around us. It was a peaceful walk. If I'd been alone, or maybe even with someone else, I might have liked it. "I'm sorry," she said, to eventually break the silence. "My mom died when I was 3. I didn't let my response wait as long as hers. I could hear in her voice the need for someone to care. "I'm sorry," I said. Crazy as it was, part of me meant it. Again, May didn't respond. She just kept walking, her wan light growing slightly dimmer. "Do you have any siblings?" I asked, wondering if that might ease the pain of her loss the way having Drew had helped me in learning the truth of mine. "I doubt it," she said swiftly. Sensing my curiosity, she added, "Dad's not really the having kids type." "Well, explain you then," I said. May shot me a glance. "I shouldn't have to spell that out for you." I sighed, embarrassed. "Oh. Yeah," she agreed. The silence that followed made me miss the piece of the first one. I hadn't noticed it before, but the voices in my head had let me rest then. Now they were back. And this time they were giving me clear directions. Left, climb, hatch. Through right, 7, right. Had no idea what it meant, what any of it meant, but something had changed. The grinding and pounding was no longer noise accompanied by little words. It was all words. Something was speaking to me from all around me. It was sending literal shivers up my spine with every step. May must have noticed me shaking. "Here," she said, putting down her wand and lifting her palm. A crackling sound came from her mouth, somewhere between clicking and hissing like a cat, and a small ball of flame erupted in her hand. "This should help." I put my wand away too. The flame wasn't nearly as bright, but it was a completely new type of light, letting my eyes refresh from the white spotlight of before to this new warm glow. Unlike the wands, however, May's fire was warm. Almost too warm. I didn't have the heart to tell her I wasn't actually cold. "Where'd you learn to do that?" I asked. "I didn't," she said kindly. "You don't learn how to become a Sibber, it just happens." I shrugged my shoulders, though I doubted she could see me in the new light. "I don't understand." "It's like..." She paused, struggling for the right word before finally deciding on puberty as the best analogy. One day you can't, one day you can. "And you just knew how to make flames with your hands?" I said, pointing. "Well, probably not right away," she admitted. "You keep testing the language as the words come to you. It's not empty the way Khan is, it's manipulating nature. You interact with the language of the thing you're manipulating. Besides, every magic has a cost. I could make this flame as big as I wanted, but I would run out of energy a lot faster." I nodded along. Drew had told me something similar once when I asked about his air talking. He said one day the wind just started speaking to him, and he was able to understand it. I was jealous of their ability to do something I couldn't. The voices in my head usually just sounded like rocks. Right as that thought popped into my head, May's flame turned from red to green. "Whoa," I said. "I didn't know you could do that." Then I looked at May's face in the light. She looked like she'd just seen a ghost. "I can't," she said uncertainly. She dropped her hand and the green flame disappeared. I whipped out my wand and flashed a light to fill the darkness. 1,000 feet away, a huge mossy ridge swept from one lake to the other, breaking apart into hundreds of little caves and canyons. "Oh, that explains it," I said. "What did Athro Taish say? Always know the rules of your surroundings?" Something like that, yeah," May agreed, catching her breath. She pulled out her own wand to match my light. "Well, then we better pay attention," I said, taking my own deep breath to steady my nerves. "We're here." Chapter 17. A reptile fails the basics of video editing, In all fairness, whether I realized it or not, I was freaking out. May might have been the smartest girl in our year, but the look on Athro Taisha's face when she learned about the genie was still plastered to the insides of my eyelids every time I blinked. We were 12. All right, May was 13, I guess, but that didn't make my point any less valid. What chance could we possibly have of facing a creature like that? I'm sure May was as nervous as I was, but she was doing a great job not letting it show. Maybe it helped that she wasn't wearing pajamas. The weather on Selenia was always so consistent. I'd never really cared before, but after walking through the wet grass all night, the caves were freezing. Even May's fire wasn't helping anymore, though she kept it going as long as she could as a deterrent to the genie. We should split up, I said as soon as we reached the first fork in the cave. We'll find him faster. May shot me the look she usually shot me when I did literally anything. That's the dumbest idea you could possibly have, she said. Haven't you ever read a horror story? That's how the monster picks you off one by one. Besides, it's easier to discern a genie's magic if there's someone with you. With that, she took the left fork before I could even open my mouth. How do you know where you're going? I asked. I don't, she said calmly. I just remember you guys went off in this direction on our field trip. She suddenly stopped again, coming to another fork in the path. How do you remember that? I asked. Why do you remember that? That was weeks ago. In the light of her fire, I could see May's face growing red. It doesn't matter why I remember it, she said, shaking her head. Which way did you go from here? In complete honesty, I have no clue which way we went. I didn't even remember which way we started until May brought it up. But the voices in my head were adamant, repeating the instructions over and over again, like my subconscious was a song being played on a loop. Left, climb, hatch, through right, 7, right. They were also sending me a new message. Jordan's still alive. How the voices knew that, I have no idea, but something else inside me told me to keep that to myself. It was weird enough that something was guiding the way beyond my memory. May already didn't seem to trust me. If things went south with my directions... Left, I said, and May continued at a quick pace down a new path, one which sloped its way down, switching back and forth like an old mountain trail. I could feel the air get heavier the deeper we went, knowing full well this was not the way my friends and I had gone before. I tried to hide my worry as much as possible. My plan to keep the truth from May collapsed when we hit the next obstacle. Nice work, genius, she pouted. It's a dead end. Sure enough, the long path ended in a sheer cliff going 9 feet up to the cave's ceiling. I know that, I said, pretending not to be concerned. The voices were determined I follow their next instruction. I pointed at the rock wall. We have to climb. I expected May to look concerned. Instead, she just looked irritated. You expect me to believe you all climbed this wall during the field trip? She raised. I didn't have a good answer. Admit it, you're lost. Oh, what difference does it make? I screamed, my voice echoing up the path. I know which way we need to go, so just trust me. You know which way to go? She laughed. What is this, some kind of shortcut? I can feel it, I said, stretching the truth. The genie moved from last time. Maybe Hark scared it out of its original hiding spot. May crossed her arms in that stupid, arrogant way she always did. You can feel it? She repeated. Really? Honestly, May, just trust me. You expect me to trust you, she pushed. I can't even see up there. How do we even know there's a gap at the top of the wall? I stomped my foot on the ground, then picked up a loose piece of rock near one of my shoes. With a deep breath, I launched the thing as hard as I could at the top of the wall. We could hear it bounce several times, like it was ricocheting off the floor and ceiling multiple times, but it never came back down. I gave May a smug look to say, See? All right, fine, she said, conceding. But you're going first. I pointed to a set of grooves in the wall above our heads, the closest thing we had to grip on our way up. Everything below was smooth and slick with moisture. No, I declined. One of us has to lift the other one up, and I'm stronger than you. You're not stronger than me, she said. All right, fine, I gave up. But you're lighter than me, so I can push you to that first hold easier. Once you get to the top, you can use a rope to saw and pull me up. May took a second to consider before accepting my plan. Fine, she agreed. Boost me up. I rested my wand on the ground while her hand put out the fire, leaving barely any light for her to see where she was going. Our long shadows stretched up the cliff face like black curtains. On a count of 3, I lifted her as high as I could by her waist, though she still wasn't quite tall enough to reach the hold. I adjusted one hand, trying to boost her with the support of my shoulders. Oi! She shouted. Watch the hands! I apologized, frustrated that's what she was concerned about at a time like this. Finally, she grabbed a hold of the rock and pulled herself off my shoulders, clambering to the top with hardly any effort.
Once she slid through the opening, she disappeared, coming back into view a few seconds later with her curly hair dangling over the edge. "It's barely a crawl space," she said. "Are you sure this is the right way?" "Yes, I'm sure," I said. "Now pull me up." With a line of rope shooting out of the end of her wand, I walked up the wall and pulled myself in behind her. She was right. There was hardly any room to move at the top of the wall. May had to scramble around before I reached the top to make sure she was facing ahead before moving on, but still we went. We could hear from the echoes down the space that, even though it was small, the path was long. The voices moved on with their directions, convincing me it was the right way. We crawled for maybe 5 minutes before the path really did come to an end. At this, May started to freak out. "Eric, I'm stuck," she whimpered, sounding scared for the first time all night. "You can't be," I said. "We're not there yet." "I'm stuck," she screamed. "For the love of Doy, Eric, go back the way we came." "What are you, claustrophobic?" "This isn't funny, Eric," she screamed. Just to prove her point, she kicked me in the face with the sole of her high top. "Well, relax," I said, but May wouldn't listen. She started freaking out, flopping like a fish in a net trying to worm her way backwards out of the dead end. That was when one of her feet slammed straight through a square bit of rock, shattering it like it was made of glass. "May, stop!" She didn't stop, nor did she seem to notice what she'd done, which, to be fair, she couldn't have seen if she wanted to. With the little space I had behind her, I grabbed both her ankles and held them as still as I could. "Oi!" she shouted again. "Hands off!" "May, relax," I ordered again. "I think you found something." I didn't like giving her the credit, but I figured it might make her calm down faster, which it did. May froze, asking me to explain exactly what I meant. It turned out that hatch really meant hatch. Behind the little square crack in the rock was a lever that didn't take much effort for me to pull with my closest hand. Like a mechanical door, the rock next to it slid aside and created a whole new passage, which I managed to slip through on my stomach. After a little belly slide, I was able to breathe again. The cave had opened back up to hallway size. May shimmied backward and fell through behind me, and once she realized we were free of the crawl space, she stood up and hugged me. It lasted approximately 2 seconds before I shoved her away. "Ew, sorry," she apologized, wiping my germs off her body. "I didn't do that on purpose." I wiped myself of the yuck too, hoping never to be that close to her again. Then the voices returned and we kept moving, walking another 5 minutes before the voices in my head turned to a shout. "Through right." I stopped May and turned to the wall next to us, suddenly remembering how Nelson had disappeared. "It's a trick," I murmured, staring at the solid wall. "What?" May questioned, uncertain. "It's a trick of the Genie," I explained. "Last time we were here, some of us could see the passage, some of us couldn't." "Eric, that's a wall," May said. "You see it too, don't you?" "Yes," I said. "But this is it. This is our next path." May looked at me like I'd finally told her about the voices. "Then how could it be a trick?" she said. "Wouldn't one of us be able to see it?" I don't know," I said. "I don't really get it, but maybe the Genie only shows us the truth to those who want to find it. If it can sense why we're here, maybe it's trying to push us away." May shook her head. "That doesn't make any sense," she said. "Look, it's just a wall. We should keep going forward." Sure enough, she pushed her hand against the wall and it stopped, solid as stone. "I told you." I didn't believe it, so I pushed my hand against the wall. Just like hers, it hit solid rock. The voices in my head kept screaming. "I told you," she said again. "This happened last time too," I explained. "Tayton and I couldn't get through, but Nelson and Cork..." I was so confused, desperate for the voices to stop shouting. I shut my eyes and covered my ears with my hands. "Oh, shut up!" I shouted. May must have stepped back at my outburst. "I didn't say anything." "Not you!" I shouted again, desperate for some quiet time to think. Don't ask me how or why, but I kept my eyes shut and leaned forward against the wall. Which, of course, is when I fell right through. I stumbled flat on my face, finding myself in a completely new hallway. Behind me was another dead end, but behind the rock, I could hear May's muffled screaming. It was like a light bulb went off above my head. As soon as I realized what had happened, I closed my eyes and walked back through the wall, bumping into May again. "It's a mental trick," I explained. "Close your eyes and walk straight through." "Are you crazy?" she shrieked, still not over me disappearing and reappearing through a solid wall. "It's stopping us from seeing truth," I said. "Our eyes are tricking us." "Our hands aren't tricking us," she argued. "Explain that. Rules of physics, Eric, remember?" I had no idea how to argue against what Athro-Tyche had taught us, but I had no better explanation. It was like I just knew what was right and what was wrong. "The Genie's affecting our senses," I said. "Just trust me. Close your eyes and trust that the path is there. It's the only way you'll get through." She argued for a few more seconds before I left her behind again.
Like I had said, as soon as I imagined the path was there, it was, and I was able to walk straight through the wall. May fell in behind me. "Don't leave me behind again," she demanded, shoving an angry hand in my chest before storming on ahead. "Fine," I shrugged, though I smiled when she had her back turned. Part of me was enjoying being right. Of course, as soon as that thought passed through my brain, things fell apart again. I should have known something was off as soon as I saw the second cliff. It was only a fraction the height of the first one, so low I could see the path continuing at the top of it until I was standing right in front of the rock, but it still surprised me. The voices didn't scream at me this time. May was halfway to the top before I said anything. "May, wait," I started. "What?" she said, reaching the top and sitting on the edge. Her feet were the perfect height to kick me in the face again. "I don't think we should go this way," I said. For the first time, May seemed to take my advice. She hopped straight down and landed beside me, curious for the next direction. "All right," she said. "Which way is it then? Another secret passage?" I shook my head. "I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know?" she questioned. "I mean, I'm not sure where to go next," I said. May's look of expecting me to know the answer didn't live long. Just like that, she returned to her usual Eric's an idiot face. "Great," she said. "Well, the path continues up that way." "I don't know that we should take it," I said. "All right, well, what should we take?" she asked. Again, I didn't have an answer. "I don't know," I said. "Great," she repeated. "Well, I'm going to go that way, so feel free to follow until the voices in your head tell you otherwise." Before I could even register what she'd said, she scrambled to the top of the wall and disappeared. "How did you—" I stuttered, before I started climbing after her. "Wait!" I pulled myself over the edge, finding myself in the same passage as before. The path continued, uninterrupted for as far as my wand could see. Only one problem. May wasn't there. "May?" I called out, surprised she would rush off that quickly. "May?" My voice echoed down the passage, accompanied by the sound of dripping water. The path must have curved eventually because I couldn't see her light anywhere. For a moment, I thought I heard her call back, but then it was silent. "May?" I called again, and when there was no answer, I started running. How close were we getting to the genie's lair? We must have been close. I was running out of directions, and the next one didn't make any sense. 7? What was 7? I scanned the walls as fast as I could, searching for some kind of hidden panel again, or markings like those left by the original 6 explorers of Selenia. Nothing. I kept running. "May!" I shouted, my voice bouncing back like it was mocking me with every breath. Suddenly I tripped, and fell what felt like 30 feet before I hit the ground. I landed shoulder first, skipping across the ground like a rock on the water. But I was alive. I was still in pain, but however far I thought I'd fallen, it couldn't possibly have been as much as I thought. 30 feet should have killed me. I stood up, rubbing off what felt like a bruised shoulder. That was when I looked up and registered my surroundings. Uh-oh. "Eric, come on!" It was May's voice, but I couldn't register the source of the sound. I was in the middle of a round room, surrounded by a dozen girls with curly blonde hair. Each one was standing in a stone archway, illuminated by a bright flame-lit torch. Each one was exactly the same as the one next to her. Every single one was May. "Eric, this way!" her voice said again, but it echoed through my head like a wand chat. All 12 girls had opened their mouths to speak. I spun around trying to pick which one looked the most like May, but there wasn't a single difference I could find between any of them. Finally, I decided it was another trick of the genie. It must have been like the rock wall, designed to confuse me. I focused on one of the 12 Mays, decided that was the one I was going to follow, and stepped toward it. I made it 5 steps before her image shifted, and a giant white snake took her place. I screamed at the top of my lungs, stumbling backward to avoid it, before remembering my wand and pointing it straight at the snake's mouth. "Kunai!" I shouted out of pure instinct. Ignite. A blast of fire shot from the end of my wand, sending the serpent screaming in retreat. It slithered away 10 feet before my vision shifted again, and I was in the exact same spot as before, the center of the circle of maze, like I had never moved from my original position. 7, the voices in my head sounded. I ignored them as I moved to the next May over, forced to fight away a swarm of bees that appeared as soon as I came close. Fire did the trick again, and like before, the room reset itself to my new position. 7, the voices sounded again. Wait a minute, I breathed. I kept one foot pointed directly at one of the Mays while I turned my head, and made sure I counted correctly. Exactly 12. Oh, duh, I realized. It's a clock.
Part of me panicked, unsure which May had been the first one I'd faced. That must have been my 12 o'clock, but which one was the right one? The room had already reset twice. I was probably too confused to find it again. Then I remembered the rock wall, and this time a new realization clicked in my head. It didn't matter. Whichever illusion I was facing, that was my 12 o'clock. At least, I hoped I was right. With a deep breath, I closed my eyes and opened them on one of the 12 versions of May, and looked directly to the right. 1 o'clock. I didn't let my vision change as I walked diagonally towards 7. If I was wrong, and I was walking directly into the jaws of another creature, I'd be dead before I knew it. But trusting my instincts was all I had. 20 feet later, without so much as blinking, I felt my foot slip again, and I fell backward to the floor, letting the illusion disappear. When I opened my eyes again, a familiar hand was reaching down to help me up. Not thinking twice, I took it, climbing to my feet and looking square into the brown eyes of Tayton Wallace. Tayton? I breathed, not believing my luck. What are you doing here? She wrapped me in a tight hug. This one I was happy to receive. Oh, Eric, I can't believe we found you, she grinned, her red face brightening from ear to ear. Found me? I questioned. What? You've been gone for days, she said. Don't worry, Hark found the genie. It's gone. I felt my stomach do a little twist. First worried about the me being gone for days thing, then about the Hark finding the genie part, before finally feeling a bit of relief at her saying the genie was gone. What? I stuttered, struggling to find the right words. I looked past her shoulder and saw the cave opening up around the corner to the left, lit up by something outside my view. What do you mean? Don't worry, you're safe, she said, wrapping me in another really nice hug. So's Jordan. They found him too. It was like every nerve in my body just melted away. The first sense of relaxation in days washed over me as I looked back down the passage toward the light. Were we near the cave entrance? Had I really been here that long? She stuttered, blushing when she realized she had been holding my hand. It's so good to see you safe. I probably looked like a complete idiot. Thanks, I said. Then Tayton leaned in to kiss me. On the lips. Look, I don't know what you want me to say, but it was not at all what I was expecting for my first kiss. I'd always imagined I would have to make the effort, that I would be the one to worry for days on end whether or not it was the right moment, but Tayton took that all away by doing the worrying for me. I thought my nerves had melted away before, but man. I probably stood there for ages when it was over, looking like I'd just been run over by a steamroller. But Tayton just blushed and kept holding my hand, guiding me toward the light at the end of the tunnel. I struggled for words as we kept walking, but eventually my mouth unlocked from its shock. So, the genie's really gone? I asked. Like, for good this time? Tayton nodded. Yeah, she said. Hark did a number on it, unlike before. Trust me, Jordan's safe. I breathed another sigh of relief. Good, I said. What about May? Tayton frowned as we continued on, so near the end of the tunnel. Who? I don't know if you've ever stepped in a pile of snow with your bare feet, but that's exactly what it felt like when all my nerves came rushing back into my body. Not a she's good, or even a why wouldn't she be. Tayton looked like she didn't have a clue who I was talking about. Chloe! I shouted, whipping my wand around without a second thought. Tayton froze up mid-step, falling face forward toward the ground, before her entire body collapsed into a cloud of red mist. The voices in my head were screaming again. Right, right, right. I closed my eyes, furious that I had come so close to falling for the distraction, and bolted to my 3 o'clock, not opening them until I could feel the shape of the air change around me. I was out of directions. My wand clutched tightly in my hand, I opened my eyes, determined to find that genie and end it. Even prepared for it, what I saw before me didn't make much sense. I was standing in a massive cave, with entrance and exit tunnels dotted all around the walls, all of which I knew were meant to end here, not begin. The cave was brightly lit, but I couldn't determine where the light was coming from. Neither of these details mattered. Standing at the heart of the room was Jordan, who was staring at the part of the room that confused me most. Half of the cave had disappeared, replaced by what I could only describe as a massive TV screen. It was like someone had covered half of the room in a green screen, projecting onto it a bizarrely flat scene, not bothering to worry about things like shadows or depth. Even then, the images were mesmerizing. And I found myself distracted by the projections just like the other two beings in the room.
Standing beside the real Jordan was a scaly red creature covered in horns and spines, somewhere between a frog and a lizard. I say the real Jordan because in the projection was another Jordan, almost identical to the one I knew, with one glaring exception. He looked 3 years younger. Both me and the real Jordan stared up at the projected one as a set of glowing letters appeared before him, asking him the question that every student at Logites had been asked ahead of their first year. Duin ex Refeller. Only something was off. The question in front of the projected Jordan didn't read wizard and or warrior. It read Queer ex fria. Honest and free. I had no idea what it meant, but the look on the projected Jordan's face said it meant an awful lot to him. The real Jordan was in tears. The projected Jordan pressed the X and the scene disappeared. The colors reformed into a new image. Flat again. This time Jordan was no longer 3 years younger, but maybe 3 years older. Things flashed by in a montage. He was graduating from Logites as Priv Fachen with Ella Hardison standing next to him, holding his hand. Then he was receiving a glowing sash as one of the Trugaria, a whole crowd of people in robes bowing before him. And finally, Ella was back, dressed in a bizarre but beautiful gown, the brightest blue I'd ever seen. When an even older Jordan appeared in the frame, I realized it was a wedding. Their wedding. I'd never seen Jordan look happier than he did in that moment, both the one on the screen and the one watching. It felt wrong of me to be seeing all of this play out in front of me. I was invading something personal, something no one else should ever see. Jordan's deepest desires were being put on a slideshow for me to watch and admire, all the while the real Jordan was sobbing his eyes out, dreaming that everything in the picture was bound to come true. The image collapsed then, the light disappearing into a single bright red gem in one of the genie's scaly claws. It held the stone down in front of Jordan and growled something in a language I couldn't understand, somewhere between a cat and an alligator. Then something changed, and I was suddenly glad I'd seen Jordan's dream. If I hadn't, no one could have stopped him from taking the bait. "Don't do it!" I screamed. "Jordan, don't take it!" Whatever the gem would cost him, I knew it was way too great to be worth those dreams coming true. If the genie even had that power. Jordan snapped out of it as soon as he heard my voice, turning to see me on the other end of the room. So had the genie. It hissed before shoving Jordan aside and lifting one of its claws. Before I could even think to react, a blast of air whipped me off my feet, and I went flying into the rock behind me. It only took me a second to catch my breath before I shot another blast of fire in the genie's direction, thankfully away from Jordan's reach. This time the genie shrieked, jolting out of the way and climbing up the cavern wall toward one of the tunnels. "Oh, no you don't!" I shouted, whipping my wand around my head like a lasso. "Kavos!" A white beam of light shot from my wand, grabbing hold of the creature like it was caught by a magnet. It squealed louder than ever, struggling to keep itself upright as it floated through the air. Unfortunately for me, the beam didn't stop its ability to control things around it. The ground underneath me suddenly turned to ice. I doubt it was ever really ice, but it surprised me enough to believe it. And just for that split second, what I believed became real, and I slipped square onto my back. I heard the genie scream a battle cry before it jumped through the air toward me. I braced for the impact. I did not brace for that impact to be with my wand. Turns out the creature was a lot smaller than I'd expected. From a distance, it was hard to tell, but up close, the genie was no bigger than a house cat. The size didn't much matter now that I was completely without my wand. I froze, expecting the creature to grab my wand and attack, but it did neither. Instead, it just stood there, clicking its jaws and nodding its head. I realized it was laughing. Then it spoke to me with that same gravelly roar as before, but this time I could understand it.
"Well fought, young Eric,"
it groaned. The voices in my head were clearer than ever. Push, fight back, attack. It was a great day for hearing things.
"But your beloved Athro Hark could hardly hold me off,"
the genie boasted.
"What makes you think you can stand a chance against ancient magic like mine?"
I stood there shaking. My wand was way too far to reach. Even if it didn't kill me, the genie could do some serious damage before I even made it halfway. "I don't," I admitted.
"Exactly," the genie smiled. "Why not give in then? After all, those were your friend's visions, not your own. I can make both a reality. Equally a reality."
"Strike. Strike now," the voices demanded, "before it has the chance."
"You are powerless without Khan,"
the genie continued.
"Powerless without your wand. But I can change that. I can make all your dreams a reality.
The genie jumped directly at me, aimed straight for my face. But something happened. It was like my body reacted before my brain could. Instead of flinching to protect myself, both arms shot up and out in fists like they were holding a massive shield. The weirdest part of it all was, they were. The voices in my head had screamed the word shield, and a table-sized chunk of the cave floor broke free, coming to my hands as though I had called it there. That was when I realized I had. The words in my head weren't just in my head anymore, they had come out of my mouth, grinding and scraping like the voices I'd been hearing guiding me to that very cave. The ground itself was talking to me, and suddenly I was able to talk back. Throw. I screamed the command louder than I'd screamed anything in my life, and on the other side of my shield another rock came flying in from the side and launched the genie to the other end of the room. Pin, I shouted, breaking apart the shield with moves I can only explain as second nature. I had no idea where the thoughts came from, or how I knew what to do. All I knew was that I had to. For my sake and Jordan's, I had to defeat this genie with every weapon I possessed, even the ones I never knew existed. The top half of my shield broke off, flying on top of the genie and covering it from neck to tail like a massive stone blanket. He was pinned completely, unable to move his arms or legs, but I could tell from his screaming and cursing that he could still breathe fine. With one last set of words, I kicked up a stone boxing glove from the ground onto my fist. I was still so in awe by what was happening, I almost forgot that Jordan was over on the other side of the room watching. His mouth was wide open, like he couldn't believe it either. "Eric," he breathed, staring back and forth from me to the genie. I know!" I shouted, thinking about 100 new words I could unleash on the creature with my new rock language. I took a deep breath, staring at the glove, and then back at the genie, thinking of something cool I could say before striking the final blow. "Eric, don't!" Jordan screamed, and a blast of green light came zipping from another side of the cavern. The rock glove dissolved into a puff of ash, which fell to my feet. The genie started laughing again. "How did you—" I started to say to the genie, but then I turned around. Jordan had been the one to shoot me with the spell. His eyes were wide, crazed even, as he held up a wand to challenge me. "I need it!" he shouted. "I need the gem!" That was when I noticed the wand in Jordan's hand. I had seen his plenty of times, enough to recognize it from another, especially my own. He was holding Dumino. "That's my wand," I said quietly, suddenly more afraid than I had been all night. "Drop the rocks," he ordered, his hand shaking. "Let it go." Then another flash of light came from a third direction, and the wand went flying out of his hand. Both of us turned to look as the sound of the propulsion charm echoed its way around the cavern. "Yes, please, Schwabby, drop the rocks," came the pompous voice of my worst enemy. Oh boy, this night just keeps getting better and better. Venner Jones jumped down from one of the tunnel openings. "So, you're a Sibbard after all," he said, keeping his wand trained on Jordan. "No matter. Once I expose Vanson for what he truly is and turn you in for breaking curfew, I don't have to worry about you anymore." My breath caught in my throat. "Now listen to your half-breed friend, Schwabby," he commanded. "Let the genie go. If the frickus gets his wish, so do I." Chapter 18. Trophy, wife, not necessarily in that order. I stared at Jordan. "Nice pajamas, by the way," I heard Jones' voice continue over my shoulder. "Frickus," I said softly, looking at my friend, who looked straight back at me with a look of terror on his face. "What does he—" "Oh, come on," Jones said, rolling his eyes. "Was I the only one paying attention to the slideshow? Your friend's a mutt. He shouldn't even be allowed on this moon." "Jordan," I said, feeling my breathing get even heavier. The look on his face told me everything I needed to know. Suddenly everything made sense. Jordan sneaking out at night looking for the genie. His Yule present. The way he'd reacted to mine. "I need it, Eric," he said anxiously. "I need the gem." "So what?" I asked. "So you can keep lying to the people around you about who you really are? It's not like that," he shouted. "Eric, you know who I am. You don't understand. We're just people. We're being exterminated under Ganderstorm. I hid what I was to survive." I knew he was right, and I knew being upset was nothing compared to how scared he must have felt knowing what Jones was about to do. Still, I couldn't help but feel hurt. My best friend had lied to me, even when he had known my biggest secret all along. If Jones wasn't standing in the cave with us, I would have said exactly that. You're not even from Greel, are you? I asked. Jordan looked like he was about to cry, but before he could respond, Jones issued another spell, and both Jordan and I went flying across the rocks, bound to the wall by invisible force fields. I think you two will have plenty of time to catch up after you're both expelled, Jones laughed. But now it's my turn. Thanks for leading me here, Schwabby. Your dirty work saved me a load of time and energy. He pointed his wand at the rock I had laid over the genie, who had stopped struggling to watch us argue. Llywelyn, he shouted, and the stone cracked into a million pieces, falling apart so the genie could break free. The creature grinned, shaking the dust off its scales before jumping to its hind legs like an old little troll. Again it spoke in that grumbling voice, but like when it spoke directly to Jordan, I could no longer understand what it was saying to Jones. With each sentence, a new emotion spread over Jones's face, giving me only the slightest clue what was being said. Excitement, fear, worry, envy. The speech went on for 5 minutes. Venner Jones never even said a word. Suddenly the room lit up like before, half of it disappearing into that comic book style visual that had tempted Jordan. At first I was confused. The genie was showing us what looked like 12 different Venner Joneses all at once, bickering with each other and trying to get the attention of the Lord Jones and a bunch of blonde women, one of which I assume must be his wife. The different Venners were all different ages, like I was looking at him arguing with himself as a toddler, a 6-year-old, a 10-year-old, all the way into adulthood. Then I noticed the versions of Venner Jones that looked like girls, and I realized it wasn't just him. I was staring at a picture of his family. Dozens of siblings all bickering over who got to spend time with Mom and Dad. The way the image moved, I realized the youngest kid, barely able to walk and talk, was the real Venner. The image fast-forwarded through moments of his childhood, all of which centered around feeling alone and left out. He was always the last to eat, the last to play, the last to be included in anything his family did. At one point, they forgot about him entirely and left him out of a family picture. It went on for 5 minutes, repeating the point of how lonely Venner Jones felt as the youngest and least of his brothers and sisters. I almost felt bad for him. It didn't excuse what he had done to me and my friends, especially the way he treated Tayton and Nelson, but I could partially understand why he had done it. Logeets was the first place he had ever been given the freedom to be the center of attention, to use his family's name to stand out amongst his peers. That was when things changed. I expected the genie to show Jones a version of the world where things were like that all the time, but it wasn't that simple. A planet appeared on the screen, full of wide-open fields and lakes and oceans, not too different from Selenia, with a massive black castle surrounded by the largest city I'd ever seen. Venner Jones was older, alone, seated on top of a throne while hundreds of people filled his hall and bowed before him. His father was there, as were his siblings, even me and my friends and every other person I knew at Logeets, all bowing down before the king of this unknown planet. Then I saw something that took my breath away, scared and confused by what it meant. A prisoner was brought in before the throne, and the adult Venner Jones stood and walked down the steps to remove the prisoner's black hood. Staring at him with emotionless eyes was the oily, waxy face of the Emperor. Before I even understood what was happening, the adult Venner took a sword and struck down Ganderstrom with a single swipe. The crowd in the vision went nuts. Everyone rose from their knees and cheered, chanting Venner's name as they lifted him into the sky. But if I thought Jones taking down Ganderstrom was a good thing, I was quickly shown otherwise. The scene shifted to an even older version of the new king, walking through his castle with all of his siblings behind him. Every one of them walked with a chained leash in their hands. At the end of every leash was a different creature. Athro Amagretin and Jordan were both amongst them, and though she wasn't in chains, so was Tayton Wallace, bowing before the Jones family and serving them alongside a dozen other servants with colored skin. The real Venner Jones stared up at the image in awe, his mouth practically drooling by what he saw, desperate to have it come true like he was waiting for a juicy steak. Finally, the image shrunk into the ruby that was once again in the hand of the genie. The creature grumbled a few final words before offering the gem to Jones. "Is it real?" he asked, more anxious than I'd ever heard him before. "Can you really make that happen?" The genie growled an affirmative yes. "Don't listen to him!" I shouted, desperate to stop whatever was going to happen. "You have no idea what it'll cost!" Jones' face fell from its happy grin. He turned to me, shouting something I could barely hear, which sent me crumpling forward, all the muscles in my middle convulsing like he'd shot me with a taser. "Shut it, Schwabby!" he yelled. "My cyber magic for a universe with the right people in charge? I can't imagine a fairer trade." I had more to say, more to argue, but the pain in my abdomen was barely allowing me to breathe. I watched in horror as Jones turned back to the genie and reached out with his hand, completely ready to make the deal. "No," I breathed. Just as the entire cave fell silent, a single flash of orange light shot from one side, blasting the gem out of the genie's hand. Every eye in the cave turned to find the source of the flame. Her clothes covered in soot and dust. May Whiterun had finally found the rest of us. "You little—" Jones started, whipping his hand over his head and speaking to all the water in the cave. Out of one of the tunnels behind him, a gigantic wave splashed to the ground, sending the genie scampering for cover. Jones sent the wave rippling across the cave floor toward May, but she blasted through it with a wave of her wand. A flurry of spells followed from both wands, spells I'd never even heard before. There were colors I'd never imagined lighting up the cave as one spell collided with the other, sending rocks and debris shooting off in every direction. Every few spells, one of them would switch to Sibber, and a flood of water would hiss as it collided with fire, only to be swallowed in another flurry of spells. Safe as I was behind the force field, I was powerless to intervene, which made me all the more worried when I recognized one of Jones's spells and realized he wasn't just trying to get the upper hand on May. If one of her defensive maneuvers failed, she was going to end up dead. It was the most beautiful, most terrifying, most breathtaking thing I'd ever seen, but I was desperate for it to end, to make sure everyone came out of this alive. Even Jones. Even after what I'd seen him dream through the genie. May sent a firework exploding over Jones's shoulder, forcing him to cover his face from the light. But even in this little reactionary move, he had tricked her. May stepped in for another offensive attack, leaving her defenseless as Jones flicked his wand under his arm out of her view. May's shoelaces untied, then tied themselves back together between the two shoes, sending her stumbling off balance. Jones capitalized, shooting off a huge blast of purple lightning from his wand. May went flying through the air, hitting the rock wall harder than Jordan or I had. She crumpled to the ground, spasming every few seconds as the last bits of the lightning pulsed through her body. "No!" I screamed, doing everything I could to break through the force field, but nothing worked. Even my connection with the ground was severed. I was powerless. Jones cracked his back, wiping his long hair out of his face. "Now," he breathed. "Where were we?" The genie was hidden off to the side, watching the fight with the ruby still clutched in his claw. He waited a few more seconds to move, probably making sure it was completely over, before slowly crawling back to the clearing like a curious animal. "Come on!" Jones hurried, waving for the creature to come quickly. "Give me my wish!" But he didn't see what I did. Somehow, still shivering from the lightning, May was able to open one eye. It looked like every effort she was able to give, May was putting into reaching for her wand, just feet away from her crumpled frame. With one last push, she wrapped her hand around it and said something I couldn't hear. But instead of pointing it at Jones or the genie, she turned her arm directly toward me. I knew it as soon as the force field was gone. The voices in my head, the voices of the ground surrounding me, were back in an instant. I hardly had to think. I swung my arm from right to left, and a pillar of stone burst out of the ground at Jones's feet. It sent him 30 feet through the air before he finally bounced off the side like the rest of us, completely unconscious. I sent a follow-up spell just to be sure. Then I pointed my wand at Jordan and freed him from his force field. I have no clue what spell I used or how I knew what to say, but he stepped out from his corner of the cave too, powerless, but by my side. Then I turned my wand back on the genie. "Don't even think about it," I said, watching the creature's eyes turn to Jordan. "Don't you even try to tempt him again. We're leaving." Jordan looked at me, nervous like before, but I stood my ground. "We're leaving!" I shouted at him, so he knew exactly how serious I was. Whatever story we would have to make up to get him out of trouble, even if we couldn't get out of the trouble we were already in, it was better than whatever trap this genie was trying to pull us in. A low rumble shook the cave, and I realized the genie was laughing again.
"Why would I try him?"
The genie grumbled, looking directly at me.
"A creature like him. So easy to manipulate. So easy to promise. He's hardly a snack compared to the feast before me."
I opened my mouth to ask what the genie was talking about, but an object came flying toward me. I thought it was the genie again, but even compared to before, it was too small and completely the wrong shape. Out of instinct, I caught it and stared. The genie's giant red ruby floated from my hand into the air before me, sending a shudder of light against the cave's ceiling like a movie projector. I almost threw up with anxiety. I had no idea how long Jones would stay unconscious. I couldn't take my eyes off the picture to check on May. Only two things were running through my head as my reflection stared back at me from the heavens. Not my brothers. Not the throne. I had seen Jordan's deepest desire. I'd become painfully aware of Venner Jones's ultimate dream. If the others were watching, and our family's secret came out, I was worse than expelled or exiled. I was dead. I held my breath as my face came into focus. Probably 10 years old by the look of my face and everything around me. I was back in Portland before Chauncey and I made our escape. My bed looked exactly as I remembered, with the same unmade corner of the comforter I always struggled to keep down. Then it changed, and I realized things were moving backward. Bangor, Hartford, Burlington, New Haven, Manchester, Worcester, Lowell, Providence. Every single home I could remember flashing before my eyes in vivid detail, like the Genie had access to my memories as easy as files on a hard drive. Then I was a baby, or at least I assumed it was me. I'd never seen pictures of myself earlier than the age of 5, but after everything the Genie had shown, it wouldn't make sense for it to be anyone else. Baby me was in the arms of a beautiful woman, strawberry blonde hair reaching all the way down to her ribs. Her eyes were small like mine, smaller when she smiled, her face decorated with a collage of freckles. Beside her sat a man who was probably younger than he looked, the wrinkles and blue rings of time and stress surrounding his green eyes, but he was no less happy to look at me than she did. He looked up from the baby to look directly at me, the real me, like he was staring into the camera. Several years older than I was used to, but he looked exactly like Drew. They were the people I'd dreamed of every day for nearly 13 years, and now I was finally able to put faces to their names. I had no doubt that was what they really looked like. The Genie was showing me my mom and dad. Thankfully, the Genie also stayed true to my thoughts before, and never showed me my brothers or the throne. The former emperor and queen were dressed in the green and brown of the Thayer nation, but neither was wearing a crown or anything I recognized as looking royal. I swallowed, hoping the Genie knew how grateful I truly was that my secret had not been revealed. The image changed, and suddenly time spun in the opposite direction. I was well into my 20s, judging by the beard that framed my face. I was dressed exactly the same as my father had been. Only this time a woman I had never seen stood by my side, long brown hair stretching into a braid at her chest. She was beautiful, don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't exactly think of her as my type. Either way, it was obvious she was my wife in this vision. On both our ring fingers were matching green emeralds, and she stared at me like she had never seen anything more beautiful in her life. I was more distracted by the baby in her arms. Just like my mother had been with me, my future wife was holding the biggest smiling baby I'd ever seen, with a big poof of brown hair right in the center of his head. I felt tears well in my real eyes. Whoever this woman was, whoever she was going to be, it was obvious she loved me. And she had given me the one thing I'd always dreamed of having. A family. As soon as that word popped into my head, the Genie made its one fatal mistake. My mother reappeared in the picture behind my wife. She was decades older than before, worn out by time and what must have been her imprisonment still in this vision. Even then, she looked even happier than before to see me grown and fulfilled. That was fine. As far as I knew, my mom was still alive, and all that the Genie was showing me was still possible. But then my father showed up in the frame. I don't know about you, but as tempting as it was to have my parents back in my life, something inside me was not okay with changing the past. I'd seen enough shows and movies where messing with fate royally screws up people's lives, a pun definitely intended. What the Genie was showing me was impossible. My dad was dead. Everyone knew it, even the people who didn't know who my father was. There was no way in Ufern I was going to take the deal now, even before I knew what it would take to get them back. No, I said softly. No, I won't do it. It was like the Genie grew 3 sizes larger, staring at me over the light of the ruby.
Come on, Eric, it growled. It's what you've always wanted.
It's not right, I shouted. You can't bring him back! The Genie changed then, its voice no longer the gruff hiss like before. Its face disappeared into the shadows as a woman spoke to me. My wife in the projection, speaking to me with the softest voice I could imagine. Nothing's impossible, Eric, she said. You have no idea how good it felt to hear my name come out of her mouth. You have no idea what your desire can do when combined with the power of a Genie. All you need to do is take the gem. I struggled. I can't. It's not right. Right and wrong are just points of view, she said. Then her voice tripled into a chorus of temptation. Just take it, Eric. Nothing's impossible. Your mother, your father, a future, all for the small asking price of your Khan. I can't. You still have the Trugaria, she said, hypnotizing me. You'll still be a Sibbard. Her voice kept doubling in my head until it was echoing through my ears like another new power. The image of my family had faded. Only she was visible, surrounding me every direction I looked. "Just take it, Eric. Nothing is impossible." "I can't," I said, tears streaming down my cheeks. "Just take it, Eric. Nothing is impossible." "No," I cried. Please, I can't." The gem descended before me, just inches from my face. "Just take it, Eric. Nothing— No!" It wasn't my voice that answered this time. A flash of brown and black came hurtling through the image, tackling the genie away. The picture of my future disappeared. I shook my head back to the view of the cave. Jordan scrambled on the ground, lunging a second time at the creature, who struggled to get a grip with his claws like a cat on a hardwood floor. He managed to grab hold of one of the genie's legs and threw it across the room in a bid for Selenia's best hammer throw. The red thing hit the far wall and lay motionless for only a second, rising back to its feet and hissing at Jordan, putting me right in the center of their match. I wasn't the only thing between them, though. Jordan may have wrestled away the genie, but the creature had dropped the gem directly at my feet. Both of them looked at me with curious eyes. Then the creature smiled.
"Take it,"
it ordered, its voice back to normal. "Eric, don't!" Jordan screamed. Of course I was going to listen to my friend, but a shiver ran down my spine when I saw his eyes connect with the ruby. I'd been so certain he had tackled the genie to save me, to stop me from making such a stupid decision. Part of me still believed that. But part of me also realized he might still be desperate for the gem. After everything we'd seen, how did I know if Jordan would still make the deal? I didn't even think about it. I put my foot over the gem and kicked it behind me, far across the room in a third direction, away from them both. Immediately I realized how stupid that decision was. My eyes raced to Venner Jones, who was thankfully still unconscious. Then I turned to find where the gem had landed, directly in front of May Whitewren. She had risen to one knee now, her wand clutched tight in one hand. She stared at the ruby harder than I'd seen her stare at any textbook. The genie let out another laugh. "May, don't!" I warned. Then she smiled too. With the grunt of an effort, she pushed herself onto both knees. "I told you," she said, looking directly at me as she did it. "I'm smarter than you." With her free hand, she grabbed the gem, and the genie spoke directly to her, bolting toward her with the enthusiasm of a salesman desperate to make quota. It was halfway there when May whipped out her wand and flashed a spell at the genie, freezing it in place. "Huey!" she screamed, stopping the creature mid-stride. She was breathing harder than I'd ever seen her breathe, shaking so hard I worried the lightning was still zapping through her body. Maybe it was. Either way, she stood to her feet with more confidence than any 12-year-old I knew. "Don't you even think about showing them," she ordered. The greatest karate master in the world couldn't have matched the kick she did next, sending a fireball hurtling toward the genie who was powerless to stop it. I almost felt bad for the thing as it screamed and writhed in place, unable to free itself from the position she had locked it into the air. Then its scaly skin turned from red to purple, a demonic glow in its eyes as its words became audible for everyone in the room. I'd never heard anything so small swear so much. May let out a deep, shivering sigh as she raised her wand again. I had no idea what the words meant, but I'll never forget what came out of her mouth. "Do with Goddess Ichtwilf!" A beam of yellow sunshine burst from her wand no fewer than 5 seconds, burning straight through the genie. I shielded my eyes from the blast, only looking back when the heat from the spell faded. When I did, the genie was gone. May still had her wand up, her hair a sweaty, curly mess around her face. Tired as she clearly was, a smile spread across her face. To say I was impressed was an understatement. I looked around the room to make sure the genie hadn't somehow escaped up the walls, but the look on May's face told me I actually had seen what I'd thought I'd seen. After nearly a minute of silence, it was Jordan who spoke first. I can't actually tell you what he said, though. I don't typically use that language. "You just killed a genie," I repeated in a friendlier word. May was still staring at where the creature had been. "Yeah," she nodded. Jordan rushed forward. "Does it still work?" he cried. I realized he was talking about the gem. He dove to grab it from May's hand, but she snapped out of her success, pulling it out of his reach. "Of course not," she said, slapping his hand away. "It relies on a genie's magic to create illusions. Now it's just a trophy." Jordan sighed, knowing she was right. Even when it wasn't in projector mode, the ruby had been bright red before, almost alive. Now it was like the spirit of the stone had died with the genie, its color fading to a deep maroon. Either way, it's worth a fortune, she grinned, stuffing it into a hidden pocket in her skirt. You just, I repeated, still not entirely believing my eyes. You just killed a genie. May nodded. Yeah, she said, like I had asked her if the Pope was Catholic. And, I started, but I couldn't find anything else to say unless I repeated Jordan's first response. And I had to, she said. I wasn't going to let either of you idiots take the bait. That finally snapped me back to normal. Whoa, I said. Excuse me, miss, I'm smarter than you. I am. Just because the rest of us had to show off our wishes doesn't mean we were going to take them. May nodded, her face a happy red. Uh-huh, she said. Sure, Shwabbington. Just because, I said, but I had no idea what to say next. May's smile was infuriating. For some reason, I started blushing. Luckily, Jordan took the attention away from me. You can't tell anyone, he said quickly. Please, they'll send me away. They'll... Relax, I said, putting my hand on his shoulder. We're not going to tell anyone. I was still hurt that he never told me, but I realized if I were in his shoes, I probably wouldn't have told anyone either. Another awkward silence fell between us as I realized Jordan was looking at May. We're not going to tell anyone, I repeated, giving her a hard nudge with my elbow. Right? Ow, she complained, before looking up at Jordan and shaking her head. No, of course not. Good, I said, turning my attention to the only living thing left in the room besides us. What do we do about him? Based on their reactions, I'd guess the other two forgot about Venner Jones. He was sprawled on the ground so still I worried I might have accidentally killed him. Thankfully, Jordan rushed over and made sure he was still breathing. We could always assume the best, he shrugged. Which is what? I asked. That he doesn't remember any of it? No, May rejected, understanding Jordan better than I was. Mutually assured silence. If we get back to the school undetected, no one talks. He can't expose us without exposing himself. If he says I attacked him, I'll say he attacked me first. It sounded like a decent plan. You're forgetting he's Venner Jones, I argued. The first chance he gets, he's going to find a way to frame us and keep himself out of it. Do either of you know a memory spell? I'm not casting a spell on another student, Jordan said, turning to May. Even if it works somehow. I'm not risking the proof that we did something to him. That'll just prove Eric's point. May shrugged. Well, my plan it is then, she said confidently. Maybe you should listen to the girl who killed the genie. I stepped up. Oh, you're really going to milk that for the rest of... Guys, knock it off, Jordan ordered. We've been through enough tonight. Who knows how long we've actually been gone? Let's just get him up and get back as quickly and quietly as we can. I gave one last harsh look at May, who gave me a bragging smile in return. Jordan whispered a revive spell over Venner Jones. His moans and groans filled the cave as he slowly came back to life. Hey, Jordan ordered. Wake up. A flurry of, huh? And what? Came rolling out of Jones's mouth. It's over, I said. We're going home. Jones kept his mouth open, staring around the room like he had no idea where he was. May killed the genie, I added. Thank you. Stop bragging, I said, rolling my eyes. We've got to go, Jordan urged, putting an arm under Jones's shoulder. Come on. Jordan pulled, trying to stand to his full height, but Venner Jones stayed put, leaving his body in a horizontal ragdoll which sent Jordan collapsing to the ground below him. Dude, what's your issue? Jordan shouted. Come on, I ordered again, moving to the boys to help them out. We've got to go. Move your feet. I grabbed his other shoulder, and Jordan and I pulled Jones upright. He started shaking, completely wailing his body in a fit of panic, but his feet wouldn't move. All right, I get you just woke up, I said, but we need you to help, otherwise we're going to leave you here. I tried to catch May's eye to assure her I wasn't being serious, but she was staring directly at Venner Jones. Her face had turned white. I can't, he shouted, his voice breaking. I didn't even need to see his face to hear how terrified he was. Just stand up, Jordan urged, trying to position Jones's legs well enough to balance on his own. When he let go, Jones fell from my shoulder and collapsed to the ground. I'd been scared before. Heck, I was scared now, maybe more than I'd ever been in my life. But I was nowhere close to how scared Venner Jones looked as he stared up at all three of us, trembling from his chest up. I can't, he said. I can't feel my legs. Chapter 19. A walrus tells me to do better on my propaganda lessons. I want you to think back to when I first began telling you my story. I'm a pretty happy guy normally. I've never been one to miss out on a joke or two, even in uncomfortable moments, to make the people around me smile, But as soon as those words escaped Venner Jones' mouth, that version of me ceased to exist. It was like all the color in the world faded in front of me. I stared at the boy who only minutes before I would have given everything to hurt, or even destroy. The terror in his eyes was contagious. My insides turned to stone. "No," I said. "No, that's not true." He didn't argue. He didn't try to curse me, or fight me, or even blame me. He didn't have to. I knew exactly how and when it had happened. We had already taken our turns bouncing off the walls of the genie's lair. Jones was unlucky enough to have taken the worst bounce. He opened his mouth with tears streaming down his face and repeated the same words as before. "They're probably still asleep," Jordan said, but I could see from the panic in his eyes, too, that he knew something was wrong. "Eric, give me your wand." I'm sure I looked just as nervous looking at him as I did Venner Jones. "What?" I asked. "Why?" "I can reverse the sleeping charm you put on him," Jordan said. I pulled my wand away. I opened my mouth to speak, but May said exactly what I was thinking before I could. "Sleeping charms don't work like that," she said. I knew she was right, but in my panic, I followed Jordan's lead. I pointed the wand at Jones's legs and shouted, "Defro!" louder than I'd ever shouted anything in my life. Jones just shook his head, then broke down in another fit of tears. "Stop crying!" Jordan yelled. It worked about as well as you might expect. "All right, fine, we'll carry you." Jones may have been mid-panic and without the use of his legs, but that didn't mean he didn't have any less fight to give. He socked Jordan across the side of the mouth, forcing the older boy to drop him flat on the stone. Jones screamed, then began crying harder. I was still frozen in shock, which meant that when Jordan grabbed for my wand again, he won it clean out of my hand. He pointed at Venner Jones and shouted the same spell I had cast to knock him out the first time. "Jordan!" May screamed. "Dude," I mumbled out of my trance. Jordan handed the wand back, certain he'd done the right thing. "We have to leave him," he said. "What?" I panicked even more. Jordan, he can't move." "Yeah, and whose fault is that?" he shouted. May stepped between us. "If we leave him here, he'll die," she screamed. "Well, so be it," Jordan said. "At least we'll be safe." May nearly slapped him across the face. "You don't think they're already investigating?" she raised. "Eric hardly touched him last semester, and his dad sent the school into lockdown." "Well, safer then," Jordan hissed. "If we leave him now, all our secrets die with him." "Dude," I shouted. "We can't let him die for the sake of your conscience." Jordan stepped forward, letting his height and age bear down over me. "Oh yeah?" he wondered. "And what about your conscience, Eric? You're the one who broke his back." "Knock it off," May shouted. But the damage had been done. I felt a big ball of hurt tumble through my chest like a bowling ball, until tears were hardly staying put behind my own eyes. "We're not leaving him behind. He's a human being." Jordan's dark face reddened into a scowl. "Well, that makes one of us," he said. "And you know for a fact Jones wouldn't care if I were in his position." I sniffled, knowing I was losing the battle with my emotions. "You're right," I said, choosing my words carefully so I wouldn't set Jordan, or even myself, over the edge. "But you're not in his position. And I've never wanted to be like Venner Jones." I looked back to my foe on the ground, sleeping peacefully despite all that had happened. For a moment I was able to forget his injury, the look of fear on his face, and imagine that he was still the same boy who had hated me with every ounce of energy in his body. I knew he still would. I allowed myself to look into his face and remember all the terrible things he had done to me and my friends, just to know I meant what I said. "And I want to be better than him." I looked up at Jordan, letting the first of my tears fall down my face. "And if that means losing my best friend, then I'm sorry." I flipped my wand around and held it out for Jordan to take. "But I'm choosing to save him." I could tell my choice surprised Jordan, maybe even frightened him, but he looked more confused than anything. He stared at my wand. "What's that for?" he asked. "Go," I said. "Use it. Escape with it. I don't care. If you're so worried about what'll happen when we get back, now's your chance to leave. But I'm staying here and getting him back to the school. Maybe Athro Remelium knows some remedy to fix this." May's face popped up nervously. "You're going to trust Athro Remelium with this?" she asked. "Well, I don't know," I shouted, realizing how desperate I sounded. "Whoever can save him, I can't leave him like this." I realized I was still holding out my wand. I turned back to Jordan. "Take it." Jordan was frozen stiff. He seemed to be considering every one of his options with the most intense focus I'd ever seen. After a few more seconds, he finally let out a shivering sigh and pushed the wand back into my chest. "I can't," he decided. "I can't do that to you." "Jordan, I'm trying to save you. Eric, if you go back without me and Jones spills what happens, then they'll arrest you for harboring me. Especially if Remelium finds out about this.
You're already in enough trouble with the Empire. I looked at my friend, not entirely sure how to feel after everything he said about Jones. All right, fine, I accepted, flipping my wand back to a usable position. Then someone tell me a plan. It was May who came up with one. Of course it was. Using the most impressive bit of magic I had seen since her last bit of impressive magic, May conjured a mechanical gurney with claws that were able to carry Jones over the grassy ground without too many bumps or bruises. We could have shared the load and tried to levitate him the entire way, but there were too many risks involved in a journey that long, especially with the energy we both had left after facing the Genie. We had no idea how long Jordan's sleeping spell would last, but we'd already used it twice. If he woke up again along the way, none of us saw an issue trying it again. For the first time ever, May was the one trying to bring a better mood to the group. Jordan was clearly distracted, wondering what would happen as soon as we reached Lowgates. I could tell he was second-guessing his decision to stay with us. I thought about offering him my wand again and telling him to make a run for it, but by the time we had exited the cave, the sun was full up in the sky, and on a moon with literally 0 trees, there was nowhere to hide. I needed the encouragement, too. Every few yards, I would make the mistake of looking at Jones's unconscious body, and remember how scared he looked when he was awake. How hard he'd hit the wall. Jordan telling me it was my fault. I struggled to stop myself from crying in front of the others more times than I could count. Here, May said after one of these times. She snapped me out of it by holding something in front of me. When I wiped my eyes, the red blur turned to the gem she had taken from the Genie's lair. Take it. I didn't have much of a choice when she tossed it into my stomach. What? I hesitated. Why? May took a deep breath, like it was painful to give the thing away. Because I know you don't have anything, she said softly. This could change that. It's probably worth a few £1,000s. It was like the thing got heavier as soon as she said it. You beat the Genie, I said, holding the thing back to her. It's yours. Like Jordan with my wand, she refused to take it. She hesitated, staring at the thing like the most valuable treasure ever. I don't need it. Something about her face told me that wasn't entirely true. I'm a white wren, she said, hesitating again. I don't need the money. I sighed, finally understanding that she was trying to be generous. But the way she said it, the way she looked at the thing like she wasn't sure of herself, made it a lot harder to realize that. And it wasn't like I needed the money. Drew and I had that hidden trust. Plus, I didn't want any extra attention to come my way from the Empire if my bank account suddenly had a lot more zeros. I couldn't admit that to her, though, so I thought of another way out. You sure you don't want it as a trophy? I asked. You did defeat a Genie, after all. Maybe you... Guys! Before May and I had the chance to answer, Jordan pointed way ahead in the distance. 2 figures were coming our way on the horizon. I couldn't see who they were from that far away, only that one wore black, the other orange. It took 10 minutes of walking before I recognized the faces of Drew and Athro Hark. Where have you been? He screamed as soon as we were in earshot. Not my least favorite teacher, mind you. My brother. None of us could figure out the first words. That was when Athro Hark shot a spell at May's device, freezing the gurney in its tracks. Don't tell me he's dead, he raged, seeing the boy out cold on top. No, sir, May hurried, trying everything in her power to delay the inevitable. Defro, Hark shouted, hitting Jones with the spell to wake him up. All 3 of us froze, knowing what might happen next. You've been gone 3 weeks, Drew shouted. We thought you were dead. My eyes were locked on Venner Jones, who was slowly and groggily opening his. Jordan broke out of the trance first, rushing past me and grabbing the ruby from my hand on the way. I don't know if he meant to offer it to Athro Hark or to buy his silence or what, but he just sort of held it out awkwardly. Everyone not named Venner Jones stared at the gem, the 2 newcomers dropping their jaws in disbelief when they realized what it was. When Athro Hark closed his mouth, he looked up at Jordan with the same look of snarky arrogance he always gave me. You expect me to believe the 3 of you defeated a Genie? He asked. I shook my head nervously. No, I said, pointing at May. Just her. Both Athro Hark and Drew looked at me like I just said a mouthful of curse words. What? They said at the same time. It's true, Jordan hurried, shoving the gem in Athro Hark's chest. You should have seen it. I've never seen anyone like her. Even in the panic of the situation, May blushed. Athro Hark took a moment to stare at her, studying her face before studying the stone now clutched in his hand. Then he turned his attention over my shoulder. Is that true, Jones? He asked. I could feel my stomach turn to stone again. When I turned around, Venner Jones was struggling to sit upright on the edge of the gurney. He seemed to be in less of a panic now.
The cruel bully I was used to had returned, even without the use of his legs. He managed to keep himself upright with his hands gripping the edge of the bed. Then he looked at all three of us in a line with more hatred than any person should have the right to hold. My breath turned to shards of glass in my throat. "I don't know, sir," he said, his voice scarily calm. "But I can't feel my legs. Schwabby attacked me. He's a Thirstebold. And Vanson's secretly a frickus." It was like the sound of the wind and the waves around us went mute. You could have heard a pin drop in the grass. Drew looked at me, but it was not the proud look I had hoped for when he found out. Athro Hart just looked angry. The words had come so fast, part of me hoped they didn't believe him. Part of me hoped the whole thing sounded so ridiculous, Athro Hart might burst out laughing. After all I'd been through in the past year. Was that so crazy to hope? Yeah, probably. Athro Hart lifted his wand again and pointed it right at Jordan. "Yegithyon," he said, and a strip of metal formed around his wrists. "No!" I shouted, but Drew held up his own wand, stopping me in my tracks. My own brother stared me in the eyes. "Eric, don't," he warned. "Jordan Vanson," Athro Hart announced. "You're under arrest for misrepresentation and undermining the Imperial Code of Academic Ethics." My heart sank. May's face went white. Jordan just looked on, knowing this was bound to happen. He sighed, accepting his fate. "Vanson, you stay with me and Jones," Hark ordered. "Schwab, you keep eyes on your brother and the girl. They so much as look in the wrong direction, I want to know. Major Court's going to want every detail." When we finally reached his office, Athrosinius was furious. So was Drew, but that much had been obvious the entire walk back to the school. He let me know it, too. How worried he'd been for 3 whole weeks, wondering exactly what had happened. How many times Athros, Hark, and Tyche had gone back into the caves to look for us. How he had assumed the worst every time they came back without a trace. It made me that much prouder that May and I had managed to reach the cave, but every time that thought popped into my head, I remembered everything that had come after. What was worse, when we reached the school, Athrosinius dismissed May and Venner Jones to tell their stories directly to Athro Hark. I had no idea how much he would spill without me, how much more trouble Jordan would be in because of it. I was grateful Athro Hark let Sinius take the rest of us, reuniting the little club who knew the secret of me and Drew for the first time in ages. Any hope I had of this being a happy meeting died as soon as we walked into Athrosinius' office. The usual warmth of his office was cold and professional. The magical curtains kept his fish out of view. "How stupid could you possibly be?" he asked. Drew had asked me that so many times in the past hour, I was surprised to realize Athrosinius was yelling at Jordan. He spent the next hour chewing out all 3 of us, even Drew for not trying to stop me. From what I could gather, Sinius had been the only one of us who knew Jordan's secret, having known from the beginning, but he had never expected Jordan to stoop so low as to put his life at risk with the Genie to keep his secret hidden. That set off Drew, who was mad at both Jordan and Sinius for not informing him of Jordan's secret, and then Sinius argued back that just because Drew was the future king didn't mean he deserved to know everything. Then Sinius turned things on me and chewed me out because disappearing for 3 weeks meant he was forced away from his other work off Selenia, which made Drew mad because he still wasn't allowed to know what that work was. Basically, everyone was mad at each other for a while, and I came away with the whole thing realizing one thing. It's hard keeping secrets. "Words can't describe how disappointed I am in your actions," Sinius said to Jordan when the argument was over. "I expect you in my office with the entirety of your belongings packed and ready to leave first thing tomorrow. Is that clear?" Jordan swallowed nervously. "Yes, sir," he agreed. "You're dismissed, Vanson," Sinius said harshly. "Congratulations. You can join the Trugaria early so long as they accept liars and fools in their ranks." Jordan bowed his head. I couldn't tell if he was being respectful or admitting to his shame, but he walked out of the office, leaving me alone with Sinius and Drew. The Perfathro stood from his desk and walked to a glowing map of the universe on a pedestal behind him. "And you're a Therisabur," he sighed. Most of our story in the cave had sprinkled out over the last hour. I felt Drew's eyes stare at me hard, but I kept my focus on Athrosinius. After all the yelling and arguing, I hadn't been in nearly as much trouble as I thought I'd be, especially not compared to Jordan. My mind was still stuck on Jones and what had happened to him, even if I was still furious at the things he'd said. "Not after that," I said firmly. "I don't want to be a Sibbard after that." Drew leaned forward so hard he stomped his feet on the floor. "You don't have a choice," he said. "I do if I choose not to use it," I said. "Venner Jones might never walk again because I listened to the voices." "Well, who cares about Jones?" my brother asked. "We won't defeat Ganderstorm without it. It's your duty." He sounded just like Jordan. I knew my decision to protect my worst enemy was a questionable one, but was I so crazy that everyone thought I was wrong? I refused to believe that. I refused to believe I had made the wrong choice in saving Jones's life. To what, you? I asked. I don't think Drew expected me to talk back the way I did. A surprised, offended look spread across his face. What kind of king are you going to make when that's how you treat other people? How dare you, my brother shouted. And this time he really did stomp his foot, rising to his feet out of the chair. We're talking about the greater good. Drew, knock it off, Athrosinius ordered, catching both me and Drew off guard. Leave us. Drew's look of surprise only grew wider. What? I said, leave us, Sinius repeated. We'll discuss this later. I need to speak to Eric alone. Drew opened his mouth to argue, but his thoughts never left his head. In a huff, he closed it and followed Jordan out the door, leaving me alone with Sinius. He finally turned around from his map. You're right, he said with a sigh. It's important that you know you're right. He walked slowly out from behind his desk, making his way to the chair Drew had left behind. He shifted it over the floor to face mine, then sat down. Your brother's still young, he said. A smart king knows the cost of right over wrong might require sacrifices. Sacrifices of the weak, sacrifices of the old. Sacrifices for that greater good. He nodded, thinking about his next words. But a wise king, no, a wise person, understands that the greater good is meaningless when we stop fighting for every life. When we draw the boundary around those unlike ourselves, those who disagree with us, even our enemies. He paused. Whatever he planned to say next, he followed in Drew's footsteps and let the words die in his throat. You knew, didn't you? I asked, my curiosity finding room in the conversation. Both of you. You knew I was an Earth Talker. Sinius nodded again, his leathery face looking even older than I remembered. We certainly would have been surprised if you weren't, he said. Saber magic is a genetic ability, unlike the other two. Very rarely do you find talkers outside of talker families, nor do you see the power missing when both parents are so well endowed. All 4 of your grandparents were Siberdur, each of a different kind. And based on what we know about your brothers and the order of your births, our assumption is that you filled the Thir slot, and your brother Stephen the Tan slot. I remembered something Drew had said when we first met. So Scott's a water talker, I reasoned. That's why Drew thought I'd end up in Onda. Sinius finally smiled. After the way he'd spent the past hour, I didn't know if I'd ever seen him smile again. I was still on edge, but the friendly gesture helped to calm my nerves. Your placement in Kava is still a mystery to me, he said. Though I might be able to say the same of your friend Miss Whiterun. Rarely do we see such powerful wizards straight from the team of their Sibber the way you two have. Though I must say, you do fit the stereotype of that team far less than she does. I didn't understand what he meant by that, but I wasn't very interested in him explaining. She's not my friend, I said. A powerful ally, then, if just temporarily, he said. She understood why you chose to save Mr. Jones. The few minutes I was able to forget about him had been nice. I didn't choose to save him, I said. My eyes fell to the floor. I felt like crying again. Is he going to be all right? I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. Sinius leaned forward, setting a strong hand on my shoulder. I could lie to you and erase your worries, but that would be as fleeting as a genie's wish, he said. Based on what I saw and what I understand from the things you've described, no. I don't think Mr. Jones will ever walk again. I couldn't stop it. I felt like a little kid constantly crying over the same thing. There was nothing I could do. Eric, listen to me, he said. If your story is true, as you have described it to me, then what you did to protect your friends. You obviously didn't mean for things to play out the way they did. Of course not, I shouted. Then there's nothing you could have done. I could have let him take it, I interrupted. I could have done anything else than what I did, and he'd be fine. Eric, hindsight is a clearer gift than the present, Sinius said. You could never have known the actions you took would result in the damage they did. You can't blame yourself. I jumped to my feet as soon as he said it. Well, who else can I blame? I cried, not caring that the tears were flowing down my cheeks again. He's going to blame me. Anyone who knows what happened is going to blame me. I'm responsible. How can I not blame myself? I stared at the floor, breathing harder than I think I'd ever breathed in my life. I wanted to punch something. I wanted to scream as loud as I possibly could. Maybe then someone could understand why I felt the way I did over Jones's legs. I didn't entirely understand it either. He was my worst enemy.
He was the epitome of everything I despised about other people. Of all the great and wonderful things about Logites, seeing him every day was the first thing I would change. He was rude, he was hateful, he was arrogant, selfish, stuck up, snobby, spiteful, violent. Jordan had been right. Venner Jones would have left me behind and laughed at me if I were in his shoes. I should have been celebrating the fact he finally got what was coming to him. But I didn't feel that way at all. I felt sick to my stomach thinking of how scared he looked in that cave. And the worst part was, I knew I would have felt that way even if it wasn't my fault. "Eric," Sinius said slowly. Still seated in his chair, his hands were folded in his lap like he was about to pray. "Sometimes bad things just happen. Mr. Jones's injury, your father's death. Sometimes the will of Gahu..." I rolled my eyes. "The will of Gahu?" I repeated. "The will of Gahu. I'm not listening to another one of your stupid speeches on the will of Gahu again. I'm leaving." I stood up, barely noticing that the fish were once again swimming between the walls. I think Sinius may have tried to stop me, but I wasn't going to turn around unless he forced me to with magic. My face was so hot with anger I thought my tears might start steaming against my cheeks. After all that had happened, it would be just my luck to be a fire talker, too. I really did punch the wall on my way out the door. Drew was standing there, waiting, surprised to see me storming out past him. "I'm sure he's ready for you now," I said loudly, not meaning to sound as sarcastic as I did. I didn't think things could feel any worse, but the weeks that followed made me seriously consider leaving Logites for good, and never coming back. The story of our trip to the Genie's lair spread like wildfire, and even though the official story about Venner Jones had been addressed to the student body by Athro Tipperary herself, having him miss a fourth week after being gone for 3 already made some kids forget what they'd been told. One Onda kid cornered me in the hallway after magical machines and asked me point blank if I'd killed him. I was forced to see May every day for the rest of the school year, spending our dinner hour in detention with Athro Hark. We weren't allowed to talk to each other, which was fine by me, but May always stared at me nervously in her chair like she wanted to talk about something. Even with the extra time to do my homework, I was struggling in my classes again. Maybe she wanted to brag about her lead getting bigger. Maybe she wanted me to set the record straight about the Genie to the whole school again. It had taken less than a week for the story of her being the one to defeat the creature turning into me having done it. Every night in the Kava Lounge, other students were coming up to me asking me how I'd managed it. I didn't blame them. Even after accomplishing something that half the teachers still thought was impossible, May slipped back into the shadows. I doubted more than 10 people outside our grade even knew her name. Of course everyone thought I had done it. She probably wanted the credit back. A week after we returned, Venner Jones came back to the school from a hospital down on Urto. As I had feared, he was committed to a magical wheelchair, which brought him plenty of attention. To everyone who cared to hear, I was the evil psycho who had put him there. From day one, kids took sides. My close friends all congratulated me for giving him his comeuppance. That stung, but it wasn't nearly as bad as the next few weeks. No one else noticed what happened to Venner Jones after the excitement wore off. At some point, the Koro kids stopped treating him like one of their own. After a week of helping him get his books from class to class, Jones was left carrying them himself. At every staircase, he was forced to levitate his own chair to the top. He hardly had energy left to wield a class by the time it was finished. Even his loyal goons came to realize what the rest of their team had already figured out. Venner Jones was different now. The Koro kids never said it out loud, but it was obvious what they thought of different. The hate in Venner Jones's eyes for me every time he saw me never got any lighter. But when he looked away, I could see that the thing he hated the most had finally followed him to Logites. He was lonelier than ever. None of his teammates sat with him at lunch anymore, and whether it was his own pride or some other reason I didn't know, anytime one of the other teams would invite him to join a table, he would ignore them completely. Kerwig Davis tried to sit by him once, but Jones just pulled his tray off the table and wheeled away somewhere outside the cafeteria. Drew didn't care. The one time I brought it up, he started the same Will of Gahu speech I'd left behind in Sinius's office. My friends would only laugh. Even Tate and Wallace, who of all people I would have expected to have some sympathy toward the way he was now. She just echoed the little celebrations of my roommates, saying how he deserved it after all the things he had done and said to us. The only person who might even remotely feel as bad as I did was May, but I hadn't talked to her since she went off to confess to Athro Hark. For all I knew, she had made things worse for everybody, including the one person I wanted to talk to most of all. Like Nelson, Jordan had left before I even had a chance to say goodbye. But this time I took the loss a lot harder. He'd been my first friend in this new world, the person to introduce me to everything about my new life on Selenia.
He was one of 4 other people at the school who knew who I truly was. The only person I could sit with after the sun went down and share with him my worries. Now, because he was gone, all I did was worry. Worry that somehow our secret might spill out of him to the wrong person. Worry that something May or Venner Jones had said to Athro Hark, something Hark had said to the Inquisitor, had changed Jordan's plans of joining the Trugaria. I had no way of knowing if he was safe. I'd never even known him for who he truly was. Funny enough, we learned about the Great Frickus Wars as our last unit in Chronicles. It was impressive how many of the galaxy's biggest conflicts were started by Frickuses, but I suppose that was the point. Tayton kept her mouth shut during class, but she was the first to let loose back in the lounge how ridiculous it was that the Empire's propaganda was leaking into every class. I'm sure Jordan would have told me the right side of the story. Not that he would have made a difference in my grade. The giant red U for unacceptable was large enough that everyone behind me could see it when Athro Potterman slammed the test down on my desk. Before the Genie, I might have been embarrassed. Now, in nearly every class, it had become the norm.
Mr. Shwabbington, come talk to me after class, he mumbled.
But with the effort it took him to push the words through his mustache, I was certain the entire room had heard. It didn't matter. I was numb to it. Class let out and I stayed behind, staring blankly at the corrected answers scribbled all over the front page. Athro Potterman was waiting patiently behind his desk.
Mr. Shwabbington, I understand you went through something significant this semester.
He grumbled.
But I'm concerned for your future here at this school. I don't know where your knack for this subject went, but you're the bottom of the class now. What happened?
I knew exactly what had happened. He probably did too, but I didn't have the energy to argue my case. Any motivation I had left was gone. I don't know, sir, I said, staring at the top of his desk.
Son, I hate to say this, but if you don't shape up for the final review, you're not going to see another year at this school.
The words stung, but I almost welcomed the reality. Maybe if I could escape Logites, I could escape the guilt I felt. It had started following me into my dreams.
I've seen what you can do in this class, Potterman continued. Think of where you started the year. By Christmas, you were really getting the hang of things. Please, son, for the sake of your family and friends here at this school, your sake as a student of Khan, I need you to do better.
I just nodded. Yes, sir, I said. I understand. The last time a teacher had said anything like that to me, even remotely, was back on Earth. Did I really want to go back there? Instead of Jones, I left the room thinking about home, reminded for the first time in a long time of all the things I didn't miss. Even after the orphanages, the freedom of my life with Chauncey, what did that mean to me anymore? Hardly having a bed to sleep on? Never knowing if I might be able to swipe away a consistent meal? Always chasing the things I needed to get by. Even sneaking around security every time I had to use the bathroom. I started to realize that no matter where I ended up, life always seemed out to get me. And if I went home, would Chauncey even take me back? How would I explain to him where I'd been? Oh, yeah, sorry for disappearing for 10 months. My long-lost father was actually the king of the universe before an evil dictator took his throne away. Sorry I didn't give you a heads up that they were going to kidnap me and teach me space magic, but I ended up beating a kid senseless with some magic rocks, so I flunked out, and now I'm back home. Good to see you, too. It was ridiculous. Realizing that didn't make me want to stay. It just made me realize I didn't want to be anywhere. I didn't belong anywhere. Eric, stop. I hadn't noticed her waiting around the corner. Why would I? I couldn't remember walking this far at all. It took me a moment to realize exactly which part of the school I was even in. Right, I remembered. I was walking to detention through the greenhouse. May Whiterun was sitting on a mossy stump beside a row of glowing marshlets. You know, I can get there myself, thanks, I said, continuing at my pace. You don't have to wait for me. I was another 10 steps further when I heard her sigh. Do I need to use the wall trick again? She asked. I stopped, turning around to look at her. She was standing now. I don't want to talk to you, I said. Eric, please, she said. We're not friends, I said. Her mouth closed then, swallowing hard as I stopped her in her tracks. You followed me to save my friend, and we saved each other's skin. Sorry everyone thinks I did the thing you should be famous for. I'm not trying to steal your thunder, really. May's face, which was blue in the light of the flowers, started to lose its color. That's not why I'm here, she said. She sounded nervous. Well then please, enlighten me, I said. And while you're at it, maybe you can also take the credit for making us late to detention. I hope it doesn't ruin the stellar opinion Athro Hark has of me. May winced. I couldn't tell if she was holding back a laugh or a comment equally as sarcastic as mine.
We're not going to detention tonight, she said. That was news to me. Really? I asked. According to me, she said confidently, opening her eyes from before. What's the worst they can do, expel us? I actually let myself laugh. Well, I'm already on the chopping block, I admitted, thinking about all the classes that matched my Chronicles grade. Congratulations. You finally got what you wanted. Maybe I'll do better waiting for you with Jordan at the Trugaria. Eric, no, seriously, May, congratulations, I said, unable to keep my anger and irritation from turning to sarcasm. Congratulations on being the most impressive wizard I've ever seen. Is that what you want to hear? That you're better than me? Because in a month's time, that debate's over. You won. You're the best in class. Here's me finally admitting it. May's face dropped, which made me even more confused. She looked hurt by my compliment. I'd meant every word of it, even if my delivery was harsh. I had no reason to deny her that anymore. She took a soft step toward from the stump. That's not why I'm here, she said. Well then, enlighten me, I said, throwing my hands up in anticipation. I didn't really care. I just wanted to get it over with so I could go back to my routine. It was the only thing I had left at this school I even slightly looked forward to. May took a shaky breath. She looked down at her shoes, then at mine, before finally meeting my eyes again. I wanted to tell you it wasn't your fault, she said. Somewhere behind me, a sprinkler started going off to water the plants. It was the only thing I could hear. Both my breath and my heartbeat disappeared. What? I asked. She kept her eyes locked on mine. Venner Jones, she said. It's not your fault. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was the look in her eyes. Maybe it was the tone in her voice. Maybe it was the fact that so many people I knew and trusted had told me the same thing. Now that it was someone I doubted and disliked, it finally made me start to believe it. Whatever it was, I could feel tears bubbling to the surface again. Don't say that, I said, turning away to hide my face. Don't tell me that. You know exactly what happened. If you hadn't done what you did, she argued, Venner Jones would have killed me, Eric. Didn't you hear the spells he was sending at me? He should be in prison for the things he tried. You saved me. She was right. Deep down, I knew she was right. I'd been trying to justify it for weeks, but hearing her admit that to me made it feel different. Still, my guilt overwhelmed my feelings. At what cost? I asked, not caring anymore that I was crying in front of her. She'd seen it before. The chance to change him? To give him another shot? I ruined his life, May. May stepped toward me so aggressively I actually tensed up, afraid of her. At what cost? She repeated, laughing as she said it. Eric, you saw what he would have done with the stone. And who's to say the genie would have kept true to his deal? That's not always a guarantee, you know. That's why they're so dangerous. You stopped him. You saved him. She held up her hands like she couldn't believe she had to explain it to me. One accident doesn't change how much you did in those caves, Eric. You saved all of us more times than I think you realize. Jordan would have taken the deal too. You know that. You saved him. I wiped my eyes with one hand. Yeah? Look how that turned out, I cried. May took another step closer. She could have reached out and touched me if she wanted. Jordan made a dumb mistake breaking the rules. She held up a hand to stop me from arguing. You know that's true. If you really want someone to blame for all this, maybe you should be upset with him for putting you in that position. Even when she was trying to cheer me up, May really had a knack for pushing the wrong buttons. Don't say that about him, I challenged. I'm just saying, she said. I know you made the move, but Jordan was the reason you were there. And Venner Jones was the reason you had to strike back. Eric, what happened in that cave isn't your fault. And if you need someone to remind you of that every day for the rest of your time at Logates, then fine. Let me be the one to do it. I wouldn't be standing here if it weren't for what you did. I didn't know what to say. I didn't even know what to think. Then May Whiterun wrapped her arms around me, and I really didn't know what to say or think. I don't really remember, but I think I stopped breathing completely then, probably out of complete shock. I looked around the greenhouses for any other sentient being as a witness. I have no idea how long the hug lasted. It could have been 10 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. At least long enough for me to remember how she smelled. Campfire and roasted marshmallows, in case you were curious. I can't say I liked it, but when she pulled away, she was crying harder than I was. She pulled away and looked me dead in the face, her eyes like the mask of a raccoon. Do you believe me? She asked. I don't know if any words ever came out, but I nodded. Yeah, I did. I know you're still going to feel guilty about it, she said. I don't blame you. My point is, it happened, it's over, and there's nothing you can do about it now. Do you understand me? Again, I nodded dumbly. She was right. How I knew she was right, I have no idea, but I felt a pump of confidence for the first time since the Genie. Then she slugged me on the arm. Ow! Good, she said, using the same fist to wipe her eyes. Now get your stupid grades up. Now I was even more confused. What? I asked. Why? Because if you don't, I won't be able to tell you that anymore, will I? She said. How do you... I started. What are you... I really don't have a clue what I was trying to say. You're a hero, not a villain, she said with a mean glare in her eye. Stop letting that distract you from beating me. Again, confused. Hold on, I said. You want me to beat you? She took a step back. Apart from the smeared makeup on her face, she was back to her usual snotty self. Of course not, she said. And you never will. But if you're not here next year, I won't have anyone else to challenge me. I do better under pressure. She put her hands in the hidden pockets of her skirt and rolled back and forth on her heels, avoiding my eyes when she said the next part. I'm a better wizard because of you. That, more than anything else she had said to me, meant the most. I still didn't know what to say. No wonder she was the better talker. Thanks, I managed. She was still rocking on her heels nervously. And I guess I don't hate you as much as I thought I did, she said. I laughed. A huge smile spread across my face. I guess I don't hate you either, I said. She nodded, looking me in the face again. So, yeah, thanks for saving my life, she said. Are we good? I nodded back. We're good, I said. If you still want to go to detention, we can, she said. I'll do whatever you do. I kept smiling. What if I want you to leave me alone? I asked. May shrugged, looking around the greenhouse between our two directions. I will, she said. I just want you to know that you aren't. I looked in the direction I'd been walking before she stopped me. Might as well just be late to detention, I said. After all, it gives me time to do more homework. She smiled as big as I did. Then we both started walking toward Athelhark's office. We didn't say much else on the way, but I stopped before we walked through the door, knowing I wouldn't get the chance to say it after. Hey, May? I said, making sure she knew I meant it as I said it. Thanks. For everything. Chapter 20. Space Train. Booyah. I aced my finals, by the way. Well, actually, let me back up. I studied really hard for my finals and realized I actually did know all the stuff from the lessons. As soon as my brain was unfogged from the whole Venner Jones incident, it was like someone flipped a switch in my brain that fixed how to use my memory on the tests. Athrosinius' lessons came in handy. It was a bit awkward how he left things after the Genie incident, but he jumped back into things like nothing had happened. And once a few weeks had passed between us, it was easy to forget how harsh I'd been, even if I still felt unease about the whole Will of Gothru thing. Either way, I came out of the lessons feeling better than ever, knowing that the only thing keeping me from passing my classes was my own anxiety. I would say that May Whiterun's speech did about 90% of the fixing. She'd been right about the guilt lingering even after I'd forgiven myself, but the fog didn't entirely go away until a dream sent me into a panic a few days before finals. In the dream, I finally mustered up the courage to apologize directly to Venner Jones. And then peace and love and happiness covered the universe, and Jones and I became best friends. Waking up surrounded by Cork, Riser, and Kelb, I was shocked back to reality. The dream inspired me to make the effort, though. If anything, I could say I tried, and even if it didn't work, I had done everything in my power except reverse time to fix it. I hardly got within 10 feet before he pantsed me with magic, sending me face first into a desk. He disappeared with a few bad words. It wasn't anywhere close to my dream, but a broken nose was about as close as we could reasonably get to being even. I hoped. Anyways, past my classes. You can cheer now, it's okay. And more importantly, so did my friends. Turns out all the teachers' threats were for something that didn't happen very often, although Hanneke Raleigh, one of the Blazo girls in our year, gave the warning some merit. According to Cork, who had become a bit of a rumor expert, at least with the girls in our grade, Hanneke had known for months that she wasn't meeting expectations. It made me sad to think of how many people weren't going to be returning next year. 2 in our year and 2 in our team was a lot for a school like Logate's. I hoped the new batch of students would be bigger than ours. I didn't know how to explain it, but it felt like Logate's was missing something. Like everybody wasn't all here yet. Apart from Jordan, Nelson, and Hanukkah, though, the school said goodbye to nearly 60 graduates in the empty week after finals. Graduation was a big deal. Not only were a bunch of the Nothers back to fill out the auditorium alongside the families of those graduating, but the sixth years who were joining the different branches of the Imperial military had officers in attendance, and the graduating fourth years were each escorted off-world by a member of the Trugaria. Even the governors were there. I saw Lord Harrowbone for the first time all year, handing out diplomas to the Kava graduates and looking like he'd rather be anywhere else in the universe. After all the fun, the student body waved goodbye as the graduates and their families all went their separate ways at the Selenia landing port, taking shuttles up to ships and stations up beyond the bright blue sky above. Those of us that were left took our time in the cafeteria, testing the cook's magic in the first pick-your-own-meal all year. I think you can already guess what I ordered. The final inclusion was hardly out of my mouth before the chef conjured a bright balloon of chungi on my tray and sent me on my way. The only thing that could have made it any better was Jordan. I sent a little wish of thanks to wherever he was in the universe, knowing that I had found my way in this new bizarre world thanks to everything he had shown me. Sinius had put my worries at ease in our last lesson of the year, letting me know that Jordan had made his way safely to Sanctithe. He was still clearly upset about the whole Genie mess, but I could tell from the look in his eyes part of Athros Sinius missed Jordan too. After our last dinner in the cafeteria, Athros, Cloyd, and Tipperary walked us across the fossett toward the ruins of man. The biggest bonfire I could remember from my time on Earth was nothing compared to this one. The flames danced like they were alive, like really alive, with different colors popping and climbing and roping their way in a big circle around the outside of the blaze. It was beautiful. So beautiful I almost wanted to cry. It was my final night with my classmates for at least 3 months. Maybe that was why I was so sad. And so emotional, but it also reminded me of the fight in the Genie's cave between May and Venner Jones. I spotted May sitting alone beneath one of the outer stones. The rest of us Kava first years had found a seat closer to the flames, but she looked hesitant to join us. She was still staring at us. I wondered what was keeping her from joining in the fun. I decided to leave my spot next to Tayton to go talk with her. "You know you're welcome to join us," I said, plopping my butt in the grass beside her. "Or did you just want to keep that big rock company?" "Did the rock tell you that?" she joked, turning her eyes away from me toward the fire. I had done my best to ignore the voice of the rocks in my head for months. This one was oddly quiet. May caught me deep in thought, and before I could think up a response, she added, "I only sit by my friends." "Oh, sorry," I said, pretending to stand up. "I better go then." May grabbed hold of my wrist and pulled me back to the grass. "Very funny," she snarked. "I assume you're here for a reason?" I shrugged. The sun had been gone for nearly an hour now, but the fire lit up the stones like a classroom. I wondered if May could read my expressions. "Not really," I said. "Just wanted to say you're welcome for passing." May nodded. "Ah, yes," she said. "Real humble." "Hey, says you," I joked. She still wasn't looking at me, but a big smile spread across her face. "Seriously, though," I said. "Thank you for what you said to me." "Don't mention it," she said, shrugging it off. "You saved my life. I saved your grades. We're even." That didn't seem like a balanced deal to me, but I chose to ignore it. Hey, speaking of," I said, "there's something I wanted to give you before you go." May was so confused she finally looked at me. I recognized her face as soon as the words popped out of my mouth. It was the same face I made anytime someone gave me a gift, something I had learned to hide since coming to Selenia. It told me May wasn't used to receiving much of anything either, which made me feel that much better about my decision. I pulled out the Genie's gem from my pocket. "Athrosinius gave this back to me a few weeks ago," I said. "He said Athroharg double-checked it to make sure it's real. You and I both know it is." May's mouth opened the slightest bit, trying to figure out what to say. "I know you said I should keep it," I said, "but I don't really want it. It's yours. By all reasonable measures, it's yours." Her brown eyes shone brighter than the ruby. "Eric, it's non-negotiable," I said. "And what I mean by that is you're taking it, no matter what." I grabbed her hand and placed the thing in her palm. She spent half a minute looking between the thing and me. "Eric," she said again, "this is worth a fortune. You can't... You need it more than I do." I shrugged, knowing that's what she would argue. "Well, that's the thing," I said. "I don't really care about money. And if it sits on your shelf for the rest of time, that's fine by me too. You were the one that defeated the Genie. You should have it. Maybe I'll drop out next year instead. Then you can use that as your motivation." Again, May's big eyes jumped back and forth between my face and her hand. It was almost funny how long it took her to say anything. No one wasted time the way she could. I let my eyes return to the fire while I waited. "Eric, I don't know what to say," she managed. "Good," I said. "You don't have to..." Maybe I should have expected it after the first one, but May practically tackled me, in the tightest hug a person of her size could muster. I didn't really understand why, but it was obvious the gem meant something to her. The hug didn't last nearly as long as her silence, and like usual, once she realized what she was doing, May pulled away and wiped the tears off her face, looking as prickly as usual. "Sorry," she said, turning her red cheeks back to the fire. "I meant thank you." "Don't mention it," I said. "Like I said, I don't care if it sits on a shelf back home for the rest of your life, just so long as you get the credit." A curious thought crossed my mind. "Hey, speaking of home," I said, "where is home for you anyway?" May looked at me, taking her sweet time with her response. I was tempted to start keeping track of the time between my words and hers. Her eyes looked down, away from the fire, pondering something in the grass. It was like she wasn't sure of the answer she wanted to give me. When she finally answered, she started with a deep breath. "Destinine," she said. I watched her eyes return up to the fire, then turn toward me when I took my own time to respond. "Is that really true, or are you lying to me like Jordan did?" May didn't expect me to notice her hesitation, but she shook her head, like she was determined I knew she was telling the truth. "No, that's," she said. I grew up on Destinine." I nodded. Like most things in this universe, I didn't have a clue what that meant. "Huh," I said. "What's it like?" May sank back into her snarky persona. "What, are you interrogating me now?" "Hey, I'm just trying to be friendly," I said. "I don't have friends," she grinned. "Remember?" That brought a smile on my face. "Right," I said. "Well, are you planning on returning to Destinine all summer?" May shook her head. "No," she said. "There's a summer honors program here. Invite only from Athrosinius. I'm not entirely sure what he's going to have us do, but I think it's related to the stuff he goes off to do all the time during the school year. At a school like Logates, if you stick close to the Profathro, then by the time you graduate, it's pretty much a guarantee you'll get whatever job you want straight out of class." She bent her head diagonally, then narrowed her eyes. "But I don't have to tell you that, do I?" she asked. "Mr. Private Lessons." I smiled, not able to play dumb. "Huh," I said. "Well, speaking of..." May was struggling to hide her own smile. "I'll see you tomorrow morning." I stood up from the grass again, and this time May didn't stop me. She would see plenty of me over the summer anyways, whether I liked it or not. I figured that was as fitting a way as any to head back to my friends. I left her staring at the gem without any other cares in the world, walking back to Tate and thinking about how awkward my final lesson with Sinius had been, when he asked me to be a part of that team. I shouldn't have been surprised. After private lessons during the school year, I should have assumed Sinius would want to keep things going over the summer. Up until then, I hadn't been entirely sure where I would go in the 3 months off. The idea of heading home terrified me, and I didn't even know if that was an option. A hand grabbed me hard over the shoulder. "Hey," Drew said, looking at me with a nervous look in his eye. "Mind if I talk to you for a sec?" Call me stupid, but it was the first time I even considered that I might not be seeing my brother for 3 whole months. After 12 whole years without him, I never wanted our family to be separated again, even if I was still mad at him over the whole Venner Jones thing. "What's up?" I asked, faking a smile. Tayton was staring back at me to come join her. Drew was not very good at apologizing. "Oh, well," he started, stuttering through a few more ums before finally getting to the point. "I guess what I said about you in that Genie cave last month." His eyes darted everywhere except my face. "Sinius told me you're still pretty bent about that," he added. "And I suppose I was pretty out of pocket, and you were right. I should be more compassionate. So anyways," he held his hand out for me, which might have been the perfect way to end whatever it was he was trying to do. I shook it awkwardly. "So, yeah," he said. "I'm sorry." Better last minute than never, I suppose. "All good," I said. "Thanks. Is that it, or can I go back to my friends?" Drew flipped back to normal as soon as the apology was over, looking like his confident, too-smart self. Though it was hard not to look at him without feeling a little sad, remembering how much he looked like our dad. "One more thing, just real quick," he said. "I'm heading back to Ted and Marcy's tomorrow." I must have looked like a deer staring at headlights as soon as he said it. "Oh," I said. I'd expected him to stay. I figured if Sinius wanted me on his honor roll, then the future king of the universe was obviously going to be there too. Or maybe that was why Drew didn't need the help that May did. He wasn't looking for a future job. He already had one lined up. Suddenly I felt like an idiot accepting Sinius' offer. "But I talked to Sinius," Drew said. "And after he gave it some thought, he agreed that you could come back with me. At least until your hearing. They scheduled that for a few weeks after Amsperfest, by the way. That should give you a little over a month, and then we can reassess once everything is settled with that mess. I can't guarantee we'll do it every summer, but, we'll have to pretend you're another foster kid or something. Marcy will make up a good cover story in case anyone asks. But at least as a start. I think Sinius is trying to make it possible for Scott to join us for a day, too. It's dangerous to put all of us in one place for too long, but so long as we do it carefully, I think it's worth it now that you're in the picture. What do you think? I probably blinked close to a dozen times. Whatever had been running through my head before Drew started his paragraph disappeared by the end. Now my heart was racing, my brain coming to realize exactly what he'd said. Hold on, I said. You want me to go with you? He nodded, a concerned look on his face like he didn't know if I'd heard him correctly. Yeah, he said. I figured you weren't planning on going back to the streets of Portsmouth. Portland, I corrected. And no, I wasn't. But I told Stinius I would stay here and be part of his honors thingy. The Ditholiad? Drew asked. Oh, don't worry, I already talked with him. It's not a big deal. It's not like he's going to uninvite you. You're Eric Sherb Parkland, third in line to the Obsidianic throne. He'll take your help wherever he can get it. He switched to code for that last bit. Wait, I said. I'm confused. Does he want me to stay here and help him or not? Drew nodded. Oh, he does, he clarified. He just figured you might like to spend time with your family more. Yeah, I did. So I can come with you? I asked, hardly believing the offer was real. I thought back to the first time Drew had mentioned having real parents, or guardians, at least. How jealous I'd been. Now he was offering me the chance to share that. To have a loving family and a home around me for the first time in my life. Even if it was only temporarily. For a few weeks, yeah, he nodded. I pulled a move right out of May Whiterun's playbook. I hugged him so hard he nearly stopped breathing, which for an air talker is kind of impressive. All right, he laughed, pushing me off. Glad to know I'm forgiven. He took a second to look me in the eyes before letting go. I know I've said this before, he said. But it really is good to have you back. Thanks, Drew. Now get back to your friends, he ordered. I'll see you in the morning. It was my last time crying at Logeet's. I wiped them away before I took my seat at Tayton's side. For the first time in months, I felt happy in a way I didn't know how to describe. As I stared at the colorful flames, my friends surrounding me arguing about the difficulty of our final tests, the word finally came to me. I felt secure. This is where I belonged. Maybe I'd be setting it aside for a few months to be with my brothers. It was something I'd always dreamed of. Summer would come to pass and I'd be right back at Logeet, surrounded by the rest of my family. My new family, that I'd come to love just as much as my real one. I took my eyes away for a few seconds just to take it all in. Jumping through the grass between me and the person seated in front of me was a purple frog. We spent the rest of the night in the lounge watching the Urto League Tycho final by way of a projection coming from Kelb's wand. The Thandrodelka Flames were taking on the Udamir Tunnelers, who were defending their title from last year's final. Neither of those names meant anything to me, but Kelb dumbed it down, explaining that one was the Ton team and one was the Thyr team. Coming from the Thyr nation, I expected Kelb to cheer for Udamir, until he explained that he was from Porgus, and the Porgus Yellow Chests were arch rivals with the Tunnelers, so he was cheering for them to lose in dramatic fashion. I really didn't care who won, and neither did my roommates. I was more impressed with the speed of the Tycho players, even compared to how good some people were at it here at Logeet's. Even without Nelson, it was nice to just spend time with the boys one last time without the chaos of the rest of the school keeping us company. I hoped he might be able to find a way back to school next year, even if he had to repeat first year, but his loss helped me remember not to take for granted the friends I still had here. The next morning, all our things were magically packed and ready to go by the cleaning gnomes. Our wardrobes were still full of our uniforms, which meant that we had permission to wear normal clothes for the rest of our breakfast. Gigantic blue Reeker egg omelets, which tasted almost as good as the chungi from the night before. I never got the chance to say goodbye to May Whiterun. The Ditholiad Club was up and gone before sunrise, apparently off on their first mission alongside the Prefathro, according to Harbo. I was a little bummed I never told her about my change of plans. But she would have figured it out by now, and she didn't strike me as the kind of person who would be too bothered by one less not friend. The rest of my friends saved our goodbyes for the train. Oh, yeah, there was a train. I don't know what I expected. Maybe that the Carnarvon would come back and drop us off at local space stations, and then we'd shuttle down to our different home planets. But leaving from Logeet saw us take shuttles from the port up into space, where a giant metal worm was just hovering, waiting to weave its way through the stars. It was the dumbest thing I'd ever seen. I couldn't help but laugh. Clearly my friends hadn't known what to expect either. Space train? Quark shouted as soon as the sky shifted from blue to black. Booyah! Drew was laughing at us on the shuttle. It's called the Thui train, he explained. It only travels in one direction, and only stops by Urta once a year. Oh, that's clever, I laughed, recognizing the pun. Thui rain was the word for east in the ancient language. Drew and I found our own compartment close to the others, and I took my time staring out at the stars, something I'd been too nervous and distracted to do on my way in with Jordan. It was beautiful. One by one, we jumped from planet to planet, dropping students off on our path eastward through the three-dimensional space of the universe. Don't ask. I have no idea how that works. A few hours into our journey, we finally pulled into the bright silver glow of Miritnev. Tayton, who by that point was my last friend on the train, made sure to give me a huge hug before we left, along with her usual kiss on the cheek that made Drew smirk the entire walk from our cabin to the exit door. I was glad Quark had gone early. If he knew how Tayton Wallace sent me off on my summer vacation, he would have thrown a fit. Whatever those feelings were, I left them in the train. We were the only students from Logites headed down to Miritnev, accompanied only by a few adults we had picked up along the journey, and so the glass shuttle that dropped us down to the planet gave me plenty of room to take in the whole view. I'd been impressed by Selenia, but that was nothing compared to my first real foreign planet. Beneath the wispy white clouds, Miritnev was covered with massive gray mountains, speckled with black and white like someone had sprinkled them with salt and pepper. They almost looked alive. Every single one glowed like someone had thrown a flashlight beneath a big see-through cone. The tiniest ring of trees circled around the bottom half of each tree, a little spiral of green string on a massive stone monument. The mountains alone took my breath away. Then I saw the buildings. Apparently none of the cities in Miritnev were built anywhere close to the planet's surface. I hadn't noticed it from above, but as the shuttle approached, our destination levitated in place thousands of feet away from the nearest mountain, twisting and stretching like a splatter of silver and glass. As we came closer, I could see the colors pop from the windows. The city was a floating ornament of frozen water droplets, connected through a series of bridges and tunnels. Hanging gardens jetted out from the sides, with bright teal grass and trees in shapes I didn't even know were possible. I'm sure my mouth was halfway to my feet by the time we finally touched down. Drew was smiling wide as we walked off the shuttle. The other passengers walked toward the city, knowing exactly where to go. In a universe with trillions of other beings, I couldn't imagine I'd ever see them again. That left me alone on the platform with my brother, dressed in my blue fresh t-shirt, feeling as out of place as I'd felt in my first day away from Earth. A man and a woman walked out of the nearest building from a circular glass door. I felt my heart racing in my chest as the woman raised a hand to wave. Drew turned to me, his eyes still as wide as ever. "Eric," he said, "welcome home."